फिलहाल के लिए उनको पूरी मेडिकेट लगानी पड़ेगी अपनी हेल्थ फुल करने के लिए। बट फियर्स की बात करी जाए, सुल्तान के हाथों डाउन किए गए, बट इमॉर्टल वो भी डाउन। जॉनथन की बात करी जाए, एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड वहां पे वाइल्ड के द्वारा आया, जॉनथन को यहाँ पे डाउन किया गया, बट एक और ग्रेनेड आता हुआ क्लच गॉड का, वाइल्ड डाउन किए जाएंगे। अब क्लच की बारी है, क्या ये ग्रेनेड ठिकाने पे गिरेगा? बट चलिए, वहां पे कोई था नहीं, बट अचानक से जिस तरीके से सर्कल यहाँ पे शिफ्ट हुआ है ओशन, आप बस फिनिश फीड रीड करें, इतने ज्यादा नॉक्स हो चुके हैं, वहां पे वापस नॉक हुए। एनकोर के द्वारा देखते हैं बचा सकते हैं, नहीं बचा सकते, ये व्हीकल वहां पे ब्लास्ट हुई, सेंस से इस मैच से बाहर।
क्लच गॉड की एचपी कम हो चुकी है, उनको हील आउट यहाँ पर करना जरूर पड़ेगा, लेकिन वो टैक्टिकल के जो प्लेयर डाउन है उनको रिवाइवल दिया जा रहा है। ज़ीगॉड उनकी तरफ से बार बार नेड्स करने की थोड़ी बहुत कोशिश यहाँ पर हो रही है, उनको पता है राइट साइड पर एक प्लेयर हो सकता है, और आप देखिए साइड एंगल से ज़ीगॉड को गोलियां पड़े, बट ज़ीगॉड का नेड्स आएगा एज अ 3 पॉइंटर, हिटमैन को डाउन यहाँ पर करेगा। और अब टैक्टिकल के प्लेयर्स के लिए मुश्किल हो चुकी है, क्योंकि क्लच गॉड आगे मूव कर रहे हैं, ओपन एरिया में प्लेयर को स्पॉट करेंगे, इनफैक्ट डैमेज यहाँ पर दिया जाएगा और फिनिश भी यहाँ पर करने की कोशिश रहेगी। दो इनफैक्ट डाउन है टैक्टिकल, वी माइट जस्ट बी लुकिंग एट अ पोटेंशियल एग्जिट। पहली टीम फाइनल से एग्जिट होने वाली टैक्टिकल बन सकती है। There it is, GodLike एलिमिनेट करती हुई नजर आएगी।
उनके पास है, बट रेकनिंग की स्क्वाड को आप देखें, रास्ते से वो गाड़ियां दौड़ाते हुए आपको दिखाई देंगे। और चलिए, ज्यादा देर तक वो गाड़ियां नहीं दौड़ा पाएंगे क्योंकि स्काईलाइट के प्लेयर वहां पे मौजूद थे। रेकनिंग के प्लेयर के द्वारा एक गलती जरूर आपको यहाँ पे देखने को मिलने वाली है, जिस तरीके से उन्होंने 2-2 का स्प्लिट लिया, एक प्लेयर ऑलरेडी वहां पे डाउन हो चुका। आप इसको देखें, ग्रेनेड तो बढ़िया था, बट इसी के साथ गबला बॉय वो डाउन हो जाएंगे। स्किल्स वहां पे मौजूद है, पुकार की बात करी जाए, उन्होंने स्पॉट करा है, डैमेज वो प्लेयर बहुत ज्यादा था, बट चलिए, सोमराज बचा कुचा काम उन्होंने वहां पे खत्म किया, स्किल्स को डाउन किया। बट एक और टीम रेवेनेंट इनकोर, वो भी हमें यहाँ पे देखने को मिलने वाले, डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा दिया गया पुकार के द्वारा, बट नॉक वो इस वक्त आ नहीं पाया।
लेकिन वहीं पर रेवेनेंट के बाकी सारे प्लेयर्स ओपन एरिया से एकदम मूव करते हुए आ रहे हैं, जो बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कत वाली चीज हो सकती है। बट रेकनिंग के जो प्लेयर मैक्सी यहाँ पर हैं, उनको देखना पड़ेगा। रिवाइवल्स की प्रक्रिया यहाँ पर शुरू की जाएगी, डेस्टो को रिवाइव जरूर दिया जाएगा, बट दोनों साइड से टीम्स यहाँ पर फंस चुकी हैं, तो स्काईलाइट्स के लिए बहुत खराब हो सकता है। इनफैक्ट ये ग्रेनेड बहुत कुछ बदल सकता है, एक अच्छा ग्रेनेड जा सकता था, लेकिन आगे गया। मैक्सी ग्रोजा लेकर के अंदर चार्ज इन करना चाहते हैं, जो काफी खराब चीज यहाँ पर प्लेयर के लिए हो सकती है। इनफैक्ट 2 प्लेयर्स वापस से उठ चुके हैं, 10 गोलियां, इनफैक्ट 9 गोलियां यहाँ पर मैक्सी के पास बची है। दिक्कतें बहुत ज्यादा बन चुकी हैं यहाँ पर रेकनिंग के प्लेयर्स के लिए, क्योंकि एक आखिरी इकलौते प्लेयर बचे हैं। करो या मरो की स्थिति में कहीं ना कहीं ये प्लेयर हमें नजर आ रहा है। अब इनके ऊपर अगर रश होता है तो एक अलग चीज हो सकती है। यहाँ पर मैक्सी के ऊपर उनको स्पॉट करने की यहाँ पर कोशिश ओवरऑल चल रही है। एक प्लेयर को डाउन किया जाएगा, डेस्ट्रो को इनफैक्ट फिनिश भी शायद करना चाहेंगे, बट सोमराज को भी काफी लो एचपी पर किया गया है, उनको पिकअप किया जाएगा। रेकनिंग का आखिरी बचा हुआ प्लेयर स्काईलाइट्स को एलिमिनेट करता नजर आएगा, बट उनको भी साथ के साथ एलिमिनेट किया जाएगा रेवेनेंट के द्वारा।
7 से यहाँ पर मौजूद है, आप देखिए MG3 हमें देखने को मिल जाएगी। स्प्रे गॉड के पास ग्रेनेड का आदान प्रदान यहाँ पर शुरू होता हुआ है। 7-3 वर्सेस टीम रेवेनेंट। ओपनिंग नॉक का यहाँ पर एक रिक्वायरमेंट रहने वाला है दोनों ही टीम्स की साइड से, और जैसे ही वो ओपनिंग नॉक आएगा, मेरे ख्याल से वो जो अग्रेशन है वो अचानक से बढ़ता हुआ नजर आएगा। ये ग्रेनेड बेहतर जरूर से था, कनेक्शन बनाएगा। आप देखिए अलादीन भी थोड़ा लो नजर आ रहे हैं, टॉप डॉग जो है वो भी यहाँ पर काफी लो नजर आ रहे हैं, जल्दी से अपने आपको हील करेंगे। पैराडॉक्स की बात करें, BGMI इनके पास मौजूद, थोड़ा पीछे एनिग्मा रेक्स ने वहां पर डाउन किया है टैक्टिकल के हिटमैन को। तो टीम एनिग्मा वर्सेस टीम टैक्टिकल ये फाइट हमें स्टार्ट होती नजर आ रही। मीनवाइल टीम रेवेनेंट जो है वो भी यहाँ पर मौजूद, हिटमैन जो कि नॉक थे उनका फिनिश किया जाएगा सिक्योर रेक्स के द्वारा। इनको यहाँ पर कुछ स्मोक जरूर से कर रहे हैं ताकि थोड़ा टाइम बाय किया जाए, फिर थोड़ा पीछे की तरफ जाए। बट अगेन टीम 7C वो अभी के लिए यहाँ पर अग्रेशन अपना पूरी तरीके से दिखाते हुए क्लोजिंग करने की कोशिश, लेकिन टॉप डॉग का वो बढ़िया ग्रेनेड जाएगा। स्प्रे गॉड अभी के लिए डाउन है, एंड टॉप डॉग जो वो मल्टीपल ग्रेनेड करने की कोशिश जरूर से कर रहे हैं। इस ग्रेनेड की आवाज भी आई होगी, पर क्या ये कनेक्ट कर पाएंगे वो देखने वाली बात। सारंग अभी भी पीछे, और अब एक 1v1 यहाँ पर देखने मिलेगा। टॉप डॉग एक बेहतरीन 1v2 ऑलरेडी कर चुके हैं, एक और खिलाड़ी इनकी तरफ क्लोजिंग करने के लिए आएगा, लेकिन टॉप डॉग अभी के लिए थोड़ा पीछे जाएंगे। ये ग्रेनेड कनेक्शन बना सकता है, लेट्स सी टॉप डॉग यहाँ पर कनेक्ट करने में कामयाब हो पाते हैं उस ग्रेनेड को या फिर नहीं। चलिए, सारंग जो कि नॉकआउट उनका फिनिश सिक्योर किया जाएगा। टॉप डॉग उनके सामने अब मात्र एक खिलाड़ी सर्वाइव करता हुआ।
क्या दिमाग लगाया वहां पे टॉप डॉग ने, जिस तरीके से ग्रेनेड का उन्होंने इस्तेमाल करा है। फिलहाल के लिए वहां पे एक प्लेयर डाउन है, इनको रिवाइव करने की कोशिश होगी, जल्द उनको पकड़ना पड़ेगा। बीट कर रहे हैं वो, बट फ्रेंड्स बहुत ज्यादा दूर है अपनी टीम से। अलादीन वहां पे अकेले फंसे जरूर है। चलिए अलादीन नीचे कूदे थे और सर के ऊपर जस्ट वो कूदे थे और वहीं सर के ऊपर ही वो फंस गए। अलादीन खत्म हो गए फ्रेंड्स।
वर्सेस एनिग्मा ये फाइट हमें देखने को मिल रही है, जहाँ पे ओल्ड हुड को भी पता है कि वो एरिया जो अभी के लिए टीम एनिग्मा के पास है वो काफी ज्यादा क्रूशियल, और जो स्प्लिट हमें देखने को मिल रहा है टीम एनिग्मा का थोड़ा मुश्किल में उनको डाल सकता है, बट अभी के लिए देखिए क्या बढ़िया स्प्रे आएगा। एगी की साइड से आयुष को नॉक किया, जो फिनिश है वो भी सिक्योर हो जाएगा। रॉकस्टार जो कि जोन के बाहर हील बैटल कर रहे थे उनका भी एलिमिनेशन हमें देखने को मिलता हुआ। लेट्स सी अभी वो जो इकलौते प्लेयर हमें उस पर्टिकुलर कंपाउंड में देखने को मिल रहे हैं वो इस रश को कैसे संभालते हैं, कैसे वहां पर वो जीवित रहते हैं, क्योंकि अभी ऊपर की तरफ मौजूद है टीम ओल्ड हुड के 3 खिलाड़ी जो है वो बिल्कुल उनके पड़ोसी बन चुके हैं। इनफैक्ट उन्हीं के घर में हमें नीचे की तरफ देखने को मिल जाएंगे। टीम रेकनिंग ई-स्पोर्ट्स के अबरार यहाँ पर मौजूद, लेकिन क्रेजी की साइड से वो ग्रेनेड जाएगा। अभी को उन्होंने डाउन किया, मैं इसी चीज की बात कर रहा था। और अब टीम एनिग्मा के जो बाकी के खिलाड़ी उनको ओपन में आना पड़ेगा। ये एक अच्छा मौका जरूर है टीम ओल्ड हुड के पास कि यहाँ से कुछ नॉक्स निकाले जाए, फिनिशर्स निकाल जाए। सैगी डाउन, टीम एनिग्मा के 2 खिलाड़ी हमें यहाँ पर डाउन होते नजर आ रहे हैं और अब मात्र 2 खिलाड़ी बचते हैं। टीम ओल्ड हुड आ चुकी है एक बार फिर से ड्राइविंग सीट पे।
इन सबके बीच में आप हैदराबाद हाइड्रास को देखें, कितने ध्यान से वो लोग सर्कल के अंदर निकल गए, बट वहां पे डिस्टेंस सम्राट ने जरूर स्पॉट किया और देखते देखते स्ट्राइकर वो खत्म किए गए। बट ये ग्रेनेड बहुत ज्यादा बढ़िया था, बट सुल्तान थोड़ा सा और उनको आगे फेंकना जरूर था। खुद के ग्रेनेड से खुद को उन्होंने डाउन किया, स्मोक किया जाएगा। क्रेजी के द्वारा बड़े आसानी से रिवाइव कर दिया जाएगा। इस वक्त एनिग्मा की बात करें, अभी भी उनके तीनों प्लेयर आपको सर्वाइव करते हुए दिखाई देंगे। 3v3 का जो सिचुएशन है वो चलता हुआ। पंक वो डाउन हो चुके हैं, बट ब्रेक्स अकेले पकड़े गए वहां पे और इसी के साथ एक T3 का वो शिकार हुए। बट आप देखें कि बाकी जो 2 प्लेयर यहाँ पे मौजूद थे, जो एक को हील कर रहे थे, दूसरे अपने आप को बचाने की कोशिश कर रहे थे। सैगी उन्होंने यहाँ पे स्पॉट किया, एक बढ़िया ड्रॉप शॉट आ जरूर रहा था और अब बारी है 1v1 की। और आप देखें MG3 पे उन्होंने स्विच किया, बट डैमेज खुद पे उन्होंने बहुत ज्यादा ले चुके हैं।
क्लॉज बहुत ज्यादा करीब है इसको 1v3 क्लच में कन्वर्ट करने के। आप देखिए 2 प्लेयर्स को उन्होंने नॉक करके डाउन किया, फिनिश में सिक्योर किया। लेट्स सी एगी जो है क्या वो उनके शिकार हो सकते हैं नहीं। सुल्तान का वो ग्रेनेड बहुत भारी जरूर से पड़ा है, बट अगेन क्लॉज को आप देखिए उनकी एचपी हमें कंपैरेटिवली ज्यादा देखने को मिल रही है। दोनों खिलाड़ी अभी के लिए स्टेलमेट सिचुएशन में यहाँ पे एक स्मोक किया गया, पेट की कोशिश वहां पर जरूर थी, लेकिन वो होगा नहीं। क्लॉज आगे जाएंगे, स्पॉट किया, डाउन करने के बहुत करीब, लेकिन एगी यहाँ पर वो कनेक्ट करेंगे। शॉट बहुत ही ज्यादा लोअर एचपी हमें जरूर से देखने को मिलते हैं।
फाइट हो चुकी है यूडॉग के प्लेस के एनिग्मा के ऊपर या चार्ज इन करने की कोशिश, लेकिन यूडॉग के ही प्लेस है जो एक एक करके डाउन है। इनफैक्ट एक प्लेयर यहाँ पर डाउन है, फीयरलेस की एचपी थोड़ी सी लो, उनको डाउन किया जा जरूर सकता है, लेकिन वो अंदर की तरफ के अंदर यहाँ पर फिनिशेस निकालने की उनकी कोशिश जो है वो जारी। देव एगी को यहाँ पर पिक करते हुए नजर आएंगे जरूर। फीयरलेस को हील अप कर रहे हैं, देव बिल्कुल सामने उनको डाउन किया जाएगा। सैगी के एक बेहतरीन ग्रेनेड के द्वारा मिस्टेक साइड लाइंस में खुद के लिए एक स्मोक करते नजर आ रहे हैं। सैगी के पास और ग्रेनेड यहाँ पर हैं, ग्रेनेड्स की बौछार वो करना चाहते हैं घर के अंदर, बट वो ग्रेनेड एग्जैक्टली क्या प्लेयर को लगेगा, इंपॉर्टेंट सवाल। हल्का फुल्का डैमेज शायद यहाँ पर दे सकते हैं। आप देखिए डैमेज किया भी लेफ्ट साइड पर देखना पड़ेगा, प्लेयर को वहां पर देख लिया गया है और इसी को यहाँ पर शॉट देने की कोशिश, लेकिन सारे शॉट्स यहाँ पर सैगी मिस कर चुके हैं। इज दैट द केस? वेल यस, दैट एग्जैक्टली इज द केस, लेकिन उनके बिल्कुल सामने यहाँ पर फीयरलेस हमें नजर आ रहे हैं। एक भी शॉट फीयरलेस को कनेक्ट हुआ, लेकिन उनकी एचपी अभी भी लो और वो सैगी को उसी चीज का फायदा उठाते हुए यहाँ पर पिक करेंगे। फीयरलेस को जीवित रखना एक बहुत बड़ी मिस्टेक थी और उस मिस्टेक की भरपाई एनिग्मा ने अभी अभी करी है।
बिल्कुल एक खिलाड़ी ने
देखा था कि देव जली को पहले से ही भाप के बैठे थे कि वो है कहाँ पे। मिस्टेक वो भी यहाँ पे मौजूद रहेंगे। जलीरा एजल को बचाया नहीं जा सकेगा और इसी के साथ पहला झटका इस वक्त लगता हुआ ओआर ई-स्पोर्ट्स को।
मिस्टेक अपने आप को थोड़ा सा पीछे लेकर के हैं, बट ओआर को झटके लगने रुक नहीं रहे। आप देखिए डार्क ने एक और पिक निकाला, इनफैक्ट आदित्य भी वहीं पर नजर आ रहे हैं। ईवो थोड़ा सा पीछे, डैमेज आदित्य और ईवो को अभी तक कुछ पड़ा है नहीं, लेकिन वही चीज की उन्होंने अपने प्लेयर्स जो एक एक करके अभी हल्के फुल्के खोए हैं वो उनको थोड़ा सा बैकफुट पर लेकर के चले जरूर चाहता है। फीयरलेस इस जगह पर ऐसा लग रहा है कि शायद लेटना चाहते थे, लेकिन उनको सामने जाना पड़ेगा। और एक अच्छा ग्रेनेड देव का आता है ओआर के प्लेयर्स को कहीं ना कहीं दिक्कतों में बहुत ज्यादा लेकर के आ चुके हैं, बट वेक्सी स्टिल हैज सम फाइट लेफ्ट इन हिम और वो फाइट यहां पर निकालते नजर आ रहे हैं। 5 गोलियां बची है, रीलोड आराम से करेंगे। सामने दोनों साइड पर प्लेयर्स को स्पॉट किया गया था, इसी के कारण शायद यहां पर फाइट नहीं ले पाए और अब ओआर के शायद इकलौते ही प्लेयर बचे। डाकू काफी लो एचपी पर लेकर के आज हो चुके। ईवो यहां पर हमें फाइटिंग स्टार्स में नजर आ रहे हैं और 2 प्लेयर्स, इनफैक्ट 1.5 ही बोलूंगा मैं कि यहां पर यूडॉग के बच्चे नजर आ रहे हैं। इनफैक्ट ईवो काफी लो एचपी पर, उनके बिल्कुल सामने डार्क भी लो एचपी पर थे, खुद को 75 एचपी का करेंगे। सामने फाइट लेने की कोशिश, अगर थ्रोएबल रहा तो काफी अच्छा, लेकिन एक पिक्सल भी अगर ईवो का दिख गया तो उनके लिए ये आखिरी ही चीज होगी यहाँ पर दिखती नजर आएगी। और आप देखिए डैमेज गया जरूर है, लेकिन एक ग्रेनेड करने की यहाँ पर कोशिश ईवो की तरफ से हो जरूर रही है। वो ग्रेनेड सामने जाएगा, यहाँ पर गन निकालनी पड़ेगी, किस तरीके से फाइट ले पाएंगे, काफी स्लो बट ईवो सर्वाइव करते हुए अपनी टीम के 2 प्लेयर्स को रिवाइव देंगे। एक समय के लिए लगा कि शायद यूडॉग ये फाइट ले जाएगी।
आप देखिए GodLike, मुझे लगता है कि अब GodLike और TSM दोनों ने बातें दिल पे ले रखी है कि किसको टॉप पे आना है, और वो चीज हमें देखने को यहाँ पे मिल भी रही है। टॉप था उसको रिवाइव कर दिया जाएगा, बट चलिए तो वो स्नाइप दे चुके हैं। और सेमीफाइनल में मिरामार का ही मैच था जहाँ पे TSM की प्लेयर ने GodLike को बैन करा था, और इस वक्त एक बार फिर से क्या वो जो बदला है GodLike का वो निकालेंगे या नहीं, थोड़ी वक्त में हमें वो पता चलने वाला है। बट जेली वहाँ पे वो दिखाई हमें जरूर दिए। नियो ज़ीगॉड एक साथ है, जॉनसन गॉड वो एक साथ रहेंगे। TSM की बात करी जाए, इस वक्त 2 प्लेयर कंपाउंड में हैं, बाकी निंजा जॉन ब्रेज वो थोड़ा सा ओपन में स्मोक्स करे गए हैं। डैमेज की बात करी जाए, दिख जा सकती है जॉनसन, उन्होंने वहाँ पे प्लेयर को स्पॉट भी करा था। ब्लेज की बात करें वो ऊपर गया, उसको फिर से सुनाई दे रही है, ये ग्रेनेड शायद ठिकाने पे गिर सकता है, और वहाँ जो प्लेयर है वो नॉक होगा। डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा बट नॉक नहीं हुए। बट जॉनसन को भी ध्यान देना पड़ेगा कि उनके पास हीलिंग नहीं, बट टीम एक्सपार्क के आप प्लेयर को देखे पीछे वो मौजूद है, शायद थर्ड पार्टी के लिए एक बार सोच सकते हैं। बट जो दोनों प्लेयर नॉक होते होते बचे हुए हैं, इस बार अपने आप को हील करने में कामयाबी पाएंगे।
बिल्कुल स्मोक का कवर वहां पर मौजूद जरूर से रहने वाला है। जो टॉप 2 टीम से अभी उनके बीच में हमें यहाँ पर फाइट देखने को मिल रही है। नियो एक बहुत ही बढ़िया ऑफ गार्ड एंगल उन्होंने क्रिएट किया, और अब आगे की तरफ जा रहे हैं जहाँ से वो स्पॉट कर सकते हैं खिलाड़ी को। TSM कोई आइडिया नहीं कि प्लेयर वहां पर मौजूद, और आप देखिए व्हीकल बस्ट होगा, 2 खिलाड़ी डाउन। TSM के निंजा जॉर्ज है वो डाउन ऑलरेडी हो चुके हैं, और वहां पर देखते हैं फैन का इस्तेमाल होगा। इक्वानॉक्स ओपन में को भी स्पॉट किया जाएगा। शैडो वहां पर लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग है। GodLike के खिलाड़ी यहाँ पर गॉड टियर परफॉर्मेंस दिखाते हुए आखिरी प्लेयर जो सर्वाइव करे तो उनको फिनिश ऑफ किया। आप देखिए एक भी प्लेयर उनका यहाँ पर नॉक तक नहीं हुआ, और वो जो पहले पायदान की गद्दी के लिए जो रेस थी वो खुद आए और उन्होंने दिखाया कि कौन डिजर्व करता है पहले पायदान को।
बिल्कुल, और इसी के साथ जो दूसरे पायदान की टीम थी वो एलिमिनेट हुई। टैक्टिकल वो भी एलिमिनेट हो गई है, एक मात्र फिनिश उनके पास रहने वाला है। बट एक और बेहतरीन टीम के साथ GodLike की जो फाइट है वो हमें देखने को मिलने वाली है। कोई और नहीं है, उनका नाम है टीम एक्सपार्क की स्क्वाड। फिलहाल के लिए वो जो ग्रेनेड था वो ड्रॉप करके वहीं पे फेंका गया, बट अल्ट्रॉन डाउन हो जाएगा ज़ीगॉड के द्वारा। स्काउट की बात करें, क्लच स्क्वाड क्या तो वो भी डाउन किया जाएंगे। अल्ट्रॉन खत्म हो चुके हैं, बावी वो भी यहाँ पे डाउन हो चुके हैं। कि देखते ही देखते बैक टू बैक क्या 2 स्क्वाड एलिमिनेट करी जाएगी टीम GodLike के द्वारा। देखना पड़ेगा, ग्रेनेड की बारिश अभी भी चलती हुई है। ये वाला ग्रेनेड मोस्ट प्रोबेबली ठिकाने पे गिरेगा, बट चलिए नहीं, थोड़ा सा दूर गया। स्काउट डाउन है, रिवाइव किया जाएगा गिल के द्वारा। बट मुझे जहां तक उम्मीद है टीम एक्सपार्क का भी सफर यहीं पे खत्म हो सकता है, क्योंकि अब वो फंस गए पीछे और भी स्क्वाड उनका इंतजार कर रही हो।
ओह माय गॉड, टीम GodLike 6 फिनिशर्स वो ऑलरेडी निकाल चुके, और अब अगले स्क्वाड को वाइप करने की तैयारी। जॉनसन को आप देखिए क्या बड़ी एंगल उनके पास मौजूद है। स्काउट एंड गिल 2 खिलाड़ी यहाँ पर मौजूद, व्हीकल लेकर के जाने की कोशिश, लेकिन वो डिनाई किया जाएगा। स्काउट अभी के लिए आगे की तरफ जाएंगे, पीछे तो उनको इजीली स्पॉट किया जा सकता है। गिल यहाँ पर मौजूद, जो स्मोक है उसके अंदर कुछ प्रेडिक्टिव प्ले जरूर से जा रहे हैं। जॉनसन काफी ज्यादा ओपन में वो जाएंगे, स्पॉट वो ऑलरेडी कर चुके, स्काउट को डाउन किया, एंड अब गिल जो कि आखिरी तो उनको भी एलिमिनेट किया। टीम GodLike यहाँ पर अभी के लिए अपना पहला पायदान पूरी तरीके से सेफ। मीनवाइल टीम रेकनिंग की अगर हम बात करें, स्कोप करके वो आगे जा रहे हैं। मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है यहाँ पर अभी के लिए टीम एक्सो वर्सेस टीम रेकनिंग होने वाला है, और जो फाइनल फाइट है वो कहीं ना कहीं टीम हैदराबाद हाइड्रास के साथ हो सकती है। बट स्ट्राइकर उन्होंने स्पॉट किया, अबरार को डाउन किया, और अब कुछ थ्रोएबल्स के साथ भी उनका स्वागत करने की कोशिश।
बहुत जल्दी मुझे लगता है रेकनिंग की स्क्वाड खत्म भी हो जाने वाले, क्योंकि उन्होंने खुद को रेस्ट्रिक्ट कर लिया। आप देखें एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड आएगा, पूरी रेकनिंग की स्क्वाड खत्म हो जाएगी। स्किल्स अपने आप को हील कर रहे हैं। मैक्सी गलत टाइम पे उन्होंने मूव करा, थोड़ा सा और गए होते तो शायद मौजूद नहीं वो खत्म हो जाते। बट फिलहाल के लिए अबरार वो जरूर एलिमिनेट हो जाएंगे। मैक्सी की बात करें, क्या उनके पास हीलिंग से यानी देखना पड़ेगा। चलिए एक फर्स्ट हिट था, उन्होंने इस्तेमाल करा। स्किल्स एंड मैक्सी 2 प्लेयर बचेंगे यहाँ पे। 3v3v2 का अब जो सिचुएशन है वो यहाँ पे चलता हुआ है। हैदराबाद हाइड्रास थोड़ा सा और चार्ज करने की कोशिश करेंगे, फिनिशर्स निकालने की कोशिश है। पंख वो भी चाहते हैं फिनिशर्स निकालना, तब्दीलियां किसी पसंद नहीं। स्मोक करेंगे, थोड़ा आगे जाने की कोशिश, कामयाबी हासिल करेंगे। मिल सकता है, इसे वापस से आगे जाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। आप देखिए उन्होंने को स्पॉट करा है, डैमेज देने की कोशिश, एक को नॉक किया, बट मैक्सी वो पीछे मौजूद थे और इसी के साथ डाउन किया गया है। शायद वहां पे सेंस से फिनिश हो चुके हैं, नहीं वो देखना पड़ेगा। यस बिल्कुल, और इसी के साथ रेकनिंग की जो स्क्वाड थी वो एलिमिनेट हुई, बट सेंसे वो अभी भी सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं।
ये
बट नेक्स्ट सर्कल आप देखें हैदराबाद हाइड्रास के पास वापस से जाता हुआ।
एग्जैक्टली यहाँ पर ये बिल्कुल सही मौका है टीम हैदराबाद हाइड्रास का कि वो यहाँ पर पुश करने के लिए आए, क्योंकि आप देखिए कि वो फिनिश भी जरूर से रीड करी होगी, उनको पता था कि एक प्लेयर डाउन है। चलिए अब थोड़ी लेट जरूर से हो चुका है क्योंकि रिवाइवल वहां पर एग्जीक्यूट हो चुका है। 3v3 का ये सिनेरियो हमें देखने को मिलेगा। मात्र 4 सेकंड्स का टाइम इट्स बिटवीन टीम हैदराबाद हाइड्रास एंड टीम एक्सो, जहां पोजीशन वाइज टीम हैदराबाद हाइड्रास थोड़ी ज्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग जरूर से नजर आ रही। टीम एक्सो वो स्पोक जरूर से करना चाहेंगे, एक पाथ क्रिएट कर रहे हैं विजन इंपेयरमेंट कर, उसके बाद जोन के अंदर जो एंट्री है वो लेके जाएंगे। बट अभी भी हैदराबाद हाइड्रास उनकी पोजीशन बहुत ज्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग हमें देखने को मिली। लेट्स सी कि क्या हैदराबाद हाइड्रास जो है बैक टू बैक चिकन डिनर इन मीरामार लेकर के जा पाएंगे नहीं। वही टीम एक्सो की बात करें, ये चिकन डिनर उनके लिए बहुत ही ज्यादा जरूरी है, क्योंकि हमने पहले देखा था अमेजी की जब पहले पायदान की बात आती तो टीम एक्सो का नाम भी प्रबल दावेदारी में रहता था। बट अभी के लिए टीम एक्सो के प्लेयर थोड़ा ओपन में आएंगे, स्मोक का कवर जरूर से रहने वाला है, प्रेडिक्टेड स्पेस जाएंगे। सेंसे बहुत ही ज्यादा लो ऑन एचपी कैरी जो है वो भी यहाँ पर प्रेस देते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। और आप देखिए किसी को कुछ नहीं मालूम कि खिलाड़ी कहाँ है, बट यहाँ पर प्रेडिक्टिव स्पेस हर तरफ दिए।
आप सेंसे को देखिए, उन्होंने अपने आप को हील भी कर लिया। सेंसे डाउन हो जाएगा, इमॉर्टल एचपी बहुत ज्यादा कम, वहां पे स्मोक खत्म होता हुआ। पंख की बात करी जाए, चले एक प्लेयर को रिवाइव वहां पे नॉक जरूर किया गया, पंख अकेले बचे थे।
बाकी की टीम जो ऑलरेडी रोटेट कर चुकी है वो वहां पर मौजूद है। मीनवाइल टीएसएम की अगर हम बात करें, ब्लेज वीकन लेके बिल्कुल ओपन पे जा रहे थे हैदराबाद हाइड्रास के। मैंटी ओपी ने उनको वहां पर पनिश किया, जो फिनिश है वो भी मेरे ख्याल से इजीली यहां पर सिक्योर किया जा सकता है। बट आप अभी भी देखिए प्रिजन के इलाके में टीम एनिग्मा टीएसजी अभी तक फाइट कर रहे हैं। मेरे ख्याल से अगर वहां से वो रोटेशन करना स्टार्ट करे तो वो एक बहुत अच्छा ऑप्शन जरूर से रह सकता है। बट हैदराबाद हाइड्रास के एज ब्लैक वो काफी ज्यादा करीब आ चुके हैं। ये ग्रेनेड टीएसएम को बहुत ही ज्यादा नुकसान पहुंचा सकता है। इनफैक्ट वहां पे निंजा जो डाउन हो जाएंगे, शैडो की पोजीशन ऑलरेडी एंड शैडो भी यहाँ पर डाउन होते नजर आएंगे। टीएसएम अभी के लिए मेरे ख्याल से वो जो इरांगल की उनकी स्ट्रीक चल रही थी, पहली टीम बनते हुए जो एलिमिनेट होंगे इस मैच। रेकनिंग के स्किल्स जो वो डाउन हो जाएंगे, लेकिन अब टीम रेकनिंग वर्सेस टीम टैक्टिकल एक बिल्कुल सामने सामने की जो फाइट है वो हमें देखने को मिलती हुई। ये एरिया बहुत ज्यादा क्रूशियल रहने वाला है। एक अच्छा ग्रेनेड टैक्टिकल की पूरी जो स्ट्रैटेजी है उसको बिगाड़ सकता है, और वो ग्रेनेड आएगा भी, हिटमैन डाउन हो गए। आप देखिए वो डिप का रीजन वहां पर मौजूद है। एक दो ग्रेनेड और अगर ठिकाने पे आते हैं फिर टैक्टिकल का बच पाना बहुत मुश्किल रहेगा। मवी द मैन विद द गोल्डन आर्म जाएंगे वहां पर, एक और नॉक निकाला ग्रेनेड के थ्रू। लेकिन अब ये जो थ्रोएबल्स का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है टीम रेकनिंग की साइड से, टीम टैक्टिकल पूरी तरीके से घेर चुके हैं। लेकिन मीनवाइल एक खिलाड़ी डाउन हो गए टीम रेकनिंग के, पीछे तो स्प्रेज आएंगे। और अब मैक्सी ओपी इज द लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग विद दैट ग्रेनेड। क्या ये कनेक्शन बना सकता है, वो एक देखने वाली बात, लेकिन नहीं। और अब मैक्सी का यहाँ पर बच पाना भी बहुत मुश्किल।
आखिरी प्लेयर मैक्सी बचे, उनके सामने 4 प्लेयर्स नजर आ रहे हैं और मैक्सी के लिए यहाँ पर ये फाइट निकालना बहुत ही ज्यादा मुश्किल नहीं, नामुमकिन नजर आएगा। और पहली बार टैक्टिकल को हम देख रहे हैं, वन द मोस्ट फिनिशेस उनके हिस्से में।
Hello and welcome once again to the iQOO BATTLEGROUNDS Mobile India Series 2021. Now, of course, this is the grand finals. It is day 2. My name is Angad the Experiment Chehal, and I always say that this man is a bit pious. Well, today I'm going to call him Pandit Sparrow because he's the one who's joining me today. Let me say one thing. That jacket looks toit.
Well, thank you so much for the lovely introduction, XP. And yes, maybe I'm the lucky figure for a lot of teams. Maybe I'm not. But at this point of time, I have to say, grand finals. I'm feeling good.
It's feeling good. We all are feeling good. In fact, if you're lucky, then I guess I'm the black swan over here for everyone. But again, that's all jokes aside. Again, welcome to the Battlegrounds BGIS 2021. Again, day one has been an amazing affair. Actually, it's been a dominating affair. Actually, it's been more like a godlike affair because, well, one team pretty much ran away with the entire show.
Well, GodLike, they came, they conquered day one. That is for sure. I mean, there is no doubt. No one is doubting them. But, about performances, I think I have something that is performing better than GodLike, and that is going to be iQOO 9 series.
Of course, we are talking about the iQOO 9 series. I have in my hands the iQOO 9 Pro. He has the iQOO 9. And of course, if you all watching at home want a chance to win one of these bad boys and unleash that monster inside, well, all you have to do is search for iQOO 9 on the internet, go to the website, click on this one simple button that says notify me, and well, looks like if you are the lucky one, you will be notified that you are the proud owner of a new iQOO 9 series. But of course, we love talking about this device. We know that it is packed full of features, but don't take our word for it. In fact, let's do one thing. Let's have a word from the official smartphone sponsor for BGIS 2021. Well, there you have it. Like I said, packed full of features. And, I like the fact that it is going to be coming soon, which means by the end of this tournament, all of you can get your hands on these bad boys as well. And I think I like the fact that we are testing all these things out. But let me tell you something. Oh, boy, if you want to get the best gaming experience, well, this phone is definitely for you.
Well, with Snapdragon 8 Generation 1, this phone does not lag even one bit. I mean, apparently, it is India's fastest processor.
Not apparently, buddy. It actually is India's fastest processor, 8th Gen 1. And of course, that 120-watt flash charge means that you go from a 0 to 100 real quick. And exactly how quick is that?
18 minutes.
Boom. And you can do it even better. If you want to charge up to 50%, all it takes is 6 minutes of your precious time, and boom, you can get another game of BGMI in. Now, with that out of the way, we are talking about BGMI. Oh boy, day two. Now, we all have some speculations. I'm sure all the viewers watching as well, they're like, is GodLike going to run away with the show once again? Or are some other big dogs going to come in and close that gap between the #1 spot?
Look, we all love the aggression of Team GodLike, but I have to say, TSM versus GodLike, that rivalry yesterday was flawless. I would love to see it again and again and again, but at this point of time, I would like to mention one thing, XP. All these teams, who were not able to perform well yesterday, they have to target GodLike and TSM somehow.
Well, they might just do that, but again, let's just find out what all this fighting is about, because it does involve a lot of zeros, it involves a lot of moolah, and of course, it is going to be a whopping 1 crore rupees. That is the total prize pool, half of which the first place position walks away with in their hands.
Well, absolutely. If you come second, you're going to get 25 lakh rupees. If you come third, you're going to get 10 lakh rupees. But alongside that, there are a lot of smaller prizes as well. I say them, I say that they are small, but they're not small at all. If you become MVP of the tournament, you are going to get 1 lakh rupees.
Well, Spero, judging by how much you get paid, I guess this is going to be a small number for you. But of course, the MVP walks away with 1 lakh. The Lone Ranger, the Rampage Freak, most finishes by a squad, and the Redeemer all get 50,000 big ones in their pockets.
Absolutely. These prizes are just amazing, but these titles are going to be legendary. Whoever is going to win these titles are going to be super happy.
You talked about legendary. Let's have a look and see how all this money could be won, because, well, the aim of the game is to make sure you have as many points for yourselves. Of course, if you finish first, you get 15. You finish second, you get 12, and you get the gist of how things are going to work. Now, the important thing is each finish equals 1 point, and again, at the end of the day, we talk about consistency. There also needs to be a little balance between finishes and position points.
Well, it's all about the balance. moments, if you can manage to get some decent position points and you can get some finish points, you are going to be the champion one day. And that day is going to happen in 2 days.
Oh, buddy, I mean, I can't really even wait right now because that day is going to be just a bit too quick. But before that, let me just remind you as to which all teams are going to be battling it out in the battlegrounds below, because meet your finalists. Starting off, we have Team XO, Skylightz Gaming, GodLike Esports, OR Esports, TSM, Hyderabad Hydras, Enigma Gaming, and Team Xbox.
Well, talking about Team Xbox, I think some spark was missing yesterday. I mean, I still remember semifinals. So you motivated them a lot, XP, and after that, they managed to make a comeback. I mean, today could be that day. But talking about other teams, we have UDog India, Recknoning Esports, R Esports, the Supari Gang, Revanant Esports, Altered Esports, Tactical Esports, and the 7C Esports. Now then, this is going to be so important for all these teams because, after today, 50% of the finals would be over and they have to come back.
They would be, and I like the fact that we have so many esports. This goes to show that you and I are in the right business after all. And as you mentioned, after today, 50% of the games are going to be done. But let's have a look and see where all the battles are going to be fought, because the schedule is now going to be popping up on your screen. And of course, you already have an idea of how the maps go. But just to refresh your memories, we start off in Erangel, then we have Miramar, Erangel once again, then we visit the tropical island of Sanhok, after which we go back to the deserts of Miramar, and then once again coming back full circle, it's going to be Erangel for match 12.
Well, now these maps are going to be so important because yesterday we witnessed Erangel and TSM dominated in Erangel. We witnessed Miramar and Hyderabad Hydras dominated in Miramar. We witnessed Sanhok, Team GodLike dominated in Sanhok. Well, to be honest, Team GodLike dominated every single one of these maps.
I mean, of course, they did dominate. They did get the chicken dinner in Sanhok, however. And as far as TSM and Hyderabad Hydras are concerned, TSM with 2 chicken dinners to their names, of course, coming in Game 1 and Game 3, both the Erangels. Hyderabad Hydras with 2 chicken dinners for themselves, coming in Game 2 and 5, which, of course, are your Miramars. And then I like the fact that, of course, GodLike won Sanhok, but Tactical Esports, man, they made a tactical comeback, getting that last chicken dinner in Game 6. Now, let's have a look and see how your favorite teams are doing, because the overall standings are coming up. But at the tippity top, we have GodLike Esports with 89 points to their name, 49 of which came via finishes.
Well, in all of BGIS, GodLike managed to win their first chicken dinner, and boy oh boy, what a time to do that in the grand finale. Meanwhile, talking about their total finishes, I mean, that's a big number, right? XP 49 finishes in one day.
I mean, if you have a look at second place, it is more than double that. But of course, TSM are going to try and close the gap in the 4th position with 28 finishes for themselves and 61 total points on the chart. Now, Skylightz Gaming, they are going to be in the 3rd position. Again, a last couple of good games coming in from them, which made sure that they did climb higher on the leaderboard. But the thing is, at this stage, of course, it is for pride and the glory of walking away with that beautiful trophy. But again, a lot of money is on the line. And if we talk about, well, the second half of this table, these teams, they might just do something, because as you mentioned, Sparrow, today is a different day. It's a new day. It's a new dawn. And we might just see our esports, in fact, come onto the other page.
Well, it was not a great day for our esports yesterday, but today I think they are going to come all guns blazing, and to be honest, they have to do that if they want to get some points. Meanwhile, number 15 we have the Supari Gang with 18 total points to their name. Number 14 we got Team Xbox. Now XP, I mean, they're always the comeback kings, right? They always want to make a comeback story, but are they going to do that? That is going to be the big question. Meanwhile, number 13 we have UDog India with a total of 28 points. At number 12 we see Tactical Esports. Last game of yesterday, it was just amazing. Their tactical awareness to get in the zone, get the chicken was good.
Well, just to remind you, Tactical Esports before the last game were in fact in the 16th position themselves, which means, well, one good game can literally change your fate, and the tables could be turned. That is, of course, part and parcel of the game. You win some and you lose some. Now, before we actually jump into all the action, it is going to be Erangel. What are we expecting today?
Well, one thing is for sure, we are not expecting any drop clashes. The teams are going to be calmed down. They are going to relax for a little bit. They try to loot a little. Then I think Erangel is a devilish map. It's turning out to be a devilish map. I mean, look at the zones in this tournament. These zones are crazy.
I mean, yesterday as well, if you were paying attention, if you did join us, well, I mean, you should have joined us. I'm sure all of you watching did see all that carnage, all that action in Erangel. Man, the circles were playing spoilsport, because we all assumed here in the studios, in fact, the Hindi studio as well, that, the circle is going going to shift down south, and now Tactical, like you said, they made a tactical move, right? They were on the main island, but had it shifted, again, coulda, woulda, shoulda, ifs and buts, looks like it was their day to win that final chicken in Erangel.
Look, you called me a priest, and there's a reason why I'm dressed like this. I'm on the Erangel. Erangel is a devilish map, and I want to make sure that the devil is caged now, because I want the zone to be a normal one this time.
Are you going to purge out all the evil
I'm
from
going to purge
Erangel
everything.
right now? Am I going to be in the hit list as well? Because apparently I'm darkness over here. But again, that is all fun banter over here from us. And let's see if your piety can do something in Erangel. Let me just see that again. How was that? Oh, so that's how you do it, huh? I guess I need to get myself one of those jackets, and maybe I just might be a bit more pious as well. But again, that is for a different day. Now, before we jump in, once again, all the teams are pretty much ready. I do have a look at the other monitor. The game is going to be underway sooner rather than later. And it's going to be chaotic because, yes, there might not be any drop clashes, but now maybe, just maybe, someone else might drop down in Yasnaya just to challenge the gods themselves.
I mean, they have to do that, right? I mean, GodLike, they have an enormous lead right now. And if you want to win the tournament, what you have to do? You have to take out the champions. You have to take out number 1, number 2, number 3, and all these teams who are at the bottom of the table. Now is their time to shine.
Well, looks like it is going to be their time to shine. And, talking about shining, I love the fact that all of you do love watching it over here. But make sure you do one thing. Hit that subscribe button and hit that notification bell because, every single time we do come live, you are going to get the notifications. And speaking of milestones, I do believe we are going to hit the big 5 mil on YouTube. So why not be a part of it?
Well, absolutely. I mean, this is going to be a beautiful journey. And I have to say, so far, it was just amazing. But Grand Finals is upon us. And these teams are going to try everything they have if they want to win.
Well, of course, if they want to win, they have to give it their best. And before all the death and destruction breaks out in Erangel, before that hot blood is dripping from all those bodies, let's just appreciate the green, luscious fields once more. And, let's see if you can identify where your favorite teams are going to drop.
Well, of course, I mean, this is kind of a different thing, right? I mean, we are telling everyone where the teams are going to drop. What if they are going to drop somewhere else? What if they are going to fight it out for everything?
If they've been paying attention, if the teams did their homework, they went back yesterday and they were like, oh, wait a second. I mean, normally, yes, I mean, if people do their homework, they are going to know where we drop. But now,
we are telling everyone.
Now with these graphics, we're trying to make things interesting. In fact, you know what this does? This kind of forces teams to change things up. It forces them to keep the enemy guessing. And, you said no drop clashes. Buddy, we just might see a few today.
Well, if you ask me, it's just day number 2, right? We still have 2 more days to go. A lot of games are still remaining. So today might be a decent day. Today they might come. They might target a couple of top teams. But, before that, they would love to have some decent loot. They would love to have some decent vehicles in their favor. And they would love to have a decent position in the zone.
Well, before all that, they definitely would love to have a decent plane path as well. Because, all these vehicles are only needed when your drop spot is, far, far away. But for now, as the Revanants are going to be one of the last few teams coming up on our screens in about 5 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be hitting the skies, and there you have it I think we're going to do that just now because the big bird is going to take to the sky, and although we already know where we are flying to, my co-capitan is going to describe it just a bit better.
Well, if you know Erangel, we are flying from Primos going towards all the way towards Lipovka. I mean, it's a great plane path, right, XP? I mean, all the main positions in Erangel are under control. You can glide till the military base, you can glide to Novorip, Milta Power, Milta, Shelter, Prison, Lipovka, Mansion, School, Pochinki. All these important areas are under control.
They are going to be in jumping distance indeed, but the thing is, we do know 3 teams love heading up north towards Georgopol and the surrounding areas. Now, before that, let me just go over the overall rankings in Erangel once again, because for now, it has been TSM that have been dictating the terms. However, GodLike Esports, oh boy, they are coming so close to take that throne away from the Kings. And as far as GodLike is concerned, well, when you have Neo with the maximum finishes in this map, looks like he just might be hungry for more today.
Look, one exciting thing about Team X-Park is, even though they are bottom of the table, they are in bottom 3 if I'm not wrong, but look at Mavi. He got 8 finishes in Erangel, so that shows that Mavi is in form, and if your IGL is in form, he can get a lot of points. He must be feeling good. He must be brimming with confidence, and that literally helps the team.
Let me be honest, it wasn't really the case as far as the semi-finals go because, we had Scout performing, we had Guild performing, but again, it is just day 1 and they still have a lot of matches in hand. And speaking of the circle, well, teams are going to be happy, but oh boy, the Kings themselves have come under a little bit of oppression as Maxi, is trying to run over
What?
Shadow over here. Shadow unfortunately has no shadows to lurk in. Oh,
Whoa.
he jumps over the buggy. That is what you call perfect timing and preemptive timing. But oh, finally, is he going to be caught? Wait a second.
What?
Here comes the cavalry. Blaze is going to be nearby, and looks like Shadow is going to live to fight another day. Boy, oh boy, Maxi, did he try his best.
I still can't believe it. How is he still surviving? But they are chasing him. They are chasing him with a buggy, and I think Maxi got a vehicle and he got a gun as well.
Skrills definitely has a weapon.
Well, he got the weapon. He is chasing them, but not anymore, it seems. You know, I still can't believe it. How Shadow managed to survive this fight is incredible. I mean,
Ninja
this clearly shows the desperation is there. This clearly shows the will is there. The will to survive is everything for these teams and TSM. I mean, I think they can easily go towards their areas if they don't mess up with Reckoning anymore.
Luckily for TSM, looked like Hyderabad Hydras weren't too far off, as a result of which, well, Reckoning Esports, they did finally have to back down. Now the thing is, it is going to be a race for Georgia Paul, and for now, it definitely seems like TSM are going to be in the lead. But keep in mind, Hyderabad Hydras, they love heading towards the north of the city, which means they are going to go possibly a little bit from the right of that massive mountain that seems to be there, and they might just in fact collide with Reckoning Esports sooner rather than later.
Look, the thing is, it is going to be so important for these teams to drop at their normal position, but let's have an instant replay. Let's look and realize how Shadow managed to survive that. I mean, look at those jumps there. It's just immaculate. The way this guy survived that fight was just amazing.
Skrills had some other ideas because he did have a pistol, and if one of those shots connected, well, it could have been all over for Shadow, but luckily for him, his teammate was on standby and they blazed a path to glory for now. But on the other hand, we do have a look. Reckoning Esports still on the move as they are trying to traverse towards, well, northern Georgia. But have a look at that. We do have Hyderabad Hydras coming in as well. Now elsewhere, if I do have a look at the map, no collisions off now, but Skylightz Gaming once again with Pochinki all to themselves.
Well, it's a beautiful place. They're going to get a lot of loot out of Pochinki. Skylightz Gaming, if you talk about their players, they have Somraj, Pukar, Gamlapoy, and Destro. With Destro having that UMP and a total of 65 points they got out of yesterday XP. I mean, this is a new day. They are already in top 5. It was a great semi-finals for them. They came at rank 2 position, if I'm not wrong, but grand finals, they would love to go for the gold.
Oh, absolutely. Everyone is going to have that aim. And, you know, speaking of Skylightz Gaming, they were leading the pack up until the last day. That is when, well, they were dethroned. And although that is not going to be a worry as of right now, 42 position points isn't bad after all. But the Finnish department could maybe a little better because, again, we know them as an aggressive team, but I guess they are just waiting for the right moment and for the right chance. But over here, GodLike, well, they have no opposition at all.
Well, it's Yasnaya. It is Yasnaya. I mean, they're going to get a lot of loot, and I have to say, it's all about getting a decent spot, right? I mean, if your drop location is good, if you're going to get decent amount of loot early on in the game, that is going to be just fantastic, right? I mean, you're going to get an advantage against your opponent who might not have that kind of loot. I mean, imagine GodLike. They are having a beautiful loot. They're having 89 total points to the name. They're brimming with confidence. But let's pit two teams. Like, let's pit GodLike against someone like Tactical Esports. I mean, they're not feeling confident. They got the chicken dinner though, but they are in bottom 5. I mean, it's always about having that confidence and having that loot early on in the game.
You know, we were talking about momentum yesterday, and then we kind of narrowed it down to that mental momentum. If Tactical Esports, they still have that. If they know that, you know, hey, wait a second, we just won our first chicken dinner. We went up against GodLike. We went up against TSM. We went up against TX. They know they can do it. And you know what? Even the goal could be in sight for them. But now, Hyderabad Hydras, the team on your screens. Double chicken dinners in Miramar. Of course, that is what you would expect. When a team comes out and says, you know what? Miramar is our map, and we are the ones who are going to be dominating everyone else, and then they come and do that. I guess all the other teams are going to sit up and take note.
Look, I won't beat down the bush right now, but the GodLike Esports, Team TSM, Team Hyderabad Hydras, Team Skylightz Gaming as well, they are the hot favorites to win this tournament. The way they are playing, the way they are just taking their opponents down one by one. I think they are feeling good, and today if they can get some decent points, I think they are in the contention to win this tournament.
Well, they are going to feel good. Unfortunately, no fish in the sea right now, if you catch my gist over here. But again, you know, I like the fact that the circle is pretty neutral as far as all the teams are concerned. And there you have it, the TSM stats up on your screens for you all to see right now. 61 total points coming in, and you know, as far as position points go, let's be honest, 30 of those position points came from those 2 chicken dinners, right? That means in the remaining 4 games, they only had 3 points from placement.
Look, it's all about consistency, right? I mean, you need to get points in every single one of these games. But let's talk about Team Xbox now. Of course, we know yesterday was not a great day for them, but it's all about the comeback story for them. I mean, they can make a comeback really soon. Yesterday, they managed to get only 22 total points, out of which 4 were position points, 18 were finishes. And I think they need to get some more position points. I think they need to get some decent position in the zone. And if they can do that, it is going to help them a lot because they are getting those finishes. I mean, of course, these players are really good. They're really talented. They know how to take out their opponents. The teamwork is strong as well. The only problem with Team Xbox right now is they are not able to get into the zone.
Well, looks like if they want to get into Zone A, maybe the BGMI gods have to favor them and pretty much just put the zone right on their heads. That is going to solve that problem altogether. But for now, if you have a look at the circle, no clashes thus far. But again, as teams are going to get closer to one another, oh boy, that is where all the action begins. And I want to see something happen in Pochinki. It has been way too long that I've seen a fight break out in Pochinki. And speaking of fights, looks like we just might see something happen near the farm because, well, Tactical Esports, they have the sights set on 7C Esports.
Look, all these rising star teams, they need to figure out their way, how they are going to beat the opponents. They have to contain the pressure and they have to take out their opponents one by one. Tactical Esports, their USP has always been their rotations. They're always in the zone. They're always looking to find a decent place. If all 4 of their players are inside the zone and the zone is on them, I think they can win as well.
They could win indeed. Again, the zone definitely plays a major part. But again, it all depends on whether you are, that mental acuity is there, whether you are feeling good, whether you're feeling confident, whether the shakes are under control, or every single thing does come into effect. But for now, 7C Esports, they do have a good place in the circle. Again, it is pretty central-ish, and you've got to keep one thing in mind. In case the circle does move to the south or the north, they still have a few options at hand. Elsewhere, if you have a look at all the teams, only one is going to be braving the blue. Well, make that 2 because Old Hood Esports just joined Hyderabad Hydras. But for now, the circle should have a bit of a northwestern push to it. Maybe the hospital could be in play, maybe Pochinki, maybe Rozhok, or maybe all these places all at once.
Well, I agree with you. I think this is going to be a northern shift coming in this zone, and I think it's not going to be. It's not the northern one; it's the eastern one, it seems. And the Pochinki, yes, it is in the zone, and a lot of teams are in the zone.
And keep an eye out on Skylightz Gaming. Now, of course, they have Pochinki, but they love getting up on Potato Hill and trying and raining down death and destruction on all that come around. It looks like that is the memo that they are going to be doing right now as well. Elsewhere, Enigma Gaming, they do have a few compounds to themselves, and for now, it's all going to be a scouting mission. They're going to try and make sure they ascertain as much info as they can, and if they see a few vehicles moving in the distance, well, chances are they just might let loose a few bullets, because for now, oh boy, as we are approaching the 10-minute mark, not a single shot has been fired, although we did almost see one, coming out from that 9mm pistol. However, looks like Reckoning Esports, they did hold their nerve at that time, and again, a slow start to the game.
I was just looking at the POV of Enigma Avi, and these guys are talking, these guys are communicating, even though they're not getting covered by anyone. They're still communicating, they're still talking with each other, which is a great thing, right? I mean, no one is near them, but they're still making some plans, which is a wonderful thing for them.
Speaking of people near one another, we might just switch our attention to Skylightz Gaming, because boy, oh boy, a couple of teams are heading in their way with intent to finish them, because Stormraj is already under fire, and it looks like it is OR Esports who are doing all the shooting, because, well, Pokar is going to make sure that he suppresses the enemies in turn. Now, Pokar, they do have a good position on this hill over here. In fact, if you have a look at your mini-maps, they have kind of given up the summit of Potato Hill. In fact, another team is going to be moving in, and that team are the boys from the Supari gang. Now, sooner or later, some fighting might break out, but the question is when, because looks like OR Esports, they are going to back away and head to the apartments once again.
Well, Potato Hill is a dangerous place, XP, I have to say. I mean, this is the place where a lot of teams are going to rotate from. You have to be ready for some action, and yes, the action is going to start, because GodLike Gaming, I think GodLike Esports, they are too close to Enigma Gaming, and yes, they're going to fight. It's all about the first knock. If they can get the first knock, we know how aggressive GodLike could be.
I mean, yeah, they could wait for the first knock, but of course, if they do suppress the opposition, there you have it. Shots are going to be fired, but now TSG could be coming into play as well, and Daddy does have a good position. If you have a look at his POV, he looks dedicated. He is stern, and well, he might want to dish out a little bit of damage and live up to his name. For now, GodLike, they suddenly realize, hey, wait a second, someone else is close by, and they don't want to be pincered in. They're going to be moving further up the mountain, while it looks like Clutch God is still going to be in his little wizard tower. But the thing is, if he moves, that is where Daddy could lay down some lead in his back.
I was thinking they left a player behind, and I think that's their plan. They're just waiting for their chance to come in. Enigma, if they come out, Clutch God can get the knock in, and then GodLike Gaming, they can come in, they can attack Team Enigma. Meanwhile, they have to be careful about Team TSG and Skylightz Gaming at the same time, because both of these teams are on the Potato Hill.
Now, you can't really see this on your screens right now. Of course, there you have it now. Finally, you are going to see Clutch God making his way to his teammates as well, because it does seem like, you know, they were coming down south, and suddenly they realized, wait a second, we are not in the best of positions. It is way too open. This little flat top mountain is going to be exposing us from every which angle, and they made the right decision. Now, this, Sparrow, is where experience comes in. Now, if you have a look at OR's position, again, perfect timing production, because the circle might just implode in on itself, might be a concentric shift, and GodLike, there you have it. They have kind of moved further up north, which means A, they might take the fight directly to OR Esports, or well, Hyderabad Hydras could bear the brunt of their attack.
Look, it's going to be so hard for a lot of teams to enter the zone now. I mean, look at our Esports, look at Altered Esports, look at Reckoning as well. All these teams are struggling to get into the zone, and they are going to just continue doing that because the edges are full. There's no empty spaces on the edges, and if you want to enter the zone, this is the right time. Meanwhile, Team GodLike, Team Enigma, Team Tactical, all these teams are in their vehicles. Even though they are in the zone, they just want a better position, and that's a great thing.
That is a great thing indeed. Of course, the better the position you have, the more chances of success that will follow. But it looks like shots are being fired. Team Exo Sensei, in fact, is laying down lead in Revanant Esports' direction, as Paradox, well, he is going to make it to safety, and his team is going to be following in his wake. Now, all the teams are coming in closer to one another. And just that I mentioned, Exo Sensei looks like he is going to avert his attention to the boys from Enigma. Now, Enigma, again, you know, we did see GodLike up on the hill just moments ago. They are going to be counting the lucky stars that, you know, it's all good. Nothing's gone wrong right now. For now, all they have to do is wait for the enemy to make a few mistakes.
Well, I love this guy, right? I mean, Exo Sensei, whenever I see him, I mean, he's smiling all the time. There's no pressure on Team Exo, and they are just doing beautifully well right now. Meanwhile, Sensei, he gotta be a little careful. He's alone there. His teammates are a little far away, so if Enigma, they get the knock on Exo Sensei, it's going to be so hard for his teammates to come and revive him. That execution is going to be very costly for them. Meanwhile, talking about Team GodLike, they're there. They are still have a higher ground, and they are looking towards this fight. I think they're looking for the third-party situation.
But the thing is, the moment GodLike Esports, if they do let loose a few bullets, if they do make some commotion, if they do make some noise, the thing is, Hyderabad Hydras are going to be close by. There you have it again. Couldn't have asked for much perfect timing. OR Esports are going to be atop them, and the moment they let loose those bullets, they are going to be attracting all that unwanted attention. I say unwanted, but I'm sure GodLike, they would love that, because this team loves to thrive in chaos, and you know, that might just be their game plan. But for now, they are looking good. Looks like Obi, in fact, is going to be taken down from Clutch God from above, and now let's see if that, well, famous push is going to come in, because GodLike Esports, again, although they are in prime position, they know that there are a couple of teams lurking nearby, even down below where Enigma are.
Well, they love attention, don't they? I mean, they just got the knock there, but I don't think they're going to rush in. They know Hyderabad Hydras is nearby. They know that some other teams would be nearby. You know why? Because 16 teams, 64 players are still surviving, and right now it is 15 minutes on the clock.
I mean, 15 minutes on the clock, ladies and gentlemen, and we haven't had a single... Well, we did have a body drop the floor. However, it was not confirmed, and looks like he is going to be back up on his feet. Now, you did see Jonathan right now shoot to the left of your screens, which means, well, Hyderabad Hydras, they have kind of given their position away, and, well, as far as GodLike are concerned, they are still in the center. However, the circle might just shift a bit to the west, possibly towards the northwest. We might actually see some action breaking out at Potato Hill in the not-so-distant future. Oh my goodness, massive grenades are going to be coming in, and it looks like Old Hood Esports could be in trouble. Crazy, already down on his knees, claws on a sliver of HP, and it looks like Team Xbox are going to be relentless with their grenades. There you have it. Another one comes in. Scout gets one. Gil gets one. And now OH are looking oh so bad. Claws is still alive, but he is on a sliver of HP. Now his position could be given away. There you have the shots on fire. The muzzle fire is going to give away his position. And just like that, in the blink of an eye, Team Xbox have accumulated 3 finishes for themselves.
Look, Team Xbox, they were desperate to enter the zone. I mean, if all the Esports would have just stopped some players. They could have had some decent position there. They could have stopped Team Xbox, but right now the nade parade working in the favor of Team Xbox. They managed to get a decent spot in the zone. Meanwhile, Lord of Esports, they're down to just one man, and Ayush is surviving in a shack nearby.
Well, he is in a shack, and sooner or later he would probably wish that it doesn't become his tomb, because Team Xbox, they definitely know where that last gentleman from Oldhood Esports is. Elsewhere, Tactical Esports, well, they're making a few tactical moves. They are now going to be pinched in between Team EXO at one end, and I do believe Skylightz Gaming at the other. I beg your pardon, Enigma Gaming at the other, which means, a few shots might be fired and a few bodies might hit the floor. For now, although all the teams are still, the majority of the teams are still outside the circle, they are going to be coming in. We just might have a clash up at Potato Hill because TSG are too close to TSM for comfort, and well, Skylightz Gaming are going to be nearby as well. In fact, I do believe shots are being fired, but this is going to be XO letting loose on our esports.
Great stuff coming in from TSG. They managed to enter the zone in front of Skylightz Gaming and TSM, and now they can gatekeep both of these teams, but they have to be careful. Both of these teams are hungry for some finishes. Meanwhile, Supari with a beautiful knock on our esports hero. I think that is going to be important with a good nade coming in from Ninja Jord. He is getting pushed by Skylightz Gaming, and it's not going to be easy. If he wants to survive, he has to do something. But right now, Team Skylightz Gaming, they are relentless.
Well, Ninja isn't going to be doing any ninjutsu just yet because he has been taken out, and now TSG are going to be moving in on their location. Looks like Aquanauts, in fact, is going to be blown to smithereens, and now this is where the retaliation comes in. Blaze know where the enemy is, but unfortunately for them, they are going to be shot at from every single direction. Shadow, in fact, is going to be taken out. There you have it, a massive explosion just took place, ladies and gentlemen, and with that, Krish, the superhero that we all needed, that we all want, is going to make sure that TSM are eliminated in the 16th position. Sans any points elsewhere. Team Xbox are going to be moving in on our esports, and looks like Jadu, well, that magic is going to fizzle out because 7C Esports have the same idea. Now Rockstar is the last man standing for his team. Oh my goodness, long grenades coming in. In fact, that is ambitious. The second one might just be good, but now Spray God, he's had enough. He's going to come in for the finish. There you have it. Looks like that is all she wrote, as in the 15th position with one more boom. Our esports are out, and now it's going to be 7C up against Team Xbox.
Well, the best thing about this fight is all the aggressive teams are looking good. I mean, all those teams who are trying to hold a position are not doing well. I mean, talk about our esports, talk about older esports. Both these teams lost a lot of players. Meanwhile, talking about Team Reckoning, now they are on the back foot as well. They're holding a little chat there, and they are struggling. I mean, he's shooting them to a crack.
Oh, he's done?
What? Who got them?
Team EXO, they got him with that little bit of fire over there. Looks like one of his teammates made sure that he did find a little gap in all that woodwork, and well, another one bites the dust. Reckoning Esports, ladies and gentlemen, out in the 14th position without any points as well. Now again, it does seem like as every single team is coming close to one another, they are going to topple over like dominoes. And Tactical Esports, boy, with 2 finishes, they are looking strong. And have a look at the circle. It is going to be gifting them once again. We just might see a back-to-back chicken dinner after all.
Now, not a good start for TSM, not a great start for Team Reckoning as well. They need to make sure that they make a comeback. Meanwhile, talking about 7C Esports, they're on the back foot as well. Team Xbox, they looked aggressive today. They managed to enter the zone with beautiful precision. Those nades were actually quite immaculate. Meanwhile, TSG, they're on the back foot as well. Skylightz Gaming, they're looking aggressive today.
They are looking aggressive, and speaking of immaculate nades, looks like Gamla Boy is going to do the same with his grenade that he did throughout the enemy. And now Krish, although he is down the shack, I like the fact they are showing some restraint. They know that if they go across the other side, they could be taken out, but have a look at that SDR moving in. Somraj is going to go with 2 kills. Somraj shoots. Somraj connects, and Somraj is going to make sure the opposition is brought down. In fact, both members of TSG are going to be brought down, which means, well, the Supari gang are now going to be survived by just one man, as Nickel has fallen down. And elsewhere, HH coming to fire as the IGL Ace Black is going to be brought down. And there you have it, Gamla Boy finally putting the final nail in the coffin for Krish.
Meanwhile, he got to be careful. His buggy is fuming at this point of time, and he needs to smoke it at right now. Meanwhile, Team GodLike, they want to enter the zone. It's not going to be easy. Team Exo Sensei, I was talking about it, right? I mean, Exo Sensei, he was separated from his team, and yes, he got taken out. Not only he got knocked, he got finished by Team UDog India. Now UDog India, with 3 players still surviving, they managed to find a decent place in the zone.
They did manage to find a decent zone, and just to remind you, Mystic is going to be replacing Rambo. That I'm going to come to that in about a few more seconds, because GodLike are taking the fight to our esports after all. Now Neo is going to be low on HP, and I do believe they've already lost 2 members, which means this is going to be a massive fight for them. Jonathan, oh my goodness, his position is given away. Bullets are flying his way, and well, grenades are going off in every which direction. He needs to make sure he deploys enough smoke. He needs to make sure he obscures the vision of the enemies, and for now, he is going to be a lucky man, because, well, the enemies might just think that anyone over there has been done and dusted with. But there you have it, a massive grenade comes in, it goes boom, and Evo is going to make sure that Jonathan is going to be brought down to his bloody knees. Now, if OR Esports are keeping an eye out on their kill feed, they know that they only have one man to contend with, and that man is Zegod. But the thing is, he is way far away. He, in fact, is on the hill. He is still outside the circle. In fact, he could knife them in the back.
Well, now I wonder how Zegod is going to rack up those points, but meanwhile, OR Esports off to a brilliant start. They had to get their first finish, though. Meanwhile, Tactical Clutch, he managed to get the knock on Skylightz Gaming. Skylightz Gaming there on the back foot. Rex is also getting the better of Skylightz Gaming Destro, and a single nade could be the end for Skylightz Gaming, and the nade might come in. Team X-Park, they're smoking at this point of time. They want to enter the zone.
Oh!
I just want to see if the nade is going to come in. The nade came in. The nade is there. The nade will knock one guy, but two of these players are still managing to survive.
Lucky for them, they still have two members up on their feet, and now Marvi is going to be lobbing in some fire. He's going to lob in some heat. He wants to heat things up. Question is someone going to burn? Yes, Pokar does get caught by that, and the play zone, in fact, is now going to do a tremendous amount of damage as well. Oh boy, if only he was a little bit towards the inside, only if he was in the shack. But again, when you are on fire, well, you can't really do much. Now Marvi is going to move in. Gumla Boy is going to be first in the line of defense. Marvi shoots, Gumla Boy shoots, and in fact, Gumla Boy gets taken down. Now Sarmaj is the last man, but before Marvi could do something, the play zone, the 17th team, ladies and gentlemen, comes in and snuffs his life out. Elsewhere, Tactical Esports, finally their position comes into fire as Daddy and in fact UDog are going to be bombarding them with grenades of their own.
Meanwhile, they have to be careful. I mean, DSG died in the last chance for his team, and not anymore.
Well,
I mean,
you
the moment I say that, he was done and dusted. UDog India with 3 players still surviving. They are in a decent position. They have a decent compound. I think Team EXO should have had that compound, but Sensei was alone.
They could have done that, but elsewhere looks like the Revanants are now going to be coming into fire. OR Esports, boy, are they looking good, but Wexy could be knocked out. In fact, that grenade could be devastating, and Wexy is going to be taken down. He was caught in the blast radius, and Encore is going to give us maybe another Encore over here, because he is going to be lobbing everything he's got. Aditya, is he going to be caught out? He does take a little bit of damage. That shrapnel ripping through his body, but now it's going to be Austin Bodek. He wants to run over his body, but Aditya gets up. He shoots, rattles off with the Ratata from the AKM, but that grenade could be a bit too close to come, but he gets up, he shoots, he almost gets the knock, but it is going to be Encore once again with a grenade that gets the better of him. Now Austin Bodek is going to be, well, the one of two members standing, because Paradox, well, he was just taken down.
Whoa.
Retaliation coming in, pinpoint precision, ladies and gentlemen. That is what the DP28 is known for, and well, it is on display on our screens now.
Perfect burst coming in from Austin Vortex with a DP. That is the national weapon of Erangel, I have to say. Meanwhile, talking about 7C Esports with only 3 players on their feet and one on his knees. Let's see if they can revive their player. I love the POV of Aladdin.
Oh, it's nice and purple, but looks like he is going to be living up to the 11 days, because he is going to make sure that he does get 2 finishes to his name, and with that, another one is going to bite the dust. Now, 7C Esports are going to be in, well, 4 finishes for themselves, but the credit is going to go to UDog India for that elimination of Team EXO. Team EXO out in the 6th position with 3 finishes. Not a bad outing, but of course, we know they can do better. Now, 7C, they do have 2 members down on the knees. Spray God could be in trouble. In fact, Spray God could be taken out, but for now, Doc, he does lob the grenade. The grenade might just go boom, and the grenade is not going to hit its mark, but he's making sure that the enemy is suppressed, I beg your pardon. But for now, Tactical Esports, man, they look good. They do have 3 finishes for themselves, and if Kid does just come out a little bit, he might just be taken out. Now, elsewhere, we have another fight breaking out, but again, for now, looks like we are going to have a little bit of a truce, as smokes are going to be deployed, and for a little bit, we just might not hear any gunshots. Oh, Tactical Kid, I know what you're trying to do, but if he peeks his head, boy, he could take a bullet right between the eyes.
Now, yesterday we were talking about Tactical, we were talking how confidence would get them through, and today is a great day. The nade would come in, but it was too short. Another nade coming in. Would he be able to get it through the window? That is the question. But right now, I don't think that is going to be the case. And again, another nade would miss its mark. Team Enigma. Right now, they have all 4 of their players still surviving. They are looking good. Meanwhile, Rex with an M249. He is sweating bullets in the smoke. Let's see if he can find some position there.
Now, the thing is, Enigma Esports, Enigma Gaming, I beg your pardon, they definitely have the circle to their advantage, right? They do have the high grounds. In fact, if you have a look at some of the members on your mid-map, they are going to make sure, well, the land right in front of them is going to be secure. Encore over there, oh my goodness, I mean, this is some precision shooting. Of course, it is an M249, not known for its long-distance shooting, but when you do burst, it is going to be better. Now, Tactical are going to come in. They don't know that the floor is on fire. In fact, it is lava, and UDog is going to get one. In fact, Clutch might have been taken out as well, but now they are going to hop, skip, and jump. In fact, they do do get a harm's way. Oh my goodness, Kid on a sliver of HP as Fearless is now going to be going up against the opposition. He rattles off with that AK. In fact, he gets one, and the enemy is right next to him. I wonder if they haven't realized that there you have a Tactical Kid. Oh boy, his position is given away. This fire is going to make him burn, and he is going to be burned to a crisp. There you have the Tactical Kid brought down, and well, we just have one last man standing from Tactical Esports. Looks like this push wasn't as tactical as they had hoped for, because, well, I do believe... Who is the last man standing? We can't really see him on our screens right now, but Enigma, Avi, in the meantime, is going to be unleashing on 7 Seas Prince.
That was magical defending coming in from UDog India. I have to say, this is their fortress, and they are not looking to give it. Well, they are not in the zone. They have to do something. Meanwhile, the last one standing, Tactical Hitman coming in. Joining the party, and UDog India on the back foot now. Meanwhile, Tactical with 2 players still surviving. Now it's their time. How they're going to enter the zone.
Oh my goodness, Enigma Gaming, UDog, I beg your pardon, they actually let them get the revive up. Hitman got his teammate up, and now Fearless could be taken down elsewhere. Austin Bard once again with that DP28 is going to get the better of the opposition. Meanwhile,
Fearless.
Tactical around. Fearless is a man without fear, because he was going up against 2 members, and well, UDog India, woof woof, they are going to eliminate yet another team in the 4th position. We are down to the final 3 teams. Make that, in the blink of an eye, another team is going to fall in. Fearless. Well, 10 finishes for the team, 7 finishes for himself. This man is living up to his name. He has a decent amount of loot, and now he knows where the enemy is. Unfortunately for Encore, the grenade did bounce off, and now Encore is going to be taken down instead.
This guy is showing some next level courage today. Meanwhile, Team
He's made it to
Enigma.
the final 2.
Well, he is in the final 2 now. I am a believer, XP. I believe in clutches, and we have already witnessed some butters. This time he has to do it against Team Enigma. It is going to be a 1v3 altercation. The nade is going to come in. The flash came in. They are rushing in. Fearless, he gotta be ready for some action. And the nade will come in. Rex would get a little damage there, but Fearless, he would get one. Would he be able to get the second one? No, he won't. And Enigma Gaming with a brilliant winner.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. It is no longer a mystery, because Enigma Gaming, they came, they saw, they conquered, and well, they won the first chicken dinner on day 2 of the grand finals. And boy oh boy, what a fight UDog Fearless put up, because man, we do talk about the underdogs. We do talk about, when an animal is cornered, that is when it's most dangerous. And well, Fearless was cornered. He was trapped inside that house, but he defended it till the last moment. In fact, he wiped out all the opposition, goes out, wipes out a few more teams, and gets, well, racks up all those finish points. Amazing start of the game, although the action did begin just a little bit too late for my liking.
Well, to be honest, if you ask me, all these teams who were struggling to enter the zone, it was so hard for a lot of teams to enter the zone. Even GodLike were not able to enter the zone. They were stuck. Gatekeeping scenarios. If you have the zone, you have that advantage. And boy, oh boy, these teams used that advantage beautifully well.
Oh, they did indeed. Now, of course, when you have some concrete to hide behind, it is, of course, a lot easier, to dodge all those bullets. But in case you were a bit late, first of all, make sure you do put your alarms on, because we go live the same time every single day. But don't worry, we have you covered, because the highlights are popping up on your screen. And well, it looks like we did have a few shots fired early. Unfortunately, Skrills did not connect with those bullets. In fact, he did. That is why Shadow was so low on HP.
Well, I can't even believe how Shadow survived that. Kudos to Shadow and his teammates who managed to survive in that situation. Maxi was trying to just run over Shadow.
Shadow needs to be sent to the Olympics for the triple jump, because, well, he hopped, skipped, and jumped his way to victory.
Well, yeah, of course. We are going to witness some esports in the next Asian Games, it seems. Then we'll surely send Shadow if it may be there. But talking about Team Xbox, I love the aggression, to be honest. They were outside the zone. They wanted to enter, and the only way to enter the zone is by taking out your opponents.
Absolutely, but the thing is, when you do lose all your vehicles, that was a bit problematic. Now, as soon as Blaze came over here, he was like, uh-oh, we just made a big oopsie, because from afar, GodLike was showering them with bullets, and then, well, a few of them did catch that vehicle. The vehicle goes boom, and down go the members of TSM.
You know, the best thing there was, he was cooking the nade even before TSM came. So that is the secret. And that is why TSM had no idea that nade is cooking.
That was true, and of course, talking about perfectly cooked nades, Gamla Boy over here with one of his own. And let's keep an eye out on this little skirmish. Now, yes, UDog made quick work of Sensei, which means, they have this compound all for themselves. Elsewhere, GodLike were going up against HH. Hyderabad Hydras were eliminated, but OR, just have a look at this one grenade that is going to be coming in. It is going to be Evo. He is going to lob it. Have a look at that angle. It bounces, and then it bounces right on Jonathan's face. The shrapnel raining down, death and destruction, just ripping his body apart. And, well, that is all she wrote. Even over here, one good grenade. Had it come just a few seconds early, Sparrow, oh boy, we might have seen Mavi wipe out an entire team with one hot potato.
Well, he did it before, right? Yesterday, he managed to finish a team entirely with one single nade. And Mavi, even though he was not able to finish it off, he played well. He tried his level best. Talking about OR Esports, Revanant, I think I love this aggression coming in from Revanant. Meanwhile, OR Esports, they still managed to survive and they still managed to get a lot of points, but those nades were crazy. Again, switch and bait technique coming in the favor of Team Revanant. Austin, he baited Aditya, and that was just amazing.
Just to point it out, each and every man of OR was taken out by a grenade. Each and every person on your screen over there, Wexy, Evo, and Aditya, basically they fell victim to those hot grenades, and now this push comes in. I love the fact that despite that they'd smoke it up, quick thinking on UDog Dark's part to, make sure he deploys some molly in between the smoke, because it is going to be a bit too late for you to realize that, there was any fire on the ground.
That was a 1v4. I mean, I just realized that was a 1v4. He 1v4 tactical all on his own.
Well, that is why Fearless does end up with, I do believe, 8 finishes to himself, so I guess we already know who the iQOO MVP might just be after this little skirmish. And over here, oh my goodness, again, he goes out, and now he is not done. He gets the better of Encore as, the Revenants do fall in the 3rd position, but again, good gameplay coming in, and looks like Fearless definitely living up to his name.
Amazing. That was just magical. The way Fearless just came and the way Fearless just conquered Team Tactical. Meanwhile, the last one starting Fearless, he was still trying to get a 1v3 done, but it was not the case this time around. But what a beautiful performance coming in from Team Enigma. Now, semifinals were great for Team Enigma. They managed to qualify easily, but right now in finals, there's only one goal, right, XP? You want to be number 1.
Well, you want to be number 1, and yes, of course, it was an amazing performance by Enigma Gaming. They do get that chicken dinner, and 8 points from finishes to go along with that. But again, when an entire team gets 8 and then you have one person that gets 8, you can see the disparity. But again, Fearless, boy, did he play his heart out. And UDog India, again, we did kind of see them on the other half of the table, and we were scratching our heads like, how are these boys over here? Looks like they might just get that comeback in today.
Well, I have to say I'm impressed. I am, definitely impressed the way they defended against Team Tactical.
We can tell.
I mean, imagine there are smokes in front of you. You are trying to rush the smokes, but the ground is on fire.
Brilliant.
You don't even know about it.
The ground is lava, my dear friend. And, I'm sure you played it as a kid. I definitely did. And, they were like, oh, it's a bit too late. The moment they step, sizzle pop, and they are on fire. That's what happened. That means 2 of the members. One was brought down on his knees immediately, and one had to go back. Clutch, in fact, had to go back and patch himself up. Now we already know who did win the game. Let's have a look and see how all the other teams did, because, well, the point standing is coming up, and in the number 1 position, Enigma Gaming with 23 points, 8 of which came via finishes.
Meanwhile, UDog India, they also got 23 points with 11 finishes to their name. That was a brilliant performance coming in from UDog India. Now, it's all about consistency. They have to perform just like this in every single one of these matches. And talking about number 3, we have Revanant Esports with 5 finishes to their name. They managed to get a total of 15 points.
They did indeed, and of course, in 4th position, I like the fact that, they are still in the top 4 over here. Tactical Esports with 13 points for themselves, 5 coming from finishes. Now, 7C Esports have 10, Team EXO have 8, and if you go down just a little bit, Team Xbox with 6 points, 5 of which came via finishes. Similar situation with GodLike Esports, 5 points for them. You don't usually see these teams with, single-digit finishes over here.
I mean, that's great, right? I mean, yesterday it was
their
day.
I see what you mean.
Yeah, today it's time to increase the competition now. I mean, all these teams, they are here to play. I mean, if GodLike and TSM are going to run away with the trophy, that's not competition. But these teams, the way they make a comeback, that's great.
Well, we already told you right from the beginning that the competition is going to be razor thin. But for now, let's have a look and see who is going to be standing head and shoulders above everyone else. Of course, it is going to be the Fearless himself. It's Fearless from UDog India who gets the iQOO MVP mantle with 8 finishes to his name.
I mean, imagine qualifying to the grand finals and imagine doing a clutch there, a 1v4 against the best teams in India, against one of the best teams in India, and that is brilliant. With 8 finishes to his name, 1152 damage, 1 assist, 123 healing. That was great. Meanwhile, number 2, we have Revanant Encore with 4 finishes to his name with a damage of 599.
Man, I'll tell you one thing, Encore with his grenades was just relentless, one after the other. I'm pretty sure a few of his finishes, I think 3 of his finishes did come via grenades. But in the 3rd position, we have Gamla Boy from Skylightz Gaming. In 4th, we have Rex, I beg your pardon, from Enigma with 3 finishes to himself. But have a look at that tremendous amount of damage. Now, Enigma, they basically held the fort in the last few circles, right? And everybody wants to topple over the fort if you want to take over that little county. And that is exactly what they did. And of course, Mavi, once again, making a little bit of an impact in the 5th position with 3 finishes. And, just the way we like doing things, we're going to throw a few more facts, a few more figures. 122 grenades were used, but I wonder how many finished people.
Well, 11 managed to find their finishes, and that's a big number, right, XP? Meanwhile, look at that longest finish distance. Godlike Jonathan managing to get a finish there with the 320 meters long. That was good.
Again, they had that bird's eye view. They had that eagle's nest, so to speak, and it was a bit easy for them to, see enemies in the distance. And all they had to do was, in fact, the fact that, they love scouting, right? Keep in mind, Clutch God was ahead at one time, and he was like, you know what? I think I see something down there. Jonathan's like, wait, let me check. He aims down. Oh, you're right. Brrr. And that's it. The person goes down, and that is how this team loves doing all their finishing. But again, that is just game one that has been done and dusted. We have still 5 more games in store for all you lovely viewers, and I can tell you one thing, I might have to lose this time because things are definitely heating up.
Well, it is heating up, and it should be. The competition level is rising. I mean, all those teams who played well yesterday were not able to play well in Erangel. All these teams who were not literally managed to get those points, they came and they got a lot of points now.
They did indeed, and of course, this is just the beginning to all the shenanigans that we are going to witness on day 2, because coming up next, we are going to have the map of Miramar. Again, it's a whole different story because, yes, the terrain is different, the map is bigger, you have a bit more leeway to move around teams. Again, action might just be a bit slower than expected, but all of those things can change. But before we do that, let's do one thing. Let's actually pit 2 players up against one another, and well, we're going to make them face off. Let's see who is going to come out on top, because at one end we do have, I do believe, Gamla Boy from Skylightz Gaming and Onko from Revanant Esports.
I mean, Encore played really well. Those nades were crisp, they were good, 599 damage. A beautiful performance coming in from both these players, I have to say. Meanwhile, Skylightz Gaming, Gamla Boy, with 4 finishes to his name with a damage of 331. That was great.
And, of course, we do see all these individual player stats. Let's actually get a few teams in. In fact, we are going to have a little bit of a woof-woof over here because UDog are going to be going up against Enigma Gaming. Now, Enigma did win the game, did get the chicken dinner. However, Fearless from UDog made sure that they ended up with more finishes. In fact, 11 for UDog and 8 for Enigma.
Well, the only thing that separated them was that chicken dinner coming in from Team Enigma. Otherwise, both teams got 23 points each.
They did get those points each, and let's do one thing better. Let's actually now shine the light on UDog itself, as we are going to put them in the spotlight. Of course, I'm talking about the squad spotlight that's going to be popping up. 11 finishes, 2,075 points of damage, 4 assists, not too shabby, 1 headshot, and an average survival time of almost 24 minutes. I mean, of course, when you do end up as a second team, you are surviving pretty much the same as your winners, aren't you?
Well, you performed well in Erangel. Now it's all about consistency, right, XP? I mean, they have to perform just like this in Miramar, and they have to continue this forward.
I like how you said that. Of course, it is about consistency, but again, like I love saying, it's easier said than done.
Absolutely. I mean, it's not going to be that easy. But if you can do it once, you can do it twice, and if you can do it twice, you might be the champion.
I'll tell you one thing. Speaking of consistency, we did see Tactical Esports end up in the 4th position with 5 finishes to their name. Now, that goes to show that even though they did win that chicken dinner yesterday, they did have a little bit of a push, momentum, maybe a little bit of a mental push as well. And I'm bringing this up because, the previous games, they weren't even in the top 8. They weren't even in the top 10.
I mean, yesterday we talked about it, right, XP? And we talked about momentum when it joins with the confidence. You're going to get some decent performances. And yes, Tactical Esports, they're sticking to their guns. They're focusing on position points first. And when they have the position, then they become a little bit aggressive. I mean, I love the mindset of Tactical. They tried to push UDog India, even though it was not successful, but the mindset was there. The attitude was there.
Just to paint a picture, I am going to talk about momentum in just a few moments, because now let's have a look after, Game 7, how your teams have done, because the overall standings are going to be popping up on your screen, and at the tippity top, once again, they do have a considerable lead, right? So they are still going to hold their mantle. It is going to be GodLike Esports with 94 points, and they're the first to reach that 50 mark as far as finishes are concerned. In fact, 53 finishes to their name.
They still have an enormous lead. They just need to play consistently. I mean, average performances, 10 points per game. I think that would be enough for GodLike, but it's not going to be easy. I'm telling you, it is not going to be that easy.
From an analytical point of view, yes, it's going to be enough. But it's not going to be enough for GodLike, mate, because these both are like, wait a second, Sparrow, what did you say, 10 points?
10 points.
10 points? Come on, buddy. We're going to drop a 30 bomb in the next one. Let's see if that's going to happen, because in second, we have Skylightz Gaming with 72. Third, we have Team EXO moving up the ranks with 68, which means, Hyderabad Hydras are going to have to fall down with just a little bit. with 67 points in the 4th position. Now Enigma, thanks to the lost chicken dinner, are going to be climbing up to the 5th position with 62 points and, well, that one delicious chicken dinner to boot.
Well, I can see 5 teams in 60s, so that shows that the confidence must be there. I mean, these teams have to play well.
Oh, they're
the
going to catch
competition
up.
is going to be amazing. But meanwhile, talking about number 7, we got Revanant Esports with 60 total points. Number 8, UDog India managed to come into top 8. But right now, let's have a look at other teams who need some more points. Number 9, we have OR Esports. Not a great game for them. I mean, they were having a decent position. It was an average game, but they could have done better.
They could have done better. Maybe had they, worked on the finish department a little bit more, they could have racked up a few points because, yeah, the position points, even though it was always, contested at every single point of the game, they, again, could have done a little bit better. But when you have some amazing grenades coming in from the Revenants, well, you can't really do anything, can you?
No, you can't do anything about it, but I think it's all about fighting hard, and these teams are going to fight with everything they got. Number 10, we have All Esports. Now, after yesterday, they were in top 8. Now, they have to do something to get back into that form. They need some points in the next game. Tactical Esports climbing their way into top 11, it seems.
They are going to be in the 11th position. Of course, you can see all the other teams on your screens as, well, we are going to be coming back to the studio for now. Now, I was talking about momentum earlier. And, just to paint a picture, you might have seen a certain movie franchise. Just think of this guy called the Juggernaut. Once he gets moving, oh boy, it is almost impossible to stop him. That is what momentum does in situations like this. Because, again, we keep saying, yes, you do have to have the skills while playing, right? But you also have to have that little calm composure. You have to have that mental side of the game under wraps as well. And once your nerves aren't shaky, once the adrenaline is coursing through your vein, but, you are focused, you are zoned in, anything is possible.
Well, are you saying they have to become like Professor X? If you are saying that, then that's true. Meanwhile, I have to say, XP, these teams, they have achieved a lot already, right? They all are champion,
Of course.
Minuli sir just said. I mean, these all 16 teams are champions, but there's only one true champion, and that is the team that is going to be on top of every single points table.
Just to remind you, he is, of course, quoting Meenu Lee, the head of BATTLEGROUNDS Mobile India. And if you missed any of that, all you have to do is go back to yesterday's stream. And pretty much before, in fact, the moment we came on, we had some lovely words from these distinguished gentlemen. And again, words of wisdom indeed. But yeah, I mean, all of them are champions. In fact, even the semi-finalists, let me be honest, 24 teams out of thousands and thousands of teams making it to that cusp. They are definitely champions, and there's only one person, or rather one organization, to thank for all this. We are talking about the iQOO 9 series for making sure all of this happens, for giving all these players, the whole platform, this major pedestal and this spotlight to shine in.
Absolutely. I mean, I have to say that these devices are just incredible. I mean, can you imagine, a few years ago, I was not able to imagine that my phone would charge to 50% in 6 minutes.
And also a few years ago, you wouldn't imagine holding that in your hands. And if you, in your homes right now, want to hold this bad boy in your hands as well, well, all you have to do is search for iQOO 9, hit the website, and click on that Notify Me bell button. And, well, if you do... if you are the lucky one who does walk away with the iQOO 9, well, I guess, A, we're going to be very jelly, and B, congratulations to you in advance. Now, of course, with the iQOO 9, we will do one thing. We're going to give away a little bit more. You know what we're talking about. It is, of course, all that amazing BGMI merch. And, well, what do you have to do for that, Sparrow?
Well, you have to check the description because you will find a link. Just click on the link, fill in your details, and you might be the lucky winner who's going to get these goodies.
You might just get these goodies. You might get a nice, cool t-shirt because, well, summer is going to be upon us sooner and later. And then, of course, what happens in summer? You need to keep yourself hydrated. So we're going to throw in a bottle just for that as well. And, well, you get the entire package. But now with that, of course, we did mention the iQOO 9 series. I have the Pro. He has the regular one. Let's have a look at the promo once again and the official word from the official sponsor of BGIS 2021.
Yes, man. You ain't seen nothing yet. But that's burning it down, yeah. You ain't seen nothing yet.
iQOO Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Battleground India Series Grand Finals Day number 2. The experiment is out of the room. The experiment is out of the room, and we are also out of experiments to run as I have joined the table. My name is Floki. Joining me for this one is going to be Spiro, or should I say Pandit Spiro?
Well, Spiro would be enough. By the way, thank you so much for the lovely introduction, Floki. And boy, you look good in that suit.
I do. But yeah, I can't believe that we started off the day with two teams both vying for that top spot with 23 points each. It seems like today is indeed the day, no pun intended, of the underdogs.
Well, it's going to be just like that. UDog India would be really happy to see you now. The underdogs are playing well, and Floki is a big supporter of all these rising stars. But talking about these teams, I love the competition. I just want to have a grand finals where every team is just fighting it out, trying to get those points in. And yes, yesterday it was GodLike TSM, but today we started off with beautiful performances from Team Enigma and UDog India.
Absolutely. Today you and Revanant Esports seemed to put on a brave face and perform really, really well. In fact, a lot of the teams who were in the bottom 8 yesterday have found their footing in that first match, but once again, can they keep that momentum going? Because you can have one good game in Erangel, but then all of a sudden when things switch up, you head over to Miramar and you don't, maybe the flight path doesn't favor you, maybe the zone doesn't favor you. It could be that you just lose that momentum and fall flat in your face.
I think that is a $1 million question. Oh, sorry, I have to correct myself. That is the 1 crore rupee question. And yeah, that was very important. It's all about momentum. It's all about getting those points, Floki.
Absolutely.
And then the top team, the team which is going to get the most point is going to be your iQOO BGIS champions. But at the same time, of course, consistency is going to be key. Next, we are going to see a Miramar game. Yesterday, it was Hyderabad Hydras who were playing incredibly well in Miramars.
Now, we have mentioned that Hyderabad Hydras have a very strong performance on Miramar, but what about the other teams in the mix over here? Let's say Hyderabad Hydras are kept aside for a second. Which other teams can we look out for on this map of Miramar?
You know what? I feel Team X-Park can make a really huge impact in Miramar, and I'm just stating facts right here. Team X-Park, the way they are playing, I think they are feeling it. It's just that they're not able to enter the zone. If they find the zone in their favor, the captain is in form. Mavi is racking up a lot of points for his team, for himself as well. And I think if Team X-Park, they can find that spark in them, they're going to play well.
Well, let's see if they can ignite that spark, kindle it into a flame. If they can ignite that spark, kindle it into a flame, and then fan it forward for, the matches to come, as I ran out of efforts to say at the end. One word did spring to my mind, but unfortunately, I don't believe I will be here very longer if I say that. So, without any further ado, let's actually jump straight into Miramar, see what it's all about as we head to the sandy desert dunes of, this beautiful desert map. Once again, lots of high ground, lots of hilly terrain, and lots of places where you can gatekeep the enemy teams from coming in, because once again, those high grounds are right next to the main roads leading from one zone to another.
Well, again, we were talking about rising from the ashes. I think we should not forget, from the ashes, a phoenix shall always be woken up. And I would love to see if these teams are going to rise their phoenix inner beast inside and unleash that monster that they have inside of them. Talking about monsters, I have to say the foxes. I think I would love to see some more really good Reckoning gameplay in this Miramar map.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see if Recknoning Esports can pull off, another chicken dinner. We have seen them perform really, really well on Miramar. I believe they are one of the few teams who actually got 2 chicken dinners in semi-finals on Miramar. I remember at least 2 from their side. So there could have also been more, because I believe Recknoning was the only team to get 3 chicken dinners in the semis, but I could be wrong about that.
Reckoning is a great team on Miramar. Just like Hyderabad Hydras, both these teams thrive under pressure, and Miramar is professional gameplay, right? You need to be aggressive. At the same time, you need to make sure that you play as a team. And to be honest, Reckoning's new IGL Ace Black, I think, is doing a wonderful job with this team.
Absolutely. And speaking of Reckoning, well, that is their drop location along with the side of UDog, and that is where they like to go.
They're not going to have a drop clash, I have to say that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Reckoning Esports actually on the map of Miramar is one of the few teams that have been changing up where they go. Usually they go towards Torre or Humida, but yesterday it seemed that they were instead trying to make their way towards some other parts of the map, trying to go further down towards Minas Generales and near Graveyard, and seeing if they can find some loot for themselves over there. Speaking of which, well, I don't think you have to speculate for much longer where these teams are going to be going, because the flight path should be coming on our screens any moment now as we jump into the game and see where that plane's going to lead us.
Well, talking about the plane path, it is starting near Impala and going towards Minas del Sur. Of course, Miramar is going to be a super important game for Hyderabad Hydras, and that's why Mantiopi, we can see him on our screens. As I was saying, I think this is going to be difficult for a lot of teams who wants to go towards El Pozo, Craterfield, La Cabrera, and pretty much all the areas that you can see on the northern side of the Miramar. Talking about drop clashes, I would love to see some, but yes, you were talking about Recknoning, we were talking about Hyderabad Hydras, and I can see some players of Team Recknoning in the top 6. I can see Abrar at number 5 with 6 finishes to his name. I can see Maxi OP as his fan. I think his fans, they love to call him the Dancing Maxi. I would love to see if we can see some Dancing Maxi, maybe some Muhammad Ali-like stuff coming in from Maxi.
Absolutely. Well, Muhammad Ali did float like a butterfly and sting like a bee.
Was that Bruce Lee?
No, I'm not too sure. I don't quite remember, but I don't think either of them were dancers. However, if we do see them get those finishes, who knows? Maybe a couple of taunts are going to come in. Maybe they do start dancing. You know, maybe they're very, very happy about the fact that they perform well on the map of Miramar. But once again, I did mention that the flight path could be problematic for some of these teams, and it does seem that Recknoning Esports are going to have to go towards their secondary drop location instead. A lot of these teams at the moment are also going to be thinking about how to get to where they want to go, because El Pozo, the drop of Skylightz Gaming as well as TSG, is miles and miles away from the flight path. So yeah, interested to see where the adjustment is going to come from.
A perfect zone for a lot of teams, a very bad zone for a lot of teams as well.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I wonder how OR is going to rotate towards the zone. Meanwhile, TSM versus GodLike, if these two teams are going to fight it out, I just don't want to miss it, because these two Goliaths are crazy powerful. I mean, I would love to see a battle between these two great teams. Meanwhile, today, they are not off to a wonderful start, but Floki, I mean, even if you don't start well, you can end well.
You most certainly can. I mean, I believe they got a total of 5 or 4 points in the last game. I believe one of them came from placements, and yeah, they got 5 points. One from placement and 4 from finishes. So, like you mentioned, not a very good start for GodLike, but yeah, they can turn these situations around if they do sort of take a fresh breath of air, relax, and try and assess the situation at hand once again. Just see what's going on around them and then try to react to it instead of being the ones who always go ahead, right? Because now it seems that teams are expecting GodLike to play aggressively. So if they see a couple of cars in the distance, if they see a couple of players running at them, they automatically assume it could be GodLike.
I mean, let's say it. I mean, still they have an enormous lead in the overall point standing, so they can be comfortable, they can relax a little, and I think today might be the day for a lot of teams. Meanwhile, talking about the zone, it is going to be Team Revanant who are looking to go towards Montenegro. It's a great spot. They're going to get a lot of loot. Meanwhile, I would love to see how Skylightz Gaming is going to reach El Pozo, and yes, they are going to take the western road, and no competition I can see near them.
Absolutely. I mean, El Pozo seems completely empty for the time being. Skylightz Gaming are trying to make their way there with the couple of vehicles that they do have, while TSG will be very, very happy looting Minas del Sul and Val del Mar, as that seems to be where they want to go. But if you can see the zone, once again, it is quite western favored, so it's unlikely that we do end up seeing a lot of clashes happening towards the southern end. In fact, if there's any clashes that's going to happen, it's going to occur all the way towards Graveyard and San Martin, because that is where teams are concentrated. And the eastern part of the current circle is where we could see some fights breaking out, as I see Team X-Park, I see TSM, I see what I believe to be our Esports as well. And I do like the move the Hydras are making. They're going up towards Campo Militar, and then they're going to take the longer way around inside the circle all the way up from the north.
No, I think all the Esports, they are really close to Team X-Park, and the fight can break out any second at this point of time. But I think there are some really good spots in the zone. We just witnessed the zone. I think the mountains of San Martin, the mountains near Craterfields, El Pozo, all these amazing areas are going to be super important. We talked about Team Altered Esports. They were really close to Team X-Park players, but eventually both are safe at this point of time.
Yeah, it does seem that they are safe for the time being, but for how much longer? That's the question, because once again, you split up like this and you're not aware of your surroundings. One stray shot could put you on your feet, and before you know it, your team has been baited into a bad fight. And especially when the zone is a bit more geared towards one particular, in one particular direction of the map, that is towards the west, you don't want to get stuck in that spot where you're taking a fight and you can't really rotate in, and as a result, you're just stuck out there in the blue, not only taking blue damage, but also worrying about the teams closing in, and then, everything just starts falling apart. It's like a house of cards. In the meantime, though, Enigma, they will have a decent time looting around. They've got themselves a lot of good stuff to work with. I see an M249, a level 3 backpack. They've got first aid kits, a couple of bandages to work with as well. And Sagi is more than happy with everything that he's found. I think if Enigma would like, they can maybe start taking up fights if they get themselves into a good spot. However, priority now is going to be to getting even better loot and getting to a really, really good position.
Well, they would love to rack up some points as well. They managed to win a chicken dinner are in Erangel, and now I think Miramar, if they can play decently, if they can even get in top 3, they would be really happy. I mean, it's all about consistency, right, Floki?
Oh, yeah.
It's all about how you're going to rack up those points. Now, after 7 games, they have 62 points overall, and they have 38 coming out from positions, 24 from finishes. They played well eventually.
Yeah, they most certainly did. I mean, 24 finishes, 38 position points. That is a fair amount of damage done by them too. So Enigma, once again, just a team, you know, every single time I see Enigma, this is a statement that comes to mind. You've heard it before as well. It's just that these guys are a team that no matter what situation you put them in, they will always find a way to scratch and claw their way to the top, maybe even get themselves to top 6, and have a lot of placement points as well as finish points to work with. In the meantime, Skylightz Gaming have finally reached El Pozo. You know, they did take those vehicles early on, but it is going to be a very rewarding transition for them because once again, the zone is on them. And it's going to make sure that when it does close in, they have the option of rotating out from multiple different angles. They can go all the way towards San Martin if they want to. There's a road leading towards Monte Nuevo. Could go further up north towards La Cobreria if there is a bit of a hardship going in that direction. So, yeah, being in El Pozo, a big payoff for the side of Skylightz Gaming.
It's a great position, right? They have the zone, they have the advantage, and look at the loot. They're going to have the loot eventually. I mean, right now, Gamla Boy, he got a level 1 helmet, but boy, oh boy, I wonder how many level 3 helmets are there in El Pozo. Meanwhile, talking about OR Esports, off to a decent start. I wouldn't say it's a great start. I wouldn't say it's a bad start. I would say it's a decent start, and OR Esports is a team, I mean, they can rack up a lot of points eventually.
Well, I would disagree, actually. Look at Vexy. He's got level 3 everything. He's got himself a mini 14 to work with. He's got, you know, 2 med kits, 1 first aid kit, 14 bandages, and OR are doing just fine at this moment. I mean, they're all the way in Port
I was just talking about points.
Oh, you're talking about points. Oh, I see. I thought you were talking about loot, and I was a bit more confused. I was like, that does not add up. I was like, how on earth are OR doing poorly? But yeah, you are right. Overall, they are not doing that great. So yeah, I mean, they do need to sort of buck up. But this is the potentially good start that they need to, you know, maybe go ahead and get themselves a chicken dinner. Are they actually going to get that remains a tougher question to answer, and for now, I think it slightly tilts in the favor of no, because their position isn't exactly good, and once again, it is always going to be EXO gatekeeping them when they move through Los Leones.
Well, you know, now they have the habit, right? I mean, it's all about them getting gatekept by a lot of teams. I mean, the zone is not in their favor. I mean, Puerto Perecio is a wonderful place, and, you know, usually the meta was supporting southern zones, but now the meta has changed. The meta is different, and I think they have to travel a lot if they want to enter the zone. Talking about TSM now, we know they are strong, right? I mean, the gunpower with this team is just amazing. But at the same time, it's not always about gunpower, right, Floki? I mean, it's about everything else combined with gunpower if you want to get some points.
It's bronze and brain in tandem with each other. That is when you get the most number of points out of any game, and that is what Enigma seems to have a lot of. And I know I mention them quite often, but they do fancy my attention quite a bit with the way they play. In the meantime, we are going to see a lot of teams just try and get themselves inside the zone, although it is getting a little bit crowded towards Monte Nuevo. And Tactical, in the meantime, are going to be, well, satisfied with their position because they don't really have anyone pushing in from the back just yet, although soon enough there could be action on the cards for them as we have a look at the circle and all the teams moving in. Our Esports going to be the final team to enter the zone from the side of Hacienda del Patron, and once they get there, well, there's going to be GodLike waiting for them right around the corner.
Oh, what a zone that was, Monte Nuevo. I mean, Team Revanant would be dancing right now in their compounds because they have the zone, they have the loot, and they have cover as well, which is going to be super important for them. 7C Esports, even though they are in the zone right now, they are in an open field, they have some really decent mountains, but I can see a couple of these players in their vehicles, and I think they would love to have a decent spot, a better spot maybe.
Yeah, I mean, they could potentially move in towards some of the less crowded areas of the map, although I do agree with what you said, Fry. You know, Skylightz Gaming are in a very good position towards the edge of the circle. They can gatekeep a lot of teams coming in if they would like, and at the same time, they won't have to worry about, you know, getting stabbed in the back while that's going on, because there is no real flank route that allows other teams to close and maybe give Skylightz a run for their money. And even if they do go all the way around from Monte Nuevo, well, they can have other teams to contend with. In In the meantime, I'm not sure where OR are rotating from, but I think they're going
Southern
all the way
side.
around from the south.
Well, absolutely. I mean, I have to say, this is a brilliant position coming in from OR. No one is going to gatekeep them now, and they must be really happy about that. Meanwhile, I was talking about 7C. They were in the open. They were getting into their vehicles. They wanted better spot, and yes, they are looking to get there. Team Enigma, they have the cover, and it's all about the cover, right? Even if you have a really good mountain top or a ridge or a compound, it's all about the positioning of your players, how you are going to cope up with the pressure and how you are going to play as a team. Right now, only OR Esports, they are outside the zone, but not for long. I think they will enter the zone from the southern side, and it's not going to be a big problem from them.
Yeah, they shouldn't face too much resistance like you mentioned earlier, because Valdemar is completely empty, and you can see that even near Chumasera, I mean, there is EXO and UDog in the vicinity, but once again, I don't think OR even wants to go to Chumasera. In fact, they'll be much happier taking the wider side of the road, going all the way from the western side, taking the road that leads towards El Pozo, and holding out on the mountains there, where they've got that high ground advantage in their favor. I do believe they had a couple of DMRs as well, so could be time to put them to use, as a lot of teams near Monte Nuevo and La Trelera, not something that we see very often, because it's not that often that the zone shifts over this area, although we could once again see the zone shift towards the northwest, and that would make the game very interesting. Well, Revanant in the meantime do eye up a couple of members from the side of GodLike. They don't know it's GodLike just yet, but they know that someone is rotating out. And if they've done their homework, they might have an educated guess as to who that is, but Team EXO will lose one of their players at the start, and that is first pick coming in at 11.5 minutes. Once again, a very slow start for the map.
Well, absolutely. I mean, this is a slow start. Team EXO, they lost their IGL Sensei. Team Tactical must be really happy. They got the point there. And if you talk about Team Revanant, I wonder what happened there. I mean, I've never seen GodLike getting into compounds in Miramar. They always prefer mountains, but right now, they enter the compound, and I wonder if they're going to play aggressive, because I feel they're looking to get the chicken now.
Yeah, they are looking to get the chicken. The day didn't start off as well for them as they would have liked, and now they're looking to set things right by doing just that. Tactical, in the meantime, are trying to make sure that they cover all their bases. They've got Wild69 watching one direction, does see a couple of members running around, doesn't exactly know who they are once again, but all that really matters for them right now is holding on to their spot, because they are close to the center, and if they want to hold on to the spot, then they have to be vigilant, because a lot of teams are going to be coming in from different angles, and they rattle off a few shots a bit carelessly. Well, they could be in a world of trouble. Speaking of which, that zone is again going to hard shift towards lateral error. That is going to make for some lot of gatekeeping gameplay, as we see so many teams around the edge of the circle.
I mean, can you imagine how happy OR would be now? Now they have the center of the zone, they rotated towards the southern side, and the zone is favoring them. Meanwhile, Team Reckoning found themselves in the center of the zone as well. UDog India is also there. I mean, UDog India, they impressed a lot of fans in the last game of Erangel. I mean, the way Fearless played, it was fearless, it was amazing, but right now they have the zone, they have to defend their spot with everything they got.
Well, it seems that the BGMI gods also think that the game is quite boring, because we do see an airdrop drop right next to Chumasera, so they're trying to make things interesting by maybe putting an arm in there. I'm very curious to see what that holds. If it's going to be an MG3, I will be a little bit disappointed, but it's been quite a while since we've seen that big boomstick, or rather not really a boomstick, but the big sniper rifle come into the picture. In the meantime, looks like Recknoning Esports, they'll make their move against the side of Revanant, and they will clean up one of their members. Paradox is going to get taken out at the chapel or the church, and Recknoning Esports, well, they add 1 point to their tally for now. However, there are a couple of teams who heard the commotion, and this is where things start getting problematic, because if they don't have vehicles to rotate out, if they don't have a couple of smokes, they could be in a world of trouble, because right around the corner there's UDog India trying to look over them and see if they can find themselves a couple of free picks.
Well, nobody likes to lose a player while rotating towards the zone. I mean, if you lose a player while fighting against a 4v4 situation, that's okay, that's game.
Yeah.
But if you lose a player while rotating, that's really bad for you, and that's what happened with a lot of teams. Meanwhile, right now, Team
Okay,
Xpac, they're
what is
fighting against Team Tactical, and they need to be a little bit careful there.
Yeah, they most certainly do. In the meantime, okay, this could be problematic, as, well, I saw a couple of members from GodLike being knocked down over here. Jonathan caught out in the open, will be taken out by D-Sync. And Z-God also crawling about on his knees. GodLike only have 2 members standing, and in the distance, those are old members coming in. The Supari gang is going to let them know that another team has heard the commotion, and they're trying to join the picture over here. Oh, D-Sync connecting a few shots, but once again, not able to take out the tire, so that vehicle still will be in good shape for rotating for the time being. But in the meantime, Clutch God, it does seem that he's got the AUG in his hands. Elsewhere, Marvin's going to be making his move, and in the meantime, meantime, we're going to turn our attention towards GodLike, who, even though they've lost one member, are going to play aggressively. They take up a fight against the members of Old Hood. However, there are a couple of teams in the vicinity. In the meantime, we're going to turn our attention back towards X-Spark and Tactical, who have seemed to lock horns with each other. Although Tactical, they don't really have a lot of members standing over here. Those nades are going to keep them at bay. And my God, Scout and Ultra both going to be knocked out. Another nade coming in. Oh my goodness, Kill and Marvy, they're not going to be long for this world. What the hell did Tactical eat for breakfast? Where are all these nades coming from? They're going to be able to take out two of them. In fact, they might just get a full fight over here. Marvy, the only member still standing, as Tactical have lost Wild 69, but Clutch and Hitman are still standing strong on their 2 feet, healing themselves back up. And Marvy throwing that nade. Is it gonna connect? Yes, it is. Hitman gonna be low. Can he find the spray? No, he cannot. Marvy is still standing strong, but a couple of nades are being flung his way. And now he's in a 1v1. He does not have 9 feet. What's pull out? He has 4 knives. Can he clutch it out? 1v1? No, he cannot. The strafes coming in from Clutch are just a bit too good, and his name could not have been more appropriate for the situation.
Well, his name is Clutch, and yes, he managed to clutch that out. Team X-Spark were looking really good, but Nade Parade took them out. That was beautiful, Floki. I have to say, these nades are just incredible, and the way Tactical was using them, it was tactically correct as well. Talking about the zone, Team OR found themselves in the center of the zone with the Team Recknoning, UDog India, and TSM joining them in the zone. Meanwhile, Skylightz Gaming with a beautiful rotation coming in from the western side. They found a decent place in the zone as well.
Yeah, I mean, they also seem to have a couple of cliffs and valleys to work with, so they can try and isolate some fights, maybe even punish some teams coming in from the flank. But once again, there is EXO towards the southern end of the circle, so while OR are technically in the center and geared and ready for the next circle, EXO has the safety of knowing that no one can really come in from the backstab once that zone closes in. Sultan, in the meantime, going to be bleeding out to the blue. As Old Hood Esports, they will leave one of their members in the dust. Only Crazy going to be in the race.
I think there was a tactical mistake coming in from Old Hood Esports. They were not supposed to attack Team GodLike. They knew some other team was there. Their finish was stolen by TSG. I mean, they knocked Jonathan, right? But TSG got the finish there. So I think the rush was bad. It was a bad decision, and the zone was coming, and they should have prioritized the zone a little bit better, and that is why they lost a couple of players there. Not a couple of players.
Skylightz Gaming!
Skylightz Gaming, they are just sweating bullets at the Enigma Gaming, and Enigma losing away in the rotation. Once again, another team losing a player in the rotation.
Oh man, Enigma, they've lost one of their players like you mentioned, and now with only 3 members standing, they kind of need to make sure that they don't let Pokar and the rest of Skylightz Gaming gatekeep them, because they've got very, very good angles on them. However, where do Enigma Gaming even go? Because there's not a lot of places around the zone right now. And Rex and Sagi, well, it seems that they're going to try and move out. In the meantime, we're going to turn our attention towards Revanant Esports, who seem to be at odds against Tactical, as well as, well, not 17, 17 is rotating out, but in the meantime, Hyderabad Hydras are also going to reveal themselves. And Revanant Esports could be in a world of trouble. Austin Bot, considering his position, will get inside that pickup truck and trying to make his way out. And Core has dropped a nade. Isn't going to find the members of Tactical. Oh, it does a fair amount of damage, but Tactical are still standing strong. That buggy is still intact, and they will be able to get back towards safety. Revenant, though, may not be so lucky, because Hyderabad Hydras have got the perfect angles on them with the high ground.
Well, high ground advantage is a beautiful thing, which is in the favor of Team Revenant and Team Hyderabad Hydras. Both are fighting on the mountain, but right now, you know, there are two kinds of advantages. One is high ground advantage, one is the zone advantage, and right now, Team Revenant, they are looking to have that zone advantage in their favor. Mantiope with that need, looking to take on Austin Vortex. I think he could have shot him at this point of time.
Yeah, I mean, if he actually knew where Austin was going to have come flying in, but now the second time's the charm. Mantiope spots him out and will not let him run away, as he's got the M4 in his hands along with the 762, or 672, excuse me. Let's see where he's going to go with the buggy. It looks like they are going to try and move just a little bit forward so that the zone does not create any problems for them, but Mantiope has other plans. He's going to go in aggressively over here, try and find the final weapon from Revenant, but UDog will be cleaned up. Whoa. Wait, no, is that Mantiope being taken?
Yes.
Oh, what? What the hell?
They took them apart. They took them apart. I mean, these players managed to clutch it out, and Core and UDog, both of them combined, took out Team Hyderabad Hydras with a beautiful crossfire.
Where did the other guys get knocked out from? What? I didn't even catch that. Hyderabad Hydras out in 12th place. Revenant Esports get themselves 5 finishes to work with, and now UDog is bleeding out, but soon enough, he will be inside there. You know what? That was way too random.
Really...
I want to have a look at the replay and see what went wrong for them. Oh my god, UDog from Revenant lined up too. He got 3 with the AKM? What? No, that is wrong. That is sacrilege.
That is illegal, I have to admit. Team Revanant, what a beautiful crossfire coming in from their favor. Two players, different locations, and both clutching it out. And Core with 3 finishes to his name, and I believe Top Dog managed to get a couple of them as well. Right now, Top Dog is no longer with us in this server, and Core is the last one standing. And Team Revanant, I think it's an open area for them if they want to enter the zone.
Revenant completely desecrate the side of the Hydras as Top Dog. He goes down, but not in vain. He took down the Hyderabad Hydras with them, got them a couple of points, and well, looks like 7C are going to share a similar fate as TSM. Going to kick them out in 11th place. Only 1 placement point to work with, and I don't think the 7C's members are going to be too happy about that. But TSM, they've got bigger fish to fry in the distance, because EXO are also starting to close in. And Shadow, he spots out Immortal, but he's out in the open. Immortal is going to be taken out. He's taking, he's
Immortal.
surviving. Oh my god, he still makes it out. This man played dodgeball for sure in high school, and he must have been a state-level competitor, because there's no way on earth he got away with that.
Again, a perfect name. He's Immortal. I mean, bullets were flying through towards him, but he managed to dodge every single one of them. Meanwhile, Skylightz Gaming eliminated Team Enigma, who managed to get the chicken in the last game. Skylightz Gaming got a reward as well. I think I can see with the corner of my eyes, they got a couple of drops in the favor.
Oh, they most certainly did, but Ninja Shot is actually getting shot at from the side of EXO. Spunky spots him out, puts a couple of bullets in his direction, makes him reconsider his choices, and they will be a bit more defensive for the time being. Tactical as well, just holding out in the meantime, trying to see if anyone else can, come into their position and try and snuff them out. But in the meantime, we're going to turn our direction towards the other side, where it seems that UDog are going to be under fire from the members of war. But in the distance, Skylightz Gaming are looking to join the party as well. This could be devastating for Skylightz if they don't play this one out carefully, as Pugar will be knocked down by the place.
What?
Sobra's also going
Zone?
to share that fate. Skylightz Gaming out in 7th place, and I'm not too sure who got the credit for that. It is going to be the side of UDog India, who get all those points for themselves. Dark slowly but surely bleeding out. Can they get them back up? No, that Nate is going to finish one of the players off. Fearl is going to go down. Mystic still standing strong, and Fearl is the MVP from the last match, has been eliminated. UDog India, are they still in the picture? Well, it seems that there's one member keeping their dreams alive, but I'm not sure for how much longer he can keep doing that. Well, not too long, as Evo's going to find him. And well, OR Esports, they're going to send another team backing home. This time around, it's going to be UDog India.
Now we are down to 5. We have Team Tactical, Team TSM, Team EXO, Team Recknoning, and Team OR. And OR is looking aggressive today. They managed to find a decent place in the zone. They managed to rotate really well, and now they are letting it loose because they know they are in top 5. They know they have the position points in their favor. Now they want those finishes, and they are, rushing in.
Oh yeah, they seem to be going in and trying to take this fight, because once again, I mean, if you look at where they are, they don't really have much of an option over here. This does seem like a bad fight for Reckoning Esports, but it's a fight that they have to take nonetheless. Who's going to close them on them? And if they don't get into a good position now, they'll never get the opportunity to do so later. In the meantime, EXO gonna be taking a fight up against TSM. EXO does seem to have, well, they don't actually have the numbers advantage because they are only 3 members strong. TSM still standing with all 4. Could potentially create a lot of trouble for EXO, as Fierce will be knocked down. I'm not too sure where the other members from EXO are, as, well, okay, Fierce will be gunned down and cleaned up. Punkyu and Apollo, the only 2 members surviving. Now tasked with taking out the rest of TSM. That might just be an order so tall that they can't stand up to it. Blaze, OP, and Shadow both trying to cover the exits of this house as they're trying to play the zone over here, keeping EXO trapped. Great moves coming out from TSM, making sure they take advantage of the fact that the zone is about to close in a bit. And well, EXO, they've got nowhere to run, nowhere to go.
Look, even though TSM is trapping Team EXO, they are also trapped. They are still outside the zone. They need to enter the zone. Meanwhile, Team EXO Immortal. He's trying to be immortal once again, but will he be able to do that? Team EXO, TSM Shadow spraying his heart out there, but Immortal still surviving. Punk with a beautiful cover, and the bait worked. The bait worked, Floki. What a bait coming in from Team EXO.
Yeah, Team EXO, well, they will get 1 knock to work with, but they still got 3 juggernauts that they need to fell. And well, it doesn't seem like those are going to fall anytime soon. Oh my god, the headshot can take off the AK, and Punkyu will find a second one as well. Can he clutch things out for his team? He will at least secure a finish before he goes down, and the zone will clean him up. EXO might just be taken out, but no, Immortal's actually still standing strong over here, so there is a chance that Punkyu can get back up on his feet, but Jelly is seeing him in the distance. Can he convert him into a finish? No, he cannot. Instead, he's going to turn his attention towards TSM, and TSM has also been eliminated as EXO somehow, in a 2v4 situation, are able to come out on top and send TSM packing.
I mean, TSM was trying to gatekeep Team EXO, but EXO, they just kicked the gate I think they destroyed the gate altogether. What a beautiful performance coming in from Team X. So Immortal baited and Punk with the 1v2.
I mean, where there was supposed to be a gate, there is just a gnarly mess of metal scraps, and it doesn't seem like there's much of a gate there anymore as well. Like, so they were able to kick that door down, but now it seems that they are going to be put 6 feet under by these two teams, and OR Esports and Recknoning. In a 4v3 situation, Recknoning, they might have the numbers advantage, but OR have the high ground advantage, and they're all looking over each other. For the time being, though, Evo seems to be going on a bit of a flank jelly. If he can find Maxi OP, that would be wonderful, but Maxi is able to get towards a safer position in the distance.
Now, Team Reckoning, they have the zone, they have the numbers in their favor, and I think they should get this chicken unless Evo, with this nade, can do some damage. He's throwing the nade. This is going to be so important for Team OR. They need to enter the zone, and they need to take out 4 members of Team Reckoning if they want that chicken. Meanwhile, Reckoning, who already got 11 finishes, let me repeat myself, 11 finishes to their name. Looking to get 3 more and the chicken, and as we were
is that
saying,
nade gonna hit? Yes, it is.
well, that nade was good, but you know what's better? Team Reckoning, their nade was better. Abrar with a beautiful nade, and OR on the backboard. Now it's going to be a 2v4. Team Reckoning, Skrills and Abrar pushing in slightly, proning down the buggy. They are closing in. The distance is getting shorter and shorter. Another nade came in. Nade parade happening from both the teams. Jelly with a beautiful cover. They are trying to provide cover, but his position got revealed. He is taken out. Team Reckoning in a 2v4 situation, and they have the numbers game advantage.
I mean, I don't think they're going to pick themselves out of this one, as Rexy's going to get knocked again. Or rather, Evo is going to try and stay alive. He does get one knock to work with over here, still playing around it, but for how long, that is the question. Not for long, as Reckoning Esports, the on the map of Miramar once again. If it's not the Hydras, I think you can have a very good shot of saying that it might just end up being the Wolves.
I'm trying to find my crystal ball. Where is my crystal ball? I mean, I must have kept it somewhere.
Yeah, well, you probably must have lost it. But you know what? I don't think you need the crystal ball, because you saw this coming. You said that Reckoning
I read their hands,
very, absolutely. Well, not only are you someone who peers into a crystal ball and tells futures, you're also into palmistry. So, yeah, Spiro, a man of many talents. He can cast, he can do palmistry, and he can peer into crystal ball and tell you your future. What are your rates, Spiro, just in case? I want to know if I'm going to be continuing, doing this for the rest of my life.
Oh, you have a bright future. I can see on your face. It's just amazing, Floki.
But you know who else has a bright future over here? Recknoning Esports. And you, of course. But Recknoning Esports, because they are the talk of the town, they're able to get themselves that chicken dinner. And man, every single time Miramar pops up, Recknoning Esports, it's almost like we're watching a very different team.
I mean, Team Reckoning and Team Hyderabad Hydras, I have to say, these two teams are maniacs in Miramar. I mean, if they can perform decently in Erangel and Sanhok, I think they can rack up a lot of points. But right now, let's relive these memories. The zone was amazing, and some teams, they lost a couple of players in rotations.
Yes, some teams did lose a few players in rotations. I believe we are talking about Enigma. I think they did lose one of their members early on. GodLike as well just got gate kept in the end, and Old Hood Esports took a fight up against GodLike, but yeah, they weren't long for this world either.
I mean, this was the moment I was talking about. TSG, they stole the finish of Jonathan. Why OH rushed Team GodLike? There was no point. I mean, they were getting shot by TSG from a higher ground. GodLike was just ready for it, and I think that was a bad move coming in from them. You know what? What's great move? Team Tactical and those nades, they were just amazing. Mavi, oh boy, he fought it hard. He managed to, take it down to a 1v1, but in the end, it was not enough. Even though Mavi played well, I think he's the only one who's playing well from Team X-Pac.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Team X-Pac, they were on the low ground, and they did realize that going up high ground could be problematic, but they didn't anticipate just how problematic it could be, because none of the members even survived that fight. They all got cleaned up by those nades, like you mentioned. And I love how the Mirage was like mid-air and everyone just abandoned ship. But Skylightz Gaming are like, nah, we're not done yet. They clean up Avi, they take him out, and Enigma, once again, losing a couple of members in rotation, in transit.
I mean, that worked, right? Enigma players, they managed to survive, even though they jumped out of the ship. I mean, you have to do what you have to do to survive, right, Floki?
I mean, yeah, they did try to survive there, but I think it was too little too late. Skylightz Gaming, they already had the better position around the circle. And my god, what in the hell happened to the Hydras? I mean, they were 4 men strong. And then out of nowhere, Top Dog just clutches things out in a 1v3, takes out 3 members from the side of Hyderabad Hydras. 3. Look at that. Ace Black, Manti-OP. Oh no, he actually cleaned up Striker. No, that was Encore. That was Encore cleaning up Striker, but still a 1v3 from Top Dog.
Encore actually got Ace Black as well, so he got 2. Top Dog got 2, and you know, it seems like he managed to land some shots, but the finish went to Encore there on the finish field there. Meanwhile, TSM, again, I mean, beautiful position coming in from TSM. They took out 7C.
Yeah, I mean, they took out 7C, and 7C is, well, not in their element on Miramar. No big surprises here. Maybe Erangel can be a little bit different. It is a water body, so hopefully they are, you know, stronger there. But UDog as well, I was expecting a bit more from them. You know, it seems that every single time I'm here, the casters strikes, and, well, UDog for some reason was just unable to perform. The zone closed in on them, and they were being gate kept at the same time, so they had a bit of a hard choice to make there.
You know, now it's a normal thing, right? I mean, if you see a smoke, you're going to throw nades at it. And you should not be in the smoke anymore. The meta is different. Don't smoke yourself. Smoke in a different position. Hide behind the ridge and try to survive. Try to bait the enemy with the smoke. That is going to be your, I think, mantra for success.
I think these smokes are going to be a lot more effective the closer you throw them towards the enemy's direction instead. Because if you throw it near you, well, it only covers that much difference, right? It makes a difference from the enemy's perspective. So, yeah, maybe that smoke meta needs to be updated a little bit over here for some of these teams.
Look at that spray.
My god, yeah, Skrills, that spray was deadly.
Team Reckoning, I mean, you know, in the end, if you have a 4v3 situation, you have the zone, you're feeling confident, and you believe in your, I think, practice. That spray was good, and the way Team Reckoning rushed in, it was beautiful. Even though Evo tried, he managed to get a couple of knocks in, but Team Reckoning with a winner-winner chicken dinner, and I think they're going to climb up in the points table.
Oh yeah, I mean, if they weren't climbing before already, they most certainly are going to be climbing now, because Reckoning Esports, Miramar does seem to be their map. They were dominant on this in the semi-finals, they're dominant on this in the grand finals as well, and in fact, they found themselves a chicken dinner to work with over here, so maybe they're going to be feeling a bit more confident when they go into Erangel next. But of course, there were lots of other teams in the mix too, you know, a couple of teams, once again, that we thought would do well, not really performing to that level. GodLike getting taken out early, Xpark getting taken out early. I mean, TSM as well not living up to, you know, their expectations over here as they got cleaned up by EXO. Not something that a lot of people saw coming, so day 2 does seem to be a day of reversals, but let's put it into context with the point standings that should be coming on your screens right about now. Let's see who's going to be in that second spot. As we all know, Reckoning is in first place, and it does seem that second spot has gone over to OR.
Well, XP was talking about a 30 bomber, and he told me that any team can get a 30 bomber, but Reckoning, it was not a 30 bomber, I have to say, but it was a 29 bomber coming in from Team Reckoning Esports. Number 2, we get OR Esports. I have to say their positioning, their rotations. Oh boy, that was amazing, right? I mean, the southern shift, beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, 29 are from the side of Reckoning. EXO in third place with 14 points total. After they lost Sensei early on, you know, a big achievement for EXO, I must say, because without the IGL, sometimes it can be a little bit hard to decide where you want to go or where you don't want to go. But maybe that was what they needed. Maybe the IGL going out allowed him to look at everyone's perspective and give better calls. You know, try and assess the situation a little bit better. However, you know, apart from TSM and Tactical, everyone is in the single digits. So let's now head over to the iQOO MVP and see who's earned that mantle for themselves in this game. I do believe it's going to be one of the Reckoning players because they do have a lot of finishes to their name. But who do you think it's going to be?
Well, iQOO MVP,
Before it comes up, quick.
You know, you're putting a lot of pressure on me, but right now it is going to be the IGL from Team Reckoning Esports, Mr. Spray. He is a beast of a player, it's turning out to be, with 5 finishes to his name and the total damage of 627 with 1 headshot to his name and a healing of 237.
You didn't tell me who you think was going to be at the top. That I am going to take that as a sign of cheating, Spiro. I did ask you for your prediction. I was going to give mine as well, but it's alright. It's alright. You know what? Let's have a look at the other top 4 players that are also going to be joining him. In the top 5 standings, we've got Evo from the side of OR with 4 finishes and 542 damage done. We've got Maxi-OP as well in third place. We've got a Brar, and we've got Aquanox from TSM. 3 Reckoning players in the top 5 with OR and TSM making guest appearances.
Look, the thing was TSM, they were stuck as well. I mean, even though they were trying to cage Team EXO, they were also stuck. They were not in the zone. And that's where TSM messed up a little. Team OR, of course, they had a beautiful position over the top of that mountain, and it was never going to be easy for Team EXO or TSM to enter the zone, but in the end, it was Reckoning who managed to get the chicken.
Well, now it's time for the match summary to be shown on our screens, as we will put a number to how many nades were used, how many resulted in finishes. Well, 65 nades were used, and when the other graphic comes up, we'll find out how many finishes were there. Only 3 finishes, and I think I know exactly who's responsible for that.
Are you kidding me? 350 meters for all Old Hood Sultan, longest finish distance. Yes,
Oh,
you're
I
reading
didn't
it
see
right.
that.
You're reading it right, Floki. 351 meters of annihilation.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't expecting that coming in from Old Hood, considering how they got eliminated at the hands of GodLike and TSG when they were trying to go in ahead and aggressive like. But it doesn't seem like Old Hood that deterred them from getting that longest finish distance. So hey, that's at least something to brag about, something to be proud of. If they did watch, the post-match screen and they did find that, I managed to get myself a 351 meter knock. Good on me. Considering what happened yesterday, I think Sultan might be needing it.
Well, you know what? I would love to see a 400 meter now. I mean, we have seen 350 now. It's time to rack up some longest distance records, it seems.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, I think we will get to see the day
are
an
we?
AWM drops in. So far, we just haven't been lucky enough. We've seen MG3s, we've seen the AUG come out as well. You've seen a Grozar too, but we just haven't seen that AWM. Maybe in the future we might have one. But for now, we're going to be jumping into the player face-off from the past game, pitting two players against each other, seeing who comes out on top, not only in terms of damages and finishes, but also in some other metrics, some very other key, interesting metrics that are sometimes overlooked.
Well, here you go, Team OR Esports. I think Italy is going to come up on our screens with the Reckoning Esports Maxi OP, both managing to get 4 finishes to their name, with the OR Italy, Evo Italy getting more damage to his name with 542 damage as compared to Maxi, who got 425 damage to his name. So the thing is, I mean, OR played well. Italy was the last guy, right? I mean, he almost did a 1v2 against Reckoning in the end. He managed to knock a couple of players, but that was not enough.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, he was just one man against 3, against 4, and well, there's only so much you can do in that situation. But now, let's have a look at the squad face-off as we add 3 more players to the tally over here and compare a team against the other, pit them against each other, and see who's got the better stats.
Well, right now it is going to be all about Team Reckoning. They managed to get 14 finishes to their name and the damage of 1923. But look at OR. They got a lot of damage as well. 1669 damage for only 8 finishes. That shows that they were not economical today.
Yeah, they certainly weren't very, very economical today, but hey, maybe there's, there's maybe a chance for them on the next map for Erangel. Let's now have a look at the squad spotlight and see which team has earned that spot for themselves. It is going to be Reckoning Esports with 14 finishes and 1,923 damage done. The Wolves are out here to party in the desert. Not really an environment where Wolves thrives, but nonetheless, it seems that Reckoning Esports are in their element on the map of Miramar. 5 assists and 3 headshots as well. Yeah, Reckoning Esports, every single time you see that Miramar map come up and the Hydras are down, or maybe Reckoning Esports are down, one or the other team is going to be there in the top 3, because that's just how good they are.
Well, I'm just happy that my prediction was correct. At least one of my prediction was correct. I was hoping that Team X-Pac would also show up and do something great, but in the end they got taken out by Tactical with those beautiful nades of Team Tactical, who got 3 finishes. I mean, it's really hard to cope up with the pressure. I mean, this time around the nades are really pouring in.
Yeah, the nades are really pouring in as X-Pac, learned that the hard way. So many nades being thrown in their direction, so many people being knocked down as X-Pac. They thought that they could go up the hill and take a fight, but they were like, nah, not today. We're not even going to try to fire our bullets or use our guns against you. We're just going to use the nades, just kept lobbing them one after the other. And in the end, before they knew it, the entirety of X-Pac were on their knees.
You know what they need? They need some social distancing, because they were too close to each other. They need something. They need to spread apart and they need to make sure that they survive. Meanwhile, let's have a look at the overall standings and let's see, is GodLike still number 1? Yes, they are going to be number 1, but the distance Team EXO is closing in on them.
Oh yeah, Team EXO, they've got 82 points now, and GodLike, well, it seems like they got 1 point from the previous game.
Yes, sir.
Wow, that is not GodLike at all. Well, we've also got Skylightz Gaming in 3rd place, you got TSM in 4th, Reckoning moving up to that 5th spot, you got OR Esports in 6th, Hydras in 7th, and Revanant in that 8th spot once again, as we finally start seeing some underdogs make a name for themselves. Revanant Esports, in 8th place, they've got 66 points to work with. There's also 8 other teams on the other side towards the bottom 8, so I'm quite curious to see which teams those are as well. Of course, you can take an educated guess, but the order is going to be hard to predict. As we do see Hydras moving down a notch, because their performance on Miramar, it did feel like something was lacking. Even though they have 2 chicken dinners, it doesn't seem like they have a lot of points to show for.
And now they have to perform in Erangel, because we have 3 Erangels in a day. We have 2 Miramars and we have 1 Sanhok. And I think Erangels are going to be super important for a lot of teams. Meanwhile, if you talk about Team EXO, I would like to make a point there. I mean, Team EXO and Team Skylightz Gaming, they're yet to win a chicken dinner, but they are still at number 2 and number 3 respectively.
Oh yeah, I mean Team EXO, they might not have won a chicken dinner, but who needs a chicken dinner when you're just consistently, outperforming the other teams and scoring more points than them? That chicken dinner is never going to be a factor. But, well, speaking of chicken dinners, it does seem that Enigma and Tactical have won, although they're still in only the 9th and 10th place, yet to move up to the top 8.
Well, I think it's a troubling time for our esports. I mean, if I'm not wrong, they are yet to get a single point in these 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem like they've got themselves any points to work with at all. So they continue to maintain the spots that they had before. 7C Esports being knocked down a peg as well in Old Herd. Well, we all saw what happened to them. So no big surprises there. But once again, it seems that Team X-Park are having that slow start that we saw from them in the semi-finals too. These guys really haven't been able to find their groove. And hey, maybe they need a breath of fresh air.
Look, the thing is, in semifinals, you should be in top 16, right? In this, there's no top 16. This is top 16. I mean, you want to be number 1. And if you want to be number 1, you need to start performing now. Otherwise, it's going to be too late.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Team X-Park, you heard it here. If you don't start playing right now, you could be in a world of trouble because once again, you don't want to be the team that is sort of feeling the pressure on day 3 to perform and day 4 as well. You kind of want to end the day on a high note, feel a little bit light on day 3, see what everyone else is going to be doing, and maybe then adapt and see where exactly you can go. Maybe you can even get yourself a chicken dinner. But there is something about X-Park. They are like diamonds in the rough. When you put them under a little bit of pressure, when you do apply, those diamond tip drills to them and shape them and give them those nice little cuts, they get polished just a little bit better and they appear that much shiny. And maybe that is what is lacking for X-Park. Well, are they going to perform or are they going to drop dead and, well, stay in that spot? We're about to find out after this break.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है for them to look up. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके ओके, तो फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें? क्या बात है. श्योर? एकदम श्योर? मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप. अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए. वेल डन बॉयज.
Hello and welcome back once again to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021. Now, my name, of course, is Angad, the Experiment Chahal, and joining me is this little mischievous devil. It is Floki. We know him better as Hiraka Thakur. Now, let me just say one thing before we get on with the show. Man, Miramar lost game. It is the time of reckoning because, well, Recknoning Esports came in and snatched that chicken away from OR Esports.
They most certainly did. I don't think OR had the man advantage to even see that situation through. You know, they were in a 3v4 of sorts, and they were also on the low ground, right? So all those factors combined, seems like Recknoning just had the upper hand and there was not much OR could have done. Although they went out swinging, I really respect that. They still got one knock. He was still playing around the smoke. There's only so much you can do, though.
Well, as Recknoning Esports did win the chicken dinner there in Miramar, I guess we have a few special winners coming up on our screens because there is a lot of BGMI merch to go around, and let's see who the lucky few are.
Well, Mohit Singh Tarial, I apologize if I butcher that. You got Rishabh Punde, Hiren Patel, Daksh Gupta, and Ravi. Congratulations to these winners. You have won some awesome BGMI merch, a t-shirt, and, well, a couple of bottles to keep yourself hydrated.
You got to keep yourself hydrated, and let's do one thing. Let's give it away to 5 more lucky winners because, again, I'm going to let you do the honors with the names because you are definitely a lot better than me.
I'm not doing it.
Alrighty, again, this guy. Congratulations to Bantilang R. Marvain, Nitish Kumar, Vishal Rai, Tarun, and Ritesh Khandare. I am again apologizing for butchering your names. Again, you know, I'm learning.
See,
new
now
names.
we're even, right?
Let me say one thing. Unique names, but if you did see your name at the bottom, and if you did hear one of us, you know, kind of just chop, butcher it up, well, again, we apologize, but congratulations because you walk away with some amazing BGMI merch. You have that nice, cool T-shirt, and like you said, the bottles to keep yourselves hydrated. Summer is almost upon us. Now, again, coming back to the game at hand, it is going to be Erangel once again, and you know, we saw one thing that is kind of weird to me, kind of unprecedented. GodLike Esports, correct me if I'm wrong, if, you know, my eyes deceived me, they only have that 1 point in the last game?
6 points in the course of 2 games with an average of 3. You are correct. I mean, I don't think that GodLike have been performing at that same level that they were yesterday. You know, yesterday they come out swinging. They get like, what? I mean, 80 points? It was ridiculous stuff. And then Day 2 comes around and all of a sudden it seems that they have just been woken up from their slumber and asked to play BGMI. Like, guys, there's a tournament going on. We have to play.
You know, I'm going to look at that from the other side of you know, the coin because it kind of seems like, you know, maybe they're just taking things a bit too easy.
That could be the case. I mean, they know for a fact that they are ahead in terms of those point standings, right? So maybe this is the time where they're trying to experiment, see, you know, if they're able to get themselves, you know, to a better spot. They play for those placements a bit more and try and rack up those points instead.
So this is what I'm thinking. Again, this is my little mischievous brain working, you know, all the cogs working up there. I think GodLike, they did, you know, garner themselves quite a lead on day 1. Day 2, they're like, you know what, let's not just run away with the show. Let's give these other teams a little bit of a chance, and they might just come out swinging again. Again, all this is speculation from our end, and maybe the next game they just might walk away the winners. But speaking of the next game, it is going to be Erangel once again, and you know, we did kind of expect TSM or even Tactical to go all the way in game 1. However, that wasn't the case.
Yeah, I mean, that certainly wasn't the case. We didn't see Tactical to go all the way. We didn't get to see you know, OR or even Old Hood perform, and they weren't able to reach that top spot, you know, get themselves that first place finish. Not too sure what's been happening because OR actually had a wonderful start, but they weren't able to finish in that first place spot.
They did indeed, and you know, you are talking about the top spot. Of course, all these teams, the 16 best teams, are battling it out, and it's all possible due to the iQOO 9 series, of course, which we are holding in our hands. I have the iQOO 9 Pro. This gentleman has the matte black iQOO 9 because, let me say one thing, it does go well with the outfit. But again, these devices, they are packed full of, well, specs and all these features. And in fact, let's just have a look and see what we see on our screens now.
Absolutely. Well, we've got ourselves a Snapdragon 8 Gen 1 processor, making sure it's top of the line is absolutely new, and it's going to keep BGMI running buttery smooth. A 120-watt flash charge, which means that in 18 minutes, you're going to be back up to full battery and you can start playing once again. A full coverage liquid cooling system to allow you to play while charging if need be, making sure the phone doesn't heat up a bit too much. And of course, the dual X-axis linear motors, making sure you've got that enhanced haptic feedback to work with. You know, all those vibrations coming in and give you an enhanced feel of the game, just a more immersive gaming experience in general.
And you know, that is what it's all about in today's day. day and age. It's all about the immersion. And, once you are playing on this bad boy, of course, you do want to unleash that gaming monster inside you. And when you do have that haptic feedback, as you did mention, of course, a little bit of vibration might just take place again. The lucky winners are going to find that soon enough. And this device is going to be out in the market soon. So if you want to see yourself, on this stage, on this grand stage, on this pedestal with the light shining upon you, oh boy, it can get a bit bright at times. Make sure you get yourself one of these bad boys.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's jam-packed with features like we mentioned earlier, but once again, I kind of want to go back to what happened with the side of OR, right? So they drop in towards Porte Paresio. They're able to get that long rotate in from the southern side, tanking all that blue damage. They make it in the zone. The zone shifts like, 3 to 4 times in their favor? I mean, I don't even know what the hell happened, but Lady Luck basically took them under her wing. But even then, it seems that OR, they just weren't able to cross the finishing line because Recknoning are just that good.
They are that good, and of course, they're taking nothing away from OR Esports. They did try their best. Now, I liked one thing at the end. The final fight that was taking place, Jelly made sure that he was on the backdrop as far as his team is concerned. And in fact, he almost got a knock on one of the members from Recknoning who was coming up from the right flank from their point of view. But again, that is all in the past. We're going to be, yes, coulda, woulda, shoulda. We're going to be chopping this down in the analysis segment later on at some point. But before that, again, reminding you, we are going to be fighting in Erangel once again. I want to see some drop spot clashes because it is possible. Maybe somebody might just take the fight to Yasnaya Poliana at the beginning.
I mean, maybe that's what GodLike have been prepping for. They're like, what, guys, let's start with a weak Miramar. Let's start with a weak Erangel. See who's going to come contest us in Yasnaya Poliana. Trying to play the meta instead. They're not even playing BGIS anymore. They're more like just trying to think to themselves, which teams could contest us and which teams do we need to focus on? And well, it looks like we might find that answer soon enough if the flight path does allow it.
Also, you got to keep one thing in mind. First of all, thank you for all you lovely viewers for joining in, tuning in, making sure you have your alarms set on your clocks. Remember, we are close to 5 million, so all you have to do is hit that subscribe button and, well, keep that notification bell on. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be having a look at all that luscious green grass on the plains of Erangel. Once again, of course, I love this map. You have mountains, you have plains, you have plenty of compounds, you have major cities, but at the end of it all, it doesn't matter because you are going to have some teams running around willy-nilly, and, well, they are going to try to put the others 6 feet under. But for now, of course, as you have a look at all your favorite spots, you know exactly which team is going where.
Yeah, well, GodLike is most certainly going to be going towards Yasnia Poliana, and there's OR as well going. They should. I mean, they maybe switch things up, given the flight path may not allow for it. But once again, for that flight path to occur 2 times in a row would be, a travesty. I doubt there is a scenario where Yasnia Poliana is.
Jinxed it.
No, I mean, you don't see the flight path yet. Stop misleading our viewers, XP. But, I do think that there is a certain possibility we might even see GodLike go to some other drop location instead and try and contest them. If you are a team that feels confident, so confident in fact that, if you see your day 1 performance, you're like, you know what, we've done so well, we can probably experiment and see what sort of new strats we can come up with. Right now, what's going to be on your mind is just that, we're in the top 4. We don't care. We can probably get top 1 on day 3 and day 4. Let's just see what kind of stuff we can get away with. Just assess the general power level of the lobby.
Well, let's see if we are going to do that, because without further ado, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be flying high above the skies, and, looks like Erangel is going to be down below. And speaking of plane paths, ladies and gentlemen, it is pretty much exactly the same path we saw in the last game. So there you have it. I told you, you jinxed it, you mischievous devil, you. But we are going to be flying from Primorsk to Milta once again. The question now is, are you going to jinx the circle too, buddy?
I mean, while I'm at it, I might as well, right? I mean, I've done everything so far. I mean, yesterday I jinxed UDog's performance. I came here today. We saw UDog playing well on Erangel. I joined in Miramar. They get eliminated early on. I am the problem. I know that for a fact, but I like it. I like having so much influence over these players and over these flight paths.
Another thing that I do like is that although TSM was dominating all their opposition, on day 1, it looks like GodLike are catching up, just 2 points behind as far as the overall points in Erangel are concerned. And have a look at that. The Revanant Esports, man, they are practicing what they preach, because they are now in the 3rd position with 48. You just jinxed UDog right now, because they've made it to the top 4 with 43. If they don't get anything, well, we all know who to blame.
UDog are not going to get anything. Nothing at all. They will get absolutely nada. They will be out in 16th place.
However, when they have Fearless basically sharing all the finishes with Marvi for the top spot, 11 finishes each for the boys, I think they might just do something spectacular. But for now, as we do wait for the first circle to form, the question is, are we going to see something drastic? Are we going to see something similar?
Yeah,
it
that's
is gonna be
disappointing.
Just a bit edged towards the east this time, and looks like we are going to have a similar circle. However, you know, we aren't going to see too much of Gatka.
Yeah, it shows a little bit of promise, a little bit of potential. You see, Stolber in the mix, Lipovka, you maybe start thinking, oh, maybe we could see a northeastern finish of sorts if we get really, really lucky. But I'm just happy to see a water finish once again in Rozhok. I remember old hood esports, the clutch on that little delta island right next to Rozhok, where they were able to hold out and rack up a bunch of points. Hopefully, they can get that going for themselves again, and maybe this time around they can repeat what they did in the semis and rack up those points.
Well, let's see if that is going to be the case in this game, because for now, although Skylightz Gaming, we know that they love dropping down in Pochinki, they realize that, there is a lot of free estate up for taking, and of course they want to make sure they get all their vehicles for themselves, because let me be honest with you. So if I was playing a classic game, right, and I have my squad with me, any vehicle that I do see, what do? You pop the wheels, making sure that anyone coming in your wake doesn't have access to those vehicles, and we might just see something similar. But for now, looks like Somraj and the boys are going to make sure that they have enough cars with cover on hand, because you don't want to be riding around on bikes and be exposed to the elements and all those dangerous players out there. But for now, Skylightz Gaming are going to be happy looting in Pochinki, and you know what, I don't really see anything else.
Contest them?
Because again, I get it, man. It's every single team has their favorite drop spot, right? They're going to drop down, whether it's a house in the middle of Gatka, whether it's a little ruin on top of Stolber. The thing is, you want to make sure you have enough loot at the beginning, and if you contest that right at the beginning, I mean, if you are knocked and
risky play,
finished, without anything in your hands, oh boy, it just stings a little bit harder.
I mean, it's more of a desperation play, right? You're bottom 16, you've got nothing to do in life. It's just like, well, the only dream scenario where it works is if I take out the top guys first, and then maybe we rack up enough finish points and placement points.
Wait for day 4, buddy.
Oh yeah, wait for day 4. I mean, I'm not gonna see that today, but well, I'm very, very happy to see that the team, Team Xbox, they take their health very, very seriously. They're running out in the open, doing a bit of a marathon, a bit of a cardio exercise. As they are running around, trying to make sure that, they get their heart rate pumping and they make sure the juices are flowing, because once again, on the map of Erangel, when the zone shifts, you might just have to keep moving if you don't find those vehicles.
I like that. Of course, there isn't any boot camp on this map. However, they are going to be running right out from it towards Water City for now, and, lucky for them, no one is going to contest their position just yet, because had or normally, they're split, right? They're going to drop to the school, they're going to have control of the apartments, and then, sooner or later, they are all going to move up north towards Rozhok. Now imagine if someone was atop that hill south of Rozhok and just happened to glance over towards towards the west side, and they might have seen 4 little piggies out in the open, and they could have shot them. It could have been a different story. But for now, we are going to come back to the likes of GodLike Esports, and Jonathan on your screens now, calm, composed, and it looks like he is ready for all the action to come.
Oh yeah, I mean, Jonathan is just prepping up for the time being. He's got himself that level 3 helmet as well as the West to work with. And GodLike, for them, looting is all about making sure they just kitted enough to take a fight. That's their priority. They don't really care about having enough loot. They're more like, you know what, why go around getting loot when you can just snag it off the corpses of your opponents? And the team that could be meeting that fate soon enough is going to be absolutely no one, because there's no one next to them in Yasna and Pollyanna. Recknoning Esports, on the other hand, they might not be so lucky, because TSM is there on the other side.
Speaking of Recknoning Esports though, buddy, one thing that I did notice when we did have the map up on our screens, Hyderabad Hydras, they have kind of made a little switcheroo, as they haven't gone for their favorite drop spot of Northern Georgia this time around. In fact, they are going to be scattered a little far and wide all the way on the plains of Gatka. In fact, I do believe one of their members, Manti OP, is all the way down at the ferry pier itself. Now, of course, scenic drops, scenic views over there. I don't blame him. Of course, you want to take a little time out. You want to make sure that you're taking all the sights as well. Looks like that is what Hyderabad Hydras are doing.
Yep, they're shooting 2 birds with one stone. On one hand, you get to relax, take in all the wonderful sights like you mentioned. On the other, you only send a single player over to ferry pier, so you make sure he gets enough loot. Usually when you drop with multiple players, it can be a little bit hard to find enough loot to go around, but with just one player going there, oh yeah, he's going to be super happy. All the first aid kits are going to be his. Every weapon is, that catches his fancy is going to be in his hands, and yeah, we'll see if Hyderabad Hydras can put them to good use, because for now, it does seem like they are making their way towards Pochinki.
Well, as they make their way towards Pochinki. I doubt they're going to actually hit the city because everyone knows that, you know, there is someone lurking nearby. Of course, I am talking about Skylightz Gaming, but as far as 7C Esports is concerned now, we know that they are just north of the bridge coming in from Nova Recknoning, and usually there are two teams that drop down on the military island, as is the case in this game. We have the Revanants at Nova Recknoning and our Esports at the military base, who, well, are going to be traversing along the bridge that is to the west of the island, which means they aren't really going to see any opposition at this point. But looks like 7C Esports, they might just have a little bit of a head-on collision. And once again, it could be Prince who might just take his team towards the enemy, because down below, there you have it. You have TSG, the Supari gang. In fact, visual confirmation is going to be made. Aladdin is going to get off. Aladdin is going to open his scope, and is he going to shoot? Nope.
No, I think this is just to scout things out. He's got the 8x, just trying to make sure that he can scout them. But what is Prince doing? Prince is actually trying to make his way around. It seems that there are, well, a couple of members over here from the Supari gang who are also curious to see what's on the other side of that hill, but they haven't spotted anything just yet.
Now, not to throw you under the bus, but I just might, but wait a second, I'm going to hold on to the thought, because Prince once again is going to be caught out in the open, and in fact, he might just be taken out. Ooh, daddy, he's going to get out. He does the line from his vehicle, he does shoot, and once again, Prince could just be brought down. There you have it, the other enemies are coming in. Aladdin is going down first. Prince, in fact, is going to make sure he capitalizes on that finish. Now, this is when either the remaining members of TSG, they come rushing in, or well, they cut their losses, and well, hold on to their fort, because that is exactly what it seems like they are doing right now. Prince once again coming so close to be the first one to be knocked and finished from his team, but looks like this time around, like you said, Lady Luck was on his side, and the revive on Aladdin is going to be coming in as well, and now they are off to the sunset.
Oh yeah, 7C, I mean, they are off to the sunset, but I'm not sure if it's going to be a happy ending just yet, because they've still got a lot of teams to beat. And the Supari gang are not going to make it any more easier for them. They're going to at least make sure that they aren't able to cross over to their side of the hill, and will keep them at bay. And Nickel is going to do just that with the DP28 in his hands, and 7C will be forced to reconsider their options and, well, their positions too. For now, they're still inside the circle, so no real incentive for 7C to go anywhere. If they can find a compound that is easy to hold, closer to center, and well, hard to breach, then they might just pick it up. But doesn't seem like they're gonna have you know, that many check marks being ticked right there.
I love the kaleidoscope of colors that is going to be exploding on our screens now, because looks like the circle might just shift a bit down south. Pochinki might just come into play, but it looks like Shelter is going to be in play. In fact, the school is also going to be in play, and looks like the school might just be, there you have it. It is going to be Pochinki. It is going to be the school. In fact, the ruins are still going to be in play for the next few circles. But for now, looks like we are going to have some action break out. There you have it. Shots have been fired at Skylightz Gaming, all pretty much driving past Tactical Esports. And let me say one thing, Tactical Esports were the first on Potato Hill. That is where Skylightz Gaming were heading. It looks like they beat them to the summit, and now they are in control. However, the problem with you know, being the king of the hill is somebody else always wants that crown from you. Somebody else always wants that mantle, and soon enough, Tactical Esports, boy, they might just be overwhelmed by the opposition.
Oh yeah, I mean, with Tactical Esports, it's more like, you know, if you go for the king, not only you better not miss, but you should also always go for the head, because we learned that the hard way, you know, in Avengers. So yeah, if you don't go for the head, maybe, just maybe, Tactical Esports are able to edge you out in those 1v1 situations and come out on top. In the meantime, though, lots of teams are right near the center. School is, well, a hot zone right now. Lots of teams fighting over there, but Skylightz Gaming taking the fight towards Team X Spark. Oh boy, this is looking awfully similar to last game, but Destro is getting shot from the backside. Skylightz Gaming, I believe they might have attracted the attention of another team. In the meantime, I'm not too sure who that is.
It is in fact Gil from Team X-Pac, who is still up on that hill, and in fact he has an amazing flank on the opposition. There you have it. You see him just in the distance over that decommissioned bunker. Now Gil from his position is going to try and lay down some shots. Now Pokar is aware of the situation, and he is going to deploy some much needed cover in this situation. I love the fact, you know, TX, they are a bit spread out. They did lose a member early on, but again, they are a versatile team here, Loki. And speaking of versatility, Gil over here from his position, once again relentless, laying down lead in the opposition. And now Ultron could come in, Marvi could come in, but Marvi is going to be out of this game. Scout could come in. Looks like Ultron made a little bit of an oopsie. He gets taken down by Pokar. Oh my goodness, one more shot could have spelled trouble for Skylightz Gaming, because there you have it. They have two members already down on their knees. Could have been three, and now Gil from that perfect position with a friend looking on, just seeing what he's doing, is going to make sure that Destro is put 6 feet under.
Oh my god, Team X-Spark there wins the fallen comrade. Mavi might have gone down, but it doesn't seem like Team X-Spark have lost hope just yet. They still have their head in the game, and now Scout, well, he's gonna let loose. He's gonna try and go forward and get all those picks, make sure the Skylightz players pay for their sins, although there is Old Hood in the distance. I do see Claws coming in. They might have a line of sight to where Scout is, so Scout just gonna hurl a couple of nades, see if he gets lucky, and be happy with what he's managed to accomplish so far, which is staying alive and getting to the buggy and hopefully rotating out towards safety. Well, looks like Gil will also follow in his footsteps as they are no longer keen on gatekeeping the side of Skylightz Gaming. They're in fact trying to move out to some other place.
They are indeed, and I was just going to say, that kind of reminds me of that one song, staying alive. But I guess we can't sing any more than that because right now, well, they are going to be staying alive, but it looks like Enigma might just take the fight to OR Esports. Now, Aditya is going to be poised and in prime position for any sort of aggression on his building. But again, if they do come in force, well, it could be just a bit problematic because for Enigma, they are making a little bit of commotion. It is going to pique the interest of Recknoning Esports, who aren't too far behind. That grenade is not going to be good because unfortunately there are a few walls between that grenade and Sagi from Enigma Gaming. It does seem like the circle might just actually shift further down south. In fact, we might just not have the school in the circle, or it might just implode in on itself. There you have it. The school is not going to be in the circle. The apartments are not going to be in the circle. Pochinki might just be where all the action might come to an end. And for now, we know that Skylightz Gaming, they love calling Pochinki home. They have going to move now. They might just want to get some real estate once again.
Oh man, look at that eastern side. There's going to be so much bloodshed occurring over there. Tactical Esports, they've got the Potato Hill like we talked about, and they're going to gatekeep. Everyone's going to make their way in there. Well, for now, OR is going to dish out some punishment over to Eggy, and Jelly in particular is going to try and get that finish. He will succeed. Sagi coming in, trying to get his teammate back up on his feet, and Avi will also reveal himself. So they now know, at least one members, that two members did try and come in to try and take revenge for their fallen comrade. Unfortunately, to no avail, as they weren't successful in that endeavor.
Now, the only issue was, I get it, you know, they want to get out. Skylightz Gaming, in fact, are going to be eliminating the 16th position with 3 finishes to themselves. We are going to see that come up in the highlights, but oh my goodness, what a Scout down, because Scout fell out of his buggy by the look of things, and well, he was put in the ground pretty quickly. Elsewhere, TSG are taking the fight on the southern side of Pochinki, as our Esports are trying to make a little bit of a name for themselves, and for now, they do have the upper hand. The superhero Krish is going to be down on his bloody knees, and well, let's see if the little canary is going to make that sweet weapon of his sing, because once that singing starts, oh boy, it is nigh unstoppable. For now, Rockstar with some rocking grenades is trying to open up a little bit of an opening, but Nickel has other ideas. Expect a grenade coming their way, and this could be devastating. Jadu over here, he knows where the enemy is. Unfortunately, he is not inside that house.
Our Esports, they may not have their own hero, but they've taken out the hero on the enemy team as well. Krish not in the fight for a while, as a couple of more nades are going to be hurled in from the Supari gang. In response, they do manage to get Jadu, and this might now be their turn to go forward and rack up all those finish points for themselves, as they are doing just that. Nickel trying to scout things out, trying to see if he can line them up, and yes, he will first take out Krish and maybe make sure that Krish can get back up on his feet and join the fight. Okay.
Again, it was pivotal because that right flank was just amazing, and well, we did see him do some amazing stuff. Looks like the Canary is going to do his bit as well, as Jadu is finally going to be picked up, which means now we are back to being a 3 versus 3 situation. 3 versus 2, I beg your pardon, because looks like Rockstar is going to pick up his teammate. Now Manti on the other side is going to be unleashing hell on Rex. We're going to hold on to this fight because Rockstar, once again, he knows where Nickel is, and this in fact is going to hit him. Nickel might just burn. Fortunately for Nickel, he gets out of there in the nick of time, and looks like TX Skill is going to be taken down, which means another one bites the dust, as Team Xbox are going to be eliminated in the 15th position by Hyderabad Hydras. And now Rockstar is moving in. Is he going to go in the house? Yes, he is. Now he is giving away all these sound cues. He needs his teammates along with him, because if he's got a god off guard, there you have it. Krish from the other side again, unbeknownst to the enemy, is going to deal a lot of damage. In fact, Krish is going to go for a second knock as well. Looks like Jadu is going to go down, and you wouldn't expect that coming from Krish.
Oh yeah, Krish, I mean, you know, I wasn't expecting him to be able to come back up on his feet and so quickly start fragging away, but once again, he is the hero, he is the superhero for his team, so let's see how many more he can rack up.
Mind you, I wonder how many got that joke as far as, you know, Krish shouldn't be doing that to Jadu, but of course it has nothing to do with the player on our screens now. He went in, he went hard, he got those 2 finishes. Now the question is, can he look for the third, as the circle is going to implode in on itself once again. Pochinki still in play.
Oh yeah, they've got the full trilogy right there. You know, they've got Jadu, they've got Krish, they got everyone on their team, and well, we don't know how that sequel ends, because so far the story is still being written. Elsewhere, on a bit of a side note, it does seem that Revanant and Tactical are at odds against each other. As Tactical, they've got this compound to work with, but Revanant Esports once again have to be careful, as this man on the screens right here was responsible for making sure that Revanant clutched things out on the last map of Miramar.
Have a look on the top left. Paradox is already in the move. Now Revenant, in fact, can slip away in the shadows, in the darkness over here, and, you know, Tactical might just be gate-kept later on. But for now, looks like they are going to try and take the fight to the enemy. Meanwhile, on the other side, UDog India are taking the fight to OR Esports, and looks like Recknoning Esports are going to be nearby as well. Now, as the grenades are going to fall outside the houses over here, nothing for OR Esports to really worry about, but for now, Fearless with yet another grenade is going to be trying and lobbing it. If he gets it in that window, well, Aditya could be in trouble. However, the thing is, the distance is just a bit too much.
UDog better hold their breath though, because there is EXO coming in from the flank, from the backstab, and if they try and step out a bit too early, EXO's going to have complete line of sight over all their players, and it's just going to be fish in a barrel. That's going to be the entirety of UDog. Even though the name implies that they are animals of the land, well, it's going to be very, very easy to pick them off once they do go in aggressively. As you can see on the map itself, EXO, look at that. They've got a very, very good position. On the flanks, you know, they've got Punkyu to watch things out, make sure that 7Cs aren't really able to catch them by surprise. And at the same time, they're making sure that UDog, unbeknownst to them, is unable to go out there and be aggressive. While Revenant will take a few shots at Tactical, make sure their rotation inside is a little bit harder. But Tactical are actually ahead of Revenant, so they might just be able to get themselves to a better spot.
However, Tactical Esports are going to come under heavy fire from UDog at one end, EXO at the other, and if they don't make their way to the trenches, well, that is all she wrote for that team, because for now, TSM are taking the fight to Prince from 7C, as he is going to be brought down to his knees. EXO, again, they do have these trenches to work with, they do have a lot of cover, and for some reason, Tesla's front left wheel is spinning. I wonder if that is possible, but again, it was a little bit up in the air, so I guess that is some amazing detail coming over here. But now again, against all odds, the fact that Tactical in fact made it to a little semblance of cover is fine for now. But let me tell you one thing, once the Revenants come in from the back, oh boy, they are going to be shot at. But for now it's going to be Punk who is going to be laying down late in Zoran's position. Unfortunately, he was scoped in just a bit too much, but luckily for him, his teammate Fierce was fiercely standing by, and with that, looks like 7C Esports are going to bid us adieu in the 13th position with just that one finish to their names.
I mean, right now Tactical should really be thanking 7C, because that's the only way they ended up not getting sandwiched between EXO and Revenant, like we talked about earlier. Even UDog could have joined in the mix, but EXO are on the low ground in the trenches. A couple of nades could put them out of commission here.
As far as EXO and Tactical are concerned, they both are going to play that trench warfare game. They both are going to try and recreate a bit of World War I. Of course, they have the craters from all those shellings from wars in the past, while these boys, they of course have all these lovely sandbags to protect them. But elsewhere, UDog might still go up against OR Esports, but for now, looks like Hyderabad Hydras, the drop spot, change over here did work for them, because they do have some semblance of a little fortification in Pachinki. But now as the circle is going to move, is it going to be in Pachinki? No, it isn't. It's going to force everyone to go out in the open, and it looks like the compound's pretty much under control of UDog India, and OR Esports could be the next few hotspots.
Yeah, but look at all the information Manti is finding in the meantime. I mean, he has an inkling that there is someone in all of those houses. Reckoning Esports and a bunch of other teams have been discovered. They know where OR is, they know where UDog is, they know where Tactical is. They might not have the zone in their favor, but they certainly have all the information in the world to work with. Now it's going to come down to how well they can utilize it and plan a rotation around that. Well, that and also the fact that their buggy has lost its front right wheel, but I don't think that's going to be as much of a problem for them, because they are in cover.
Well, they are in cover for now, and they are going to make their way towards the circle without much of an issue, because again, you have all these secret tunnels to work with, and if you know your map, if you know your nooks and crannies, well, it becomes just a little bit easier. But Sagi could be in prime position. He might just have a little bit of a visual on them, but keep in mind, one team has been pretty silent thus far, and that team are the demigods themselves. It is GodLike. In fact, if you have a look at what we are looking at right now, I'm going to hold that thought, because it looks like Dave is going to spot something in the distance. Sensei is going to peek over like a meerkat. Luckily for him, Dave did not let loose with his DP-28, but again, Tactical, as I did mention, could come under heavy fire. In fact, looks like the artillery barrage is beginning, because TSM are going to be rolling through. There you have it. They are going to be ducked out in the water over there. They are going to take a little bit of shots. Luckily for them, their vehicles are going to provide them enough cover. Now they are going to be hitting UDog's position. There you have it. Dave with the grenade already set up. He knows the push is coming in. Mystic is going to be down. However, that grenade is going to go boom just a little bit too quick, and now Blaze is going to have to take some much needed cover as well. Expect push coming up, expect smokes to be deployed, expect everyone's vision to be obscured, because Dave up top, buddy, has been brought down.
Oh yeah, Dave does not
And he
have
knocked
that
himself
information to work. Oh no, I believe he was trying to put down his work, and Shadow's also going to meet the same fate. Another nade comes in, and Team X-Spark, well, Team TSM could be in a world of trouble over here because they knock out their own players, and now Molly's even going to come and make life a lot harder for them as they might just start burning in that Molly, and well, Fearless is going to come forward and finish off that job. Finish off what the side of TSM's done it as well. Oh my god, he's going to try to get the clutch going. Are they going to succeed? No, they're both going to drop. I think a third party might be in the mix over here. No, it is actually Dark coming in from the backstab, making sure that UDog's bases are covered. They will take out 3 members from the side of TSM, but before they do so, they're going to make sure that one of the teammates is able to get back up on his feet. But Ninja John might not give them that time to work with it. In fact, he's going to clutch it out. UDog will be eliminated in the 9th place. We're going to turn our attention back towards Revanant and EXO, or rather, Revanant and GodLike, as Clutch God has been knocked down.
He has been knocked down, and now GodLike's position is going to be taken on by the Revenants themselves. Jonathan is going to be a bit low on HP, and wait a second, is that all she wrote? Not for now, because Old Esports for now are going to be out in the 9th position with 3 finishes to themselves, and with GodLike's Jonathan going down. Looks like GodLike are going to be exiting as well without any finishes to their names in the 8th position. Well, looks like this time they did not see, they did not come, and they didn't conquer anything because the Revenants are going to be on point. Now again, EXO did take the position of Tactical Esports. They might just come under fire from the Revenants, but TSM, although they are in 2-1, they are going to hold their ground, and OR Esports, boy oh boy, they are good because for now, they have the only structures in the compound, but keep in mind, it is going to come under view of a lot of people as the Supari gang are going to exit in the 7th position with 5 finishes for themselves.
Yeah, the Supari gang, well, they did get themselves 2 placement points to work with. Not the end of the world, just 1, but yeah, I mean, it's still something. It's better than not getting it's better than being out of 8 to 12, so yeah, well, 1 point to work with. That's a little bit of a bonus, but OR Esports in the meantime are eyeing up a couple of members from Recknoning. They also see the Hydras, and this could be a little bit problematic for them because they're going to try to fight a war on multiple fronts. And when they try to do so, well, never mind, that is not going to happen. In fact, the tires have been knocked out of that vehicle, and somehow Recknoning Esports are still alive to tell the tale, but Sensei is going to come in and join the fray. Not too sure what EXO are thinking over here, but they want to try and take a fight. In fact, Sensei might just end up getting scolded, and Core will do just that as he cleans him up, and now once again, Team EXO are going to have to play this final few circles without their IGL.
And in comes Hyderabad Hydras as well. Striker is going to go down. Speaking of IGLs, another one is going to bite the dust. Now Carry is going to be spotted again. I wonder what the calls over here are, because yes, we know, oh my goodness, that hurt me as much as it hurt them, because one grenade from Paradox comes in, and well, all those finishes go Revenant's way. Now Revenants are looking in a good spot. They do have 6 finishes for themselves, all 4 members alive, but so do OR Esports. Recknoning Esports against all odds. They did get some semblance of cover. Top Dog is going to be moving in. This is when he might just be shot at. For now, Mr. Spray is going to be in a little bit of mist himself, and now he is going to throw the grenade. Maybe not, because he might have just spotted that little plume of smoke coming out, but it looks like one grenade is going to be wasted for now. Elsewhere, Skrells is going to make sure that they keep the left flank for these teams secure, because, you know, again, they do have some semblance of cover. They have all these burning vehicles, which means, well, they aren't going to go boom any further. But the thing is, if your flanks are exposed, it could be problematic. Or if you are in the blue like Ace Black is, he knows his time has come. He knows he's done for. All he's trying to do right now is trying to get as much as he can, because there you have it. He also makes sure that no one is going to be stealing that finish away from him. 5 teams alive, 15 players still in this game, and TSM's position is going to come under heavy fire.
Absolutely a wise decision coming in from the Hyderabad Hydra member there, making sure that he doesn't land, he doesn't give out any points, and more importantly, any of the top tier gear he had. I believe he had a level 3 vest and a helmet that could have turned the tide of battle for these teams, but in the meantime, OR Esports gonna make their move towards Recknoning. I do believe Manti-OP took a couple of shots to the hip, but Evo, still standing in this position, has not really been discovered just yet. But they might have an inkling as to where Evo is. I don't think they can hurl any sort of nades to flush him out of this position. And in fact, he's going to continue keeping all of these teams at bay.
Let me tell you one thing. Amazing use of smoke by Recknoning Esports over there, because they are on those slopes. Yes, they might have a few rocks for cover, but there you have it. Through the smoke come the aggressors, and Maxi is going to make sure that one of the members is going to go down. Top Dog could be dangerously close to being knocked out as well. However, Paradox and Austin are going to be on standby to suppress the enemy. Again, now Revenant suddenly realize, you know what? Forget firing down. They have to make do with this team over here, because only one of them is going to be making it to a circle. And once again, Top Dog coming under fire is lucky to be still alive, and looks like Maxi is going to be as well. This is that grenade blew up on the other side of the rock while his teammate Abrar made quick work of face, and with that, EXO are out of this game in the 5th position with a decent 5 finishes for themselves.
Well, now we're down to the final 4, but it seems that some teams have a much better chance compared to some others. This TSM only have 2 members standing. Do remember the clutch coming in, but now the Hydras starting to break out. Recknoning Esports making their move. All the members of Revanant have knocked them down a lot over here, and OR are also chiming in. Jelly is down, but not out inside the smoke. Let's see if he can get back up on his feet as Evo. Well, he's glitching through the matrix for now. He might need to contact Neo for that. But unfortunately, GodLike are already out, so no chance of that happening. In the meantime, Recknoning Esports in the distance are biting the dust. Squirrel's gonna be spotted. His leg showing just a little bit, and Evo will confirm that finish. No, it's actually Top Dog who ends up getting it. He steals it away. Once again, Revanant Esports, it seems that they were eliminated by Recknoning, but not before taking out a finish.
You know, I did tell you, Recknoning Esports, they were going to be the little thorn in the side for the Revenants, and it looks like that is just the case. But for now, well, they have burned out, and they are going to be out in the blue. And Mr. Spray, I don't see him coming back in this game for now, as of course smokes are going to be deployed. That was an intimate, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like Mr. Spray did not get that memo. He's like, you know what, I might be on my last few clutches over here, but I'm going to try my best. In fact, he does kind of even the odds out for TSM. Now TSM know that the OR are going to have a few of the members down. They do see the smoke. They know someone could be up there. Wexy could be in trouble. That grenade is going to be hitting the target, and there we go. It goes boom. Unfortunately, it's just a bit too long. Now Evo is on standby to pick up his teammate. There you have it. The IGL Jelly is going to be up. Blaze's position is going to be given away. Wexy still has to patch himself up. Evo's done the same, and now that little push could be coming in. These grenades aren't going to hit anything.
TSM have pulled off a 2v4 before right in this game, but asking that again for Ninja Jordan and Blaze OP might just be a bit of a mammoth task. Well, let's see if they can live up to the expectations over here. As if there's any time where you had to justify names, now is it. Ninja, he's got the Jordan DN, and Blaze calling himself overpowered. But are they strong enough to fight 4 members of OR? No, well, doesn't seem like that's going to be the case for now. That nade actually does not end up connecting tight to the cover that Blaze has on his left. That rock coming in handy, but all these smokes from TSM is going to prevent them from moving out. If they want to move out, they're just going to get shot at by OR.
I mean, of course, they do look like rocks, but it looks like they are military vehicles over there with some camouflage on top of them. And unbeknownst to OR Esports, it is going to be saving their life. But the question is, for how much longer? Because looks like we do have an artillery strike, and now that if he gets from the left flank, it could be problematic. Evo in the middle. Wexy needs to make a move at the right time as well, and there you have it. They haven't spotted. Ninja is going to be taken down. Evo on a sliver of HP, but Blaze is going to come with a heavy fire courtesy of Aditya, and OR Esports, ladies and gentlemen, making sure that all 4 members stay alive after getting the chicken dinner after so much trial and tribulation. And you know what? They did it in style.
Absolutely. OR Esports, you know, they maintain their power. They made sure they don't split up a bit too much. Don't give TSM all those 1v1s that they were looking for. And in the end, they're able to come out on top and get themselves that chicken dinner. A much needed chicken dinner for the side of OR Esports. They were so close to getting it yesterday, but unfortunately, just couldn't cross the finishing line. This time around, though, not the case.
They were so close to getting it in Miramar in the previous map as well, but looks like they finally edged past their opposition. They edged past all those hurdles, and well, they finally crossed that finish line, got a taste of the delicious chicken dinner, and with 11 finishes, you know, to go along with, I think it's a pretty good outing.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't think that OR Esports showed any signs of weakness over here. They made up for the fact that in Miramar, they have had the circle closing in on them time and time again, and even though they weren't able to get the chicken in at that time, they're like, Lady Luck, you took kindly to us, now please let us return the favor to you. They played that very, very well. In fact, so well that I want to have a look at it second time in the highlights.
Well, the highlights are going to be coming up on your screen now, and well, action was aplenty right from the beginning. However, it was Team X-Bark who were getting all the punishment.
Oh yeah, I mean, Team X-Bark, you know, just drawing the short end of the stick over here along with the side of GodLike, as both of these teams not really having the start that they were hoping for today. Even Skylightz Gaming getting spotted out early on and being taken out as Skylightz. Well, oh, okay, Somras did a bit of a drive-by over there. Didn't really catch that on the finish beat, but OR Esports, oh, they even managed to take out the members from Enigma, and yeah, it seems that they were able to rack up those finish points. Old Hood not having as good of a time as one would have hoped for. They have not really done all that well, but they are slowly moving forward here.
They were slowly moving forward. Unfortunately, you know, sometimes you do get caught a bit off guard, and that is exactly what we saw. But over here, Canary finally letting that M4 sing, and with that, of course, desync. Well, he was sent out of sync and was taken down. Now, Krish over here, no one expected that. They realized that, you know what, one of the members is down. He did lay down a lot of lead with that Tommy gun, trying to go all gangster over them. But again, he did surprise the enemy from behind, and, you know, that little joke that I did make at the beginning, it had nothing to do with his prowess.
Oh yeah, absolutely nothing. You know, I mean, might be a bit too late for those mafias to reign supreme because the Tommy gun was popular back in the 70s and 80s, but now it is more of an M40. This is way, way back. I mean, I think 70s and 80s is still a bit too far
Think
early.
more 30s and 40s.
30s and 40s? Oh my
Al
god.
Capone, baby.
Oh yeah, well, I'm not sure if there's going to be any insurance fraud being committed over here, but for sure there is a finish fraud being committed, as I believe Revanant were able to snatch up a finish out of Reckoning's mouth. We will also see that. And this too is pretty much, you know, a finish fraud coming out from Ninja Jot. Somehow clutches it out over there and make sure the TSM live to see the top 4.
Well, they do live to see the top 4, and in fact, it did come down to the top 2 for them, as well as Jonathan over here was trying to lay down some, well, heavy fire with those grenades. Unfortunately, his position was given away, and there you have it. The moment you are spotted, expect some lead coming your way, and with that, GodLike again going out without any finishes this time. They might just get a couple of placement points here and there. Now, Revenants, again, they had a good spot in this last few circles. They had the high ground, but the way that Reckoning Esports, they rotated all the way around. In fact, you know, with all that smoke being deployed, they did kind of cast them off guard. Now, what Revenant had to do was, right, they had to keep the enemies at bay down below in the form of Hyderabad Hydras, in the form of iQOO, but that is when pretty much Reckoning Esports, they had plans of their own, and they came and sent the priests back to church.
I mean, you know, even iQOO bit the dust fairly later on. Fierce, he made a sort of a clever play by going inside that vehicle. You know, sure, it gives away a little bit of sound, but it's better than being out in the open. And yeah, the vehicle can always go boom. And well, this is where I felt really bad for OR, because they were the ones who secured the knock. But look at Top Dog from the side, getting that finish, stealing it away right before he gets taken out. I mean, that was just top tier stuff.
Well, the Revenants were playing good, and if you speak about Top Dog, I do believe he did have 5 finishes to his name. I'll tell you one thing, woof woof for him, because he might just get the iQOO MVP mantle, because, well, he did steal a few finishes, and who can blame him? Remember, 1 finish equals 1 point, and it doesn't matter how you get it, by hook or by crook, it is going to be in your favor. But OR Esports, what they did over here was, now, again, all the odds were stacked against them, right, at the beginning, especially when, you know, their particular compound could have come under fire from either end. We had the Revenants at one point, iQOO was moving in at the other, and of course TSM was making their move as well. Had they been overwhelmed by everyone at the same time, well, we could have been singing a different song. But now that we know who won, it was OR Esports. In case you missed it, we do have the point standing coming up. Let's see where your favorite teams are going to land.
Well, OR Esports obviously going to be taking that top spot with 26 points to work with, 15 coming from placements and 11 from finishes. And once again, you have to remember the priorities. You know, first, it's going to be the total number of points, then it comes down to chicken dinners, and then it comes down to placement points. So you want to prioritize them accordingly. TSM in second place with 6 finish points and 12 placement points. Once again, just some classic TSM gameplay. Revanant Esports with 15, Reckoning with 14, iQOO with 11, and then everyone else in the single digits.
And now we did kind of predict something. Let's see which one man or woman is going to be standing head and shoulders above everyone else, as the iQOO MVP is going to be popping up on our screen. Let's see if we are right. Is it going to be Top Dog, or is someone else going to snatch that bone away from the dog?
I mean, he might be whimpering if that does end up happening, but it is the top is off dogs from Revanant Esports. Once again with 5 finishes and 698 damage done, 307 healing. That is equal to being knocked down 3 times. That is how often he was able to survive and get himself, well, get his team that much of an edge. And guess what? The 4 players following him in his wake are going to be from TSM, OR, and iQOO.
Of course, we do have Ninja Jot over there with 4 finishes for himself. Wexy, the man who is just too sexy, with 4 for himself as well. And of course, Fierce has 4 as well. Now with Ditya, I'm telling you one thing. He was pivotal at some points in OR's firefights. And well, he ends up with 3 finishes for himself. Now, of course, you know, as is tradition, we are going to have a look at a few more facts and a few more numbers and a few more figures, because the match summary is now upon us with 122 grenades that were used. And as far as the longest finish distance goes, nothing to write home about, because we have seen 300 plus meter finishes. However, only 3 grenades ended up putting people, well, sending them to the depths of hell.
Oh yeah, I mean, out of the 122, only 3 resulting in finishes. That's kind of a low number, but a lot of smokes were popped, so, you know, no big surprises there at the end of the day. And once again, a big far cry from what we saw from the round 3, from the quarterfinals as well. We saw the, you know, numbers averaging out around 60 to 70. A lot more finishes coming into the mix over here, but it seems that the grand finals is a completely different ball game, and rightfully so.
You know, speaking of far cry, and of course we do have Revenants over there, I wonder if a few viewers can put 2 and 2 together and know what I'm talking about, because it was the the 5th in the installment, but again, I'm going to talk about that later. Now, OR Esports, man, I mean, getting the job done, 26 points for them, it was needed, let's be honest, right? I mean, they are a big hitting team, and again, you just need that little infusion of momentum. And before we keep on yapping away about OR Esports, let's do one thing. Let's pick 2 players, possibly one from OR, possibly one might be top dog, as we are going to make 2 players face off against one another, and this time it is going to be one from OR. Of course, it had to be. It is Wexy going up against TSM's Ninja.
I mean, I think well-deserved spot for Ninja, you know, perfectly honest. This man clutched it out for his team, got them that top 4 spot, but you know what? We've seen enough of the player face-off already. It's fairly straightforward. Ninja is edging them out in terms of damage and assists as well, so let's now move on to the next stand that is ready, which is going to be the squad face-off. Let's see which teams are going to be in there.
Well, let's do one thing. Let's keep OR Esports the winners of our last game over here, and we're going to make them face off against, well, the Revanants themselves. OR with 11 finishes for themselves, and the Revanants from Revanant Esports with 7.
Absolutely. Experiment gets his choice of teams on the squad face-off over here, of course, pushing his weight around a little bit, you know, using the cloud to the advantage.
I'm a big boy.
Absolutely, you are a big boy. But 11 assists for OR compared to 2 for the side of Revenant, and 2 headshots coming in from OR as well. Of course, you know, they were the ones who ended up getting the chicken dinner, but Revenant, once again, a little bit reminiscent of Enigma from yesterday, who, no matter what the situation was, were always getting themselves that top 8 spot.
They were indeed, and again, you know, they could have actually gone a bit higher on the points table, but again, you know, I mean, getting caught off guard by Recknoning Esports. Let me say one thing, not really off guard per se, because they knew that that Recknoning Esports was in that position. They, of course, they did see all that smoke pop out, but again, you know, they were being fired upon from multiple ends. OR Esports were pummeling them with lead while they were as well, but again, you know, they were just... everybody had their sights set on Revanant Esports. That is something that did bring them down, because although Recknoning did get a few finishes, OR took one, and well, EXO took one before he was blown to smithereens. I
mean, Recknoning had the pleasure of knowing that there's no one going to be coming in from the flank or from the backstab, right? One of the flanks was completely clear. The backstab was also completely clear, thanks to their prior positioning in the zone. Revenant, on the other hand, didn't have that same luxury. There were players closing in all around them. They were much more out in the open. And well, in the end, I mean, you saw them getting shot at by OR, by Recknoning. There were so many teams in the mix, and even though everything was falling apart around him, Top Dog still managed to steal a finish, just add a little bit of salt to his wounds of Recknoning Esports before he went down.
3 finishes.
3 finishes.
If you remember one thing, they did get a few people down on the knees, and then one grenade comes in, the grenade goes boom, and with that, Top Dog, in fact, stole a couple of finishes right under the noses of the enemy as well. Again, by hook or by crook, it doesn't matter how you get those finish points, as long as you get them for your team and, well, move higher up on that points table. Now, again, you know, I love the game. I mean, it was absolute domination coming in from OR Esports this time around. Good zone control, making sure all 4 members were up till the end, and well, that does make a difference.
It most certainly does, but the next map is going to take us all for a bit of a ride, because it is going to be Sanhok. It is going to be the place where the flight path doesn't matter. It makes no difference whatsoever. It's really down to the mercy of the zone, you know, what it's feeling like. Yesterday, we did see the zone being very, very generous. The first circle, well, it engulfed quite a big portion of the map, but I don't know if we're going to see Lady Luck feeling just as generous today.
You know, when we do talk about absolute power, right, I mean, what is absolute power? It is total power, and a couple of names do come to mind. Now, the thing is, in our world, in the casting world, you know, I mean, we do have some juggernauts like that as well, and we have a nice little surprise for you. Now, when I say total power, you should think Imperium, because of course he is totally dominant as far as analysis is concerned. Let's do one thing. Let's bring him on our screens. Imperium, how are you doing, good sir?
I'm doing pretty damn amazing. First of all, thank you very much
have a little
for
bit of a mic
having
issue.
me.
Just want to make sure everything is on there, buddy.
Okay.
Well,
I can hear you guys.
To hear what you're saying for the moment, unfortunately.
No.
Bit of a technical issue. Let's just get that fixed real quick, and yeah, we can get the. Thank you. We can understand that. Yes, right back.
See, of course, love is the universal language. That is, of course, something that all of us are going to get. So what we might do is we might, in fact, just hop back over to the studio for a little bit and make sure everything is tickety-boo. Oh, I see that. You have everything ready. There you go. That is what I was saying. You know, total power. This man knows his game, and
can you hear me?
You have showered us with your love, and I guess we are going to have to go old school. Maybe you might have to write us a little bit of a letter. Or let's do one thing. Imperium, we obviously want to hear your beautiful voice. So how about this? If production can help us out right now, we are going to be switching back over to the studio. And in about another half a minute or so, making sure everything is sorted again. It's just this last minute things, right? You got to make sure everything is tickety-boo. But again, I'm talking about total power, right? That's Imperium for you. He's going to be handy with his sketchpad.
He steps into the studio and he's so powerful that he suppresses everyone around him. All of a sudden, the production's like, well, our comms aren't working. It's because, well, that's just how strong Imperium is. That's his aura. That's his aura of domination.
I don't know if you know about this, but Imperium and we go back quite a long way again. Yes, we are the old foggies over here in this business. But the thing is, I do believe the sounds have all been cleared out, and Imperium's, well, you did do something over here, buddy. We're going to have you back over on our screens once again. How are you doing, son?
I'm hoping you can hear me this time, Dad.
Loud and clear. There you have it.
Yes.
It's been a while.
So firstly, it's been a while. Thank you so much for having me on broadcast. It's a pleasure and honor to in some way speak on this broadcast, and shout out to all you guys, all the production, for putting on a fantastic show, and just this whole event has been pretty monumental within the world of BGMI.
Oh, it has been monumental, and of course, it is a pleasure and a privilege having you here as well. I wonder how many, in fact, know about the whole son dad joke. We're going to come to that later. But now, before I give you the stage here, Floki, I do want to ask you a question. I know for a fact that you have been following BGIS 2020 with quite a keen eye on it. How are the teams from India doing? How do they compare with, well, the global stage?
It's a really interesting question, and it's probably the biggest question that we will in time see answered. I've been overall very impressed with some of the top teams in how they've been able to work together as a team, and you can clearly see that the level of communication and the practice that they've pulled out in scrims and tournaments prior to this is showing. It's sometimes that lack of aggression, that maybe lack of spreading out, that could hurt them going forward. But at the end of the day, within this India scene, we're seeing some absolutely fantastic teams show up, show out, and it's just making the race for the top that little bit higher, that little bit harder.
Absolutely. And Floki, how about you shoot a question over at Imperium over here?
All right, so we have a theory brewing up in the studio here. We do see GodLike being very, very strong on day one. Of course, they come out swinging. They get like 80-something points. On day two, bit of a cold start for them. They aren't able to rack up those many points. In fact, this game as well, they got eliminated fairly early on. Do you think this is them actually just, trying to 1000 IQ their opponents, seeing, what they do, what they can get away with? Or is this genuinely GodLike struggling to match up to the level of these underdog teams starting to rise up here?
There's two elements to that. You do have the fact that we are seeing 2 to 3 other teams step up to the plate in terms of performance, aggression, Recknoning. I was super impressed with them in match 2, for example, the amount of finishes they got and the control they had in the circle. Orange Rock and the ability of them to just send it in and say, hey, we're going to hold on to this. But I also think that GodLike, in some way, are scaling back a little bit in terms of their aggression, and they're trying to find the right balance between that, hey, let's fire on all cylinders, and Jonathan just going crazy, Neo stepping up, Clutch God clutching out, while also getting the rotations on point, because it is about a balance. They've struggled today, but there's still 3 more games to go. One thing I fear with GodLike is that sometimes they need momentum to really succeed. And coming into day 3, if they have a even poorer day 2, that could really kind of put a couple of question marks. Never mind the fact that that lead could go down even further.
Well, the lead could dwindle, but again, I have that little bit of a mischievous streak in me. I think they're holding back on purpose. They're giving the other teams hope. They're giving them hope that, all right, you know what, we're going to back off just a little bit. But again, that is all speculation, and that's all fun banter from our side. Now, you did mention we are going to have some, events lined up in the future. And, of course, you have a lot more obstacles for our teams to cover. Now, of course, we have no idea who's going to be crowned the kings or queens of BGIS 2021, but if you were to give them a message, because, they are going to be going up against the world, what would you say to them to basically calm their nerves?
Stay focused, stay as a team, and communicate effectively. It's okay to have a level of fear, right? The biggest thing to fear is fear itself. I know it's cliche to say. Recognize that you might be a little bit scared, but use that as motivation. Say to the rest of your team, guys, I'm nervous. I'm feeling a little bit shaky. And then the rest of your team, the best kind of teams, will back each other up. The best IGLs will say to the rest of the team, okay, guys, let's do this. Don't worry about the nerves. We've got this the next game. Every day, every game, you are whittling your chances down, of course, to really turn it around. But it's all about the mental game. You get past the mentality of it all, the stress, and you're on the right path.
I mean, once your IGL gives you that little bit of a bear hug, you know, all your stress and all your fibrillations are going to go away. But once again, I did mention, you know, total power, that is what Imperium means. Thank you so much for joining us in this studio today. And again, little Joe coming in. Stay in touch, son.
I will, Dad.
Well, anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that was Imperium from you all the way from across the seas and went and land a little bit distant away. But for now, we're going to come back to the studio and we are going to focus on what is at hand because it is going to be Sanhok next. And of course, it is going to be chaotic.
And once again, you know, what Imperium says is going to strike so true over here because all of these teams are going to be a little bit nervous coming in. They are going to feel like, you know what, I mean, I am feeling a little bit nervous, but addressing the elephant in the room is a lot better than letting it go unnoticed.
And now, the time that you actually have been waiting for. Before Sanhok, let's have a look at the overall standings. Ladies and gentlemen, look like the king hath fallen because GodLike Esports, oh boy, they are going to be in the second position for the first time on day 2. 96 points for them, but OR Esports are going to be etching past them now. Again, reminder, they do have one chicken dinner each, and yes, GodLike does have more finishes. However, we are going to give that advantage, that little bit of precedence to position points, and well, OR have hit that 50 mark there.
Oh yeah, I mean, a lot of these teams are starting to rise up in terms of position points as well, and now having this, you know, slight 8-point edge against GodLike is going to be instrumental. It seems, you know, very small right now, but if OR keep this performance up, in the end it could be that GodLike and OR are tied for points, and that is when those placement points come in and make the difference. Of course, if GodLike Esports do get a bunch of chicken dinners, that is going to be irrelevant, but that is not to say that OR can't do the same, right? So, you know, any little advantage you can find at this point is quite big, but I do want to have a look at the other side as well and see what teams are there down in the top 16. Now, Revanant Esports and the Hydras will maintain their spot in the top 8, but who else is about to break into the top 8? That's what I'm very curious to find out.
Well, we are going to find out, but let's just quickly talk about the Hyderabad Hydras. Now, yesterday, I do believe they were in the 3rd position, and although they haven't really fallen that far, oh boy, they do not want to be on the 2nd page of the overall standing, because that is what's going to come up right now, and they still have a little bit of lead as far as Enigma Gaming is concerned.
Oh yeah, I mean, Enigma Gaming with 64 points to their name, and then a close call between Tactical and UDog with 60 points each, Old Hood with 54. Seems that all the underdogs are lined up one after the other, you know, Tactical, UDog, Old Hood, all from places 10 to 12th, and then you've got 7C Esports, the Supari gang, Xpark, and R Esports, and well, one of these names does not look like the other. I'm quite sure you guys know what I'm talking about.
Of course, we are talking about something that I'm going to hold on to for now, but again, you know, anything can happen here. I mean, our esports, not the best of days for them, just 1 point increase over the last, I do believe it was 6 games, 3 games. You did do all the maths there, but in the last game, they just managed to get that 1 point. So, you know, I wouldn't count them out just yet, let me be honest with you, right? Because we still have a lot more games in store. We still have 2 more days after today for all this BGMI action. But again, none of this would have been possible without, well, these bad boys in our hands. I, of course, have the iQOO 9 Pro. He has the iQOO 9 with the matte black finish. And Floki, you can probably tell them some good news because they might be able to get their hands on one as well.
Absolutely, the instructions are on your screen right now. Just look up iQOO 9, hit the notify me button on the iQOO website, and maybe you're gonna walk away with an iQOO 9 in your hands. Well, I've talked enough about them. XP, why don't you take the stage?
The thing is, no one's going to believe us, are they? So let's do one thing. Let's have a word from the official smartphone sponsor for BGIS 2021. Well, let me tell you something. Mischief is finally out. Hope has finally floated in. We are back once again. My name is Angad Singh Chahal. I go by the Experiment, and joining me as well, Pandit Sparrow today. Of course, I am going to be taking the mickey out of him all day. But let me tell you one thing. You know, we might joke about it. It looks good on you.
Thank you so much, XP, for the lovely introduction once again. But what happened, XP? I was going for one game. You guys just changed the points table completely.
Oh my goodness. GodLike, well, looks like they are going to be challenged. Someone is finally going up against the gods themselves. We might have a little bit of Mount Olympus breakout over here. But for now, OR Esports finally getting that chicken dinner and making themselves numero uno.
You know what? Top 4 teams, only 5 points are separating them. I mean, I have to say the competition level is rising, and I'm loving it.
He's loving it. I mean, we were discussing this just moments ago because, you know, we want the competition to be razor thin, as I'm sure all of you do as well. But now, once again, it is going to be Sanhok. Before the jungles down below are rustling and bustling with all the people running through, let's have a look once again and see where we're going to start off, because it is going to be the ruins, and, well, the Hyderabad Hydras love dropping at that position.
Absolutely. I mean, our esports, they would love to land at boot camp. It's a beautiful place. I have to say, the rainforest of Sanhok, they would love to see some action. UDog India, I mean, they're performing well. I mean, Fearless from UDog India is just turning a lot of heads in his favor, but at this point of time, they need to rack up some points. Meanwhile, talking about Skylightz Gaming, they're also looking good. They are consistent, but this team, I have to mention, Team EXO is consistent in every single one of these games.
Oh, I'm telling you, I mean, their position points, they might not be the flashiest, they might not be the most flamboyant, they might not have the highest finishes, but boy, oh boy, do they have the high number of position points. And again, they just might do something spectacular and take the lead, because I think you do have a point coming up. But wait a second, go for it.
You know, they are still under the radar at this point of time. No team is looking
I
like
would not
EXO,
say
like
that.
no, they're not flashy at all. They're not rushing anyone. They're
okay,
not being aggressive, but they are consistent. They are in top 3, and that is the point, right? I mean, in the final day, imagine if Team EXO can get a couple of chicken dinners, they can be the champions.
They can indeed, but you know, then I would have a counterpoint to that. Now, lovely point over there. They are under the radar, so to speak, but boy, they know when to pick their fights. So, you know, even if you do go up against Team EXO, you can't just run them over and walk all over them. You got to know that they are going to be putting up one heck of a fight, and they do fight till that last man is standing. And oh my goodness, why did you have to point to the screen just then? By the way, I wasn't even looking at the screen. I was looking at Sparrow, and suddenly he just shows me that mannequin, and boy, I'm gonna have some nightmares tonight.
Oh, it's scary. I mean, yes, it is scary, but you know what else is scary? This game could be scary. Sanhok could be scary, because this is the most unpredictable map of them all. Meanwhile, talking about the plane path, even though plane path does not even mean that much in this one, but still, I would like to tell you about it. It is starting near Tambang and going towards Hathin. It is a little bit of western, northern kind of a plane path. Might be difficult for teams if they want to reach Kampong, Lakavi. They need to glide a little bit more.
Now, keep one thing in mind. You are going to wonder, wait a second, why are the overall rankings in Sanhok so low? Because only one has been played so far, and we talked about it earlier, GodLike Esports. They did get that chicken dinner, and they almost got that 30 bomb, and well, they are pretty much far ahead of anyone close to them. And if you have a look on the right side of your screens, well, 3 of their 4 players are going to be the top 5 players, basically racking up all those finishes for themselves. But for now, I wonder if we are going to see some early clashes, because this is Sanhok, and we definitely expect that. And wait a second, I love this. The first circle that is going to be formed does have almost 50% of water in it, which means, well, there is not enough real estate to go around.
You know what? I love this circle. I mean, still, there are some uncertainty where the circle would go. It might go towards the middle island. It might go towards the northern western island. It would be just awesome to see if the circle surprises us one more time. Meanwhile, talking about GodLike, you know, this is a sort of team that would get a chicken. If they get a chicken, they're going to get with a lot of finishes to their name.
Well, they could do just that, because again, you know, this map is kind of like primed for GodLike. And let me break it down, right? If GodLike, they have enough loot, and if the circle forces them to move out of Painan, which it might just do so in a few moments, all they have to do is run along, listen to some, you know, commotion in the distance, a little rustle in the leaves, and something hiding in the bushes. They're going to come at you hard, and if you aren't paying attention, well, you might be fighting a fight for your lives with one team, and GodLike just might come in from behind. But for now, since we do have the circle, have a look at that. A lot of teams are spread far and wide. Sparrow, do you see anything coming up sooner?
Well, Team Xbox, look at their position. All 4 of their players are in the center of the circle, but at the same time, they are spreaded. I mean, how can you be spread like this? I mean, they have done their homework.
Speaking of Team Xbox, Scout might just be taken down if UDog India have any weapons, because he is going to be driving past them. In fact, he is going to go and pick up his teammate Mavi. They might actually, go up against, go up on those infamous cliffs. But you got to be careful, because we've seen in the past, it does seem like all that moss growing over there does make it a bit too slippery, and many a man has fallen from those cliffs. But for now, looks like Scout is not going to be seen by the enemy, but looks like action is going to break out. TSM is going to come into fire. Shadow, before he could make it to cover, is going to be taken out, and well, he's going to drown to the watery depths and meet Davy Jones himself.
I was thinking that TSM also, they are quite consistent today. They are not getting the chicken, they're not getting those massive numbers, but they're still consistent. They're still getting 10 to 15 points in every single game, but right now they're on the back foot because they lost a player early on in the game. TSM Shadow, he was flying too close to the sun, it seems.
Also, you got to keep one thing in mind. Now, we know TSM, a little bit of an Icarus reference over there for those of you who are listening, but coming back to TSM Shadow, the thing was, yes, he was flying a bit too close to the enemy in the situation, because we know TSM, they love dropping in Hothin, right? That is their drop spot. However, this time he was on the other side of the bridge, and well, Enigma Gaming, they were making their move as well, and sooner rather than later, Enigma might just swim across and might just give TSM a little run for their money. Elsewhere, if I do have a look at the map, I was just going to bring this up. Ultron in an ultra position. He, in fact, could be raining down death, but for now, all he's doing is making sure he gets as much information as he can for his teammates.
Look, the thing is, Ultron, he doesn't have that kind of a loot. He only got a level 1 vest on him. He is yet to get a booster. I mean, he got a Vector and a QBZ, so it's not going to be that easy for him to start a fight all on his own. That's why he waited for the cavalry to come in, and now the cavalry has arrived. And now I would love to see if they're going to share some loot with each other. Yes, they are doing that, but the problem is, right now, Team Xbox, even though they have a beautiful position on top of this mountain, they don't have that kind of a loot XP.
They don't have the kind of loot, and it looks like a little camera was askew over there, because Mavi seemed to have disappeared. Of course, his camera just fell, and all we can see is his ceiling for now. Hopefully that is going to change, because I want to see the expressions. I want to see the emotions on their faces, whether they are being, whether they're knocking people down or whether they are being finished themselves. But for now, Gil, again, you got to be comfortable, right? It doesn't matter whether you lie down and play, whether you sit up straight, whether you have a chair, whether you have a bed. You got to make sure you are in your comfort zone, and that is exactly what Gil is doing. And for now, the Supari gang, Desing and the boys, running through the jungle. Question is, are they going to be heard?
Well, you were talking about ceiling. Maybe that's a signal, right? I mean, Team Xbox, they would love to hit the ceiling of the points table. Yeah, they would love to reach the top, but for that to happen, they need to work really hard today. Talking about TSG, the Supari gang, they got a, really good players in their lineup. We got Daddy, we got Krish, but at this point of time, some shooting has started. Team Altered Esports, Klaus, Ayush, Sultan, and Crazy. I mean, all 4 of them played really well yesterday. Today, maybe not that much.
Well, maybe not that much, but again, this is just game 4, and keeping that in mind, we still have 3 games in total, including this one, to be played before the day is, before we do call it a day, in fact. And Ace Black, wait a second, you got to make sure you patch yourself up, because he was going for the first state. He's like, you know what, I might just keep that for later. For now, he is going to use that medkit and get his health back up to 100 really quick. And speaking of 0 to 100 real quick, it only reminds me of one thing, and that, of course, is the bad boys we have in a hand. And what was the figure again? How long does it take?
Well, it takes 18 minutes to charge for 100% fully charged in 18 minutes. I mean, I have to say, this is incredible. Yeah, I'm not even able to, think like that. I mean, I wouldn't
quick,
believe
buddy.
it. It's, I'm spellbounded. I don't have any words right now.
Well, I saw you go from 0 to 50 in 6 minutes, but right now, Tactical wants you to go from a 0 to 100, because, well, GodLike are going to be in the distance, and as we did, kind of speculate, they are going to move out of Painan a bit quicker than expected. Now, they are still in a decent spot. They do have the corner of, the island to themselves, as the heavens above are going to gift someone who is going to be brave enough with all that delicious armor, a few rounds of 7.62s to go along, the extended mag. I love the fact that we are scrolling down as well. Thank you, production. And, of course, the Grotza, the thing that pretty much cuts through butter like a hot knife. And let's see if someone is going to be using that on this map. But for now, only 1 casualty so far, and that was all the way from TSM, as Shadow, well, he was lost to the shadows.
Well, Enigma, they got a decent position as well, but look at the same thing. I mean, we talked about X-Park, we talked about they don't have the loot. Team Enigma, even they don't have the loot at this point of time. So even though you are having a decent position in the zone, that doesn't mean that you're going to survive for a long period of time, because someone would come and someone would attack. But right now, Team GodLike, they're in a split, 2v2 split, and I would love to see how this is going to cope up.
For a second, all that I was looking at was the fact that Neo almost left his baby Godzilla in the water, but the thing is, you know, they can swim and they can run pretty fast on land, as now ClutchGuard and his teammate are going to try and cover as much ground as they can, because it does kind of seem like maybe the circle might just shift to the northwestern island, and in fact we just might have the last few zones at the infamous cliffs themselves. In fact, that is exactly what they are going to be scouting out ahead, but for now they do have this compound all for themselves, and GodLike, again, although they haven't made some noise, they are still looking good.
Well, I think TSM made a blunder there. I mean, Shadow could have gone to Hearth and he could have gone there. They would have had the zone. They would have had a really good loot. But at this point of time, they're only down with one man, only remaining 3.
Again, the thing is, they weren't expecting, you know, Recknoning, they love dropping down at Tatmok, they love dropping down at Cow. They weren't expecting one of their members to be so close to the bridge itself, and, you know, that is where the problem came in. And I believe I have made a little bit of an oopsie. Recknoning, they usually love going to. There you
It
go,
was Enigma who
Gaming.
got it.
I beg your pardon, I beg your pardon. The thing is, Enigma moved so quick that Recknoning was in their spot on the map right now, and well, since their colors do match, well, you know, we're human, we can make mistakes too. But for now, the only team that is going to take that aquatic route are the gentlemen from Team XO. And although I do like the fact that they are doing this, it is a dangerous game. And speaking of a dangerous game, Carry is going to be dangerous with that M4 as a man from UDog India, and I do believe it's Fearless is brought down to his knees.
Well, a couple of players from Team XO are on the bot, a couple of players from Team XO are on a vehicle, so I would love to see how they are going to end up in the zone. The zone is getting filled, the real estate is getting costly. Meanwhile, UDog India, they're on the backward. I mean, Fearless just got knocked, but he got straight up, the revive came in, and Team UDog, now with 4 men still standing, they're looking to get their first finish on the table.
You know, as far as real estate goes, yes, usually if you are the first ones over there, it is going to be a bit costly, because, you know, you want to make sure you secure your position. However, if somebody else pushes in, they can have free real estate, and it's going to cost the other one, because looks like Team Xbox Scout is going to make sure he rains down lead from his position above, raining down death and destruction with all that 5.56 caliber bullets, and it looks like GodLike are going to be at the receiving end of things. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be big. We haven't seen these juggernauts collide horns thus far, but looks like all that changes here in Sanhok. Now Scout is relaying all this information to his teammates. In fact, have a look at Jonathan, Neo, and Zgod's position, and now ClutchGuard is coming in. If he had a couple of grenades, if he lobbed them with perfection, again, a lot of fifths and a lot of bots, but now his remaining teammates, they can't really do anything because they don't have a line of fire.
Well, again, they have to be careful, right? I mean, Team X-Park, I'm talking about Team X-Park Scout. He can't peek that much. He got a level 1 helmet, but look at the zone is going to come in. Skylightz coming. I think they're going for the heal battle once again. They did it before. They can do it again. Meanwhile, the zone is going towards Hathin, and Hathin is a beautiful place. Team Enigma found themselves in the center of the zone. Team X-Park, Team GodLike, Team TSM are in close vicinity.
Again, you got to keep in mind, you know, you might have the little high ground over there, but if you aren't careful, someone could sneak in from behind, as we have seen in Sanhok of the past, and, well, just ruin your game. And speaking of Skylightz Gaming, I do believe the call is going to be make sure everyone goes to every single house. All the first aids are going to be given to one gentleman, and that gentleman is going to be their little insurance policy later on. But Pakar, if you do bang your vehicle like that, it could be a bit problematic, as Samraj is going to look on and he's like, hey buddy, what were you driving? But now it's going to be Team Xbox. They are going to come under fire. Think about that. We just mentioned this. If they aren't too careful about their backsides, they could be overwhelmed. It looks like Enigma Gaming, they have that same idea as Team Xbox, are going to go down, losing 2 of their members. And now Scout is going to be a bit far away from his teammate. And again, how the tables turn.
Well, I have to say, I mean, I was talking about social distancing in Miramar, but at this point of time, I think they took it too seriously, it seems. Two players were really far away.
They were really far away, and I do hope we do see this in the highlights coming up sooner or later, because we have to wait for that. Fearless is going to be knocked down once again, as 2 members from TSG are going to be down on the knees. Nickel is going to be down. Desync is down, but Daddy, he is going to be on standby. Mystic is going to jump. Mystic does throw a grenade. Unfortunately, that grenade blows a little bit too high up, and the shrapnel could not reach its intended target. Now a flashbang could be going off, and Daddy could be blinded by all that glistening light. Unfortunately for Daddy, well, fortunately for him, UDog Mystic had to patch himself up, and now the push comes in. But before that, he's going to make sure he gets all that delicious loot.
Well, You know what Nikhil is doing right now? He's relaying all the information to his teammate. Meanwhile, Daddy is trying to revive. He got a lot of time to revive, but he was not able to. But this time, I think he has to do it. The nade is going to come.
Oh,
right
that
now,
is all
and
she
that
wrote.
Was a big mistake. That was a big blunder. You know what happened there? He had no nades on him. He went there. He looted the crate. He got the nade, and he threw the nade. And here you go, Team UDog India off to a wonderful start.
All that delicious loot, as we just said, does come in handy. He does finally get the grenade, and well, Daddy could not do anything in that situation as the Supari gang, ladies and gentlemen, have been wiped out in the 16th position without any finishes to themselves. And Mystic, boy oh boy, he can really breathe the future because he just made an amazing play over there. And have a look at Team EXO. That is not the position I want to be caught in, as will Tactical Esports find out, because two of the members are taken down, and it is going to be Neo with his weapons of choice, with that barrel, with that M762. He is going to lay down fire, and now he's going to switch to his Glacier M4. His teammates are coming back, and there's hardly anything that Clutch and the kid can do.
Well, Tactical on the back foot, because they know GodLike is new. So if you get knocked by GodLike, they're going to rush you, and yes, they are doing just that. Meanwhile, Jonathan just racking up the finishes for his team. Z-God and Clutch God both are trying to get more blood on this rainforest. Meanwhile, talking about Team GodLike, they got 2 finishes. They have 4 players still surviving, but you know what? I want to talk about the zone because I feel it can go towards the eastern area.
It could go back to the east, but for now, GodLike, you know what? They did kind of chase the opposition. Tactical Esports, they did make the getaway in that buggy, but for now, they realize, wait a second, Enigma Gaming is right behind us, and let's go deal with them, and then we'll wipe up the rest. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hyderabad Hydras, they are going to be swimming across, across the little cliff over there. However, we do have Old Hood Esports up top, and if they get a glimpse of the little fishies down below, it could be problematic for Hyderabad Hydras. Now keep one thing in mind, I do believe they still have all 4 members alive, and in fact 2 of them have already made land, but there you have it. Cowie has been spotted, he gets taken down, and question is Striker, the IGL, going to meet the same fate?
Well, Striker, one way or another, he has to come up. He wants to breathe, and I would love to see how the zone is going to do as well. Team Hyderabad Hydras on the back foot, they need some points. Today was not a good day for them.
It wasn't a good day for them. It looks like Striker is going to have a little bit of a problem. The circle has shifted, and we are still on the northwestern island. In fact, looks like we might just be going to the cliffs, or we might, in fact, move just a bit up to the north. And oh my goodness, this is going to be a field day for Old Hood Esports. If only they knew, if only they actually looked beyond the blue, because another team is going to be coming in, and that team, other team on your screen right now, the 3 men from Team EXO trying to make it to safety. It is going to be Punk, it is going to be Immortal, and it is going to be Fierce. Question is, are they going to be testing the immortality of the opponents, or is their own mortality going to be put to the test? And it looks like this is the predicament they don't want to be in. They have decent loot, however, no way of using it.
Well, you summed it right perfectly. Team EXO, they are underwater. They need to enter the zone, and the zone is not far away. But the problem is, when they will come up to the shore, there are going to be teams. UDog India is there, Old Hood is there. If they want to go towards Hathin, Team TSM would find them. So they need to be ultra careful. They are right now in top 15, and Immortal, which is known as, he is known as Dr. Immortal as well, but to heal, he has to come on the ground.
I think Crazy spotted something. The thing is, with us humans, we haven't really adapted so much, as we don't have gills now. Of course, we did come from the water. Unfortunately, we are terrestrial animals, and no gills over here. But wait a second, at the other hand, it looks like the Revanants are coming with the fire. Enigma are hitting their position hard. Austin goes down. In fact, he is going to be finished now. Onko is trying to get the better of Sagi. He does get the knock in. Onko is going to make sure Sagi goes down. Now he turns his attention to Eggy, as Top Dog is going to come in as well. There you have the 3rd man is going to fall from Enigma as well. And Enigma, in the blink of an eye, having reduced to 1 man. Onko, can he get the final knock and finish? Yes, he does. Revanant Esports, ladies and gentlemen, although they just lost one of their members, they are dominating the opposition, wiping out Enigma Gaming in the 15th position with 4-5 finishes, I beg your pardon. On the other hand, Hyderabad Hydras, or rather 2 members from Hyderabad Hydras.
Oh boy!
Wait a second, I was going to say they were going to go up against Tactical Esports, but when those weapons start singing, looks like RE Esports' Rockstar, in fact, came in and helped them from behind.
Well, absolutely. It was a helping hand that saved Hyderabad Hydras, but to be honest, with 2 players still surviving, they would love to get some more points. I am impressed by Revanant, meanwhile. The way these 2 players took a 2v4 situation, they handled it beautifully, and they won their individual fights really well.
Not just in this game, buddy. They did well in the last game as well, but for now, UDog, they do come under fire. Scout still atop his little cliff over here, still the king of the hill as far as he is concerned. But the question is, if the circle shifts away, is he going to meet, well, a little bit of demise? And for now, it looks like he is safe, but have a look at our Esports' Canary. Canary is going to be nearby. In fact, Canary is going to be in a little shack all by his lonesome. I do believe he might just be the man who has all the first aids for his team. Elsewhere, OH could go up against our Esports, and against all odds, Team EXO might just make it, because looks like UDog's Dave just hit the water as well, trying to see if he can spot any fish out there and, get to land before they can and lay down some lead. Elsewhere, GodLike, they are making the move, and 7C could be their next target.
Well, EXO didn't get the memo, it seems. I mean, they are underwater from zone number 2, and they are still doing it, and they're still surviving, so that's a great thing for them. Meanwhile, Team GodLike, I think they found their next prey, and this prey is not going to be that easy, because this is going to be 7C Esports. With Spray God, Prince, Aladdin and Sarang, I would love to see how their strategy will cop out, and now they are going to wait. They're going to gatekeep, they're going to wait for 7C to come out.
Now, as the circle shifts north, have a look at one very important factor. Have a look at Jonathan's position. He is going to be atop the cliffs, while his teammates are going to be on the left-hand side from their point of view of that road. So if 7C go for that right flank, they could be in trouble. In fact, that grenade could be massive. Spray God almost losing his life over there, but it's going to be Prince once again, who is the first to fall from the side of 7C Esports, and well, Z-God is going to be on hand to make sure he is going to be put 6 feet under. Sarang comes into fire as well. Aladdin almost getting knocked out as well. Expect Jonathan to maybe even rotate a bit more to the right and lob some grenades in their direction. The thing is, the distance is just a bit too much.
Now the thing is, this is Sanhok, right? I mean, if it was for a different map, they would have waited it out. But right now, they can't wait. It is Sanhok. You have to enter the zone. 9 seconds to go. 2 for 50 meters is a huge distance in this one. But GodLike, they are looking aggressive. They would love to take their #1 position in the overall point standing after this game. But for that to happen, they need to win the game. Meanwhile, although it's crazy, just got knocked by UDog Dave, Team EXO still, somehow, they managed to survive.
The thing is, that actually might just happen, because if you have a look on the right, ladies and gentlemen, OR Esports still out in the blue. They might be coming in, and looks like Dave is going to get a knock and a finish on Crazy, as Equinox, from his position up top, he is trying to see where the enemy are. It looks like he might just spot the little cavalcade that is heading towards Carrie's position for that revive. Oh, he spots them. He might wait a little bit. No, he's not going to be wasting any time. In fact, he does get a knock-on claws. When you do hit the deck, when you are prone, you do get a little bit of stability. And of course, if you are master of the 6x spray, well, it just makes your life so much easier. Now, Ayush is going to be running in as well, but he's got to be careful, because Team EXO, they have finally made landfall. And now, all they need to do is make sure they patch themselves up and then take the fight to Team TSM. On the other hand, OH are going to be taking the fight to OR. Looks like it is going to be a 3-way, as UDog are going to be joining them as well. And looks like, wait a second, UDog Esports have been knocked out. Ladies and gentlemen, they were pinched in. UDog at one end, OR at the other. And, well, that is all she wrote for that team.
Brilliant information relayed by UDog Dave. I mean, this is everything. Information is very crucial in this one. Meanwhile, TSM Equinox taking the likes of EXO, Immortal is done, and the state. Meanwhile, GodLike on the back, but Neo just got knocked. A single nade could be troublesome for Team GodLike. They need to enter the zone, but they need to figure out where Maxi is.
That is where Jonathan is going to go up from the top left over there. He might just spot out Maxi if he just comes over the road right about now. But it looks like grenades are going to be rained upon them. And now Jonathan, he might just spot them, but he's got to be careful. He does deploy his smoke first. Z-God is going to get the better of Drilled. And now the M4 is going to do all the singing. Little does he know there's an enemy right next to him. In fact, Jonathan might just be caught out. There you have it. He went for the molly. Unfortunately, the other ones with the gun is going to put him on his knees, and, well, subsequently sent him to the depths of hell, which means Recknoning Esports, boy oh boy, they are in a good spot. And Jonathan and the boys, they are looking in a bad position. I do believe only one man is still standing for GodLike Esports, but the question is, for how much longer? As Aladdin from 7C comes under fire, the play zone is in fact going to snuff Neo's life out.
I still can't believe Team EXO is still surviving. They're still underwater, they're still there, and 2 of their members are still in the center of the zone. But meanwhile, that's what I was talking about. I mean, GodLike, this is not a Miramar, this is not an Erangel. You can't wait for a team and stay outside the zone.
GodLike is a team that they need to be the aggressors. They need to be the ones who make the first move, and unfortunately, looks like there wasn't enough information given out that, Maxi is still in the smoke. Elsewhere, the Canary is singing. Our Esports are going to be under fire, as the Hyderabad Hydras are going to be rushing in on their position. Now, we're going to have to wait and see what's happening. Evo just drowned. The Canary is going to be going around. He is going to go up against Ace Black. Now, the HP is going to be a bit different. Canary, is he going to patch himself up? Doesn't really look like it. There you have it. The first aid comes in. Now, it's going to be a one-on-one situation. the IGL from one side, going up against the sweet song of the bird, and looks like the IGL is going to come out on top as the Hyderabad Hydras, against all odds, are still going to be hanging on by a thread. 2 men still alive, 4 finishes, as now we reach 9 teams with 20 people alive in total.
Beautiful TPP advantage coming in the favor of him, and I think he is looking to do the heal battle. Meanwhile, 7C Spraygod, who's still surviving, who still managed to enter the edge of the zone, is looking dangerous for Team Revanant. Meanwhile, Team Revanant, I think they lost a player, and it was not 7C Spraygod, it was actually Scout who managed to get the finish.
It was Scout, and they have been quiet ever since their position was kind of overwhelmed and 2 of their members were knocked out. But looks like Gil and Scout, oh boy, they have a few different ideas for Ultron and Scout, I beg your pardon. They do have a few different ideas for their enemies. They have been quiet so far, but now is when they make the noise. Elsewhere, TSM's Blaze, he sees smoke, he's waiting for, I think he might just have given his position away. Come on, boy, good, he's spotted out. In fact, the silhouette is going to be seen. In fact, his entire body is out. Wait a second, that is not where you want to go prone, because it looks like Team Exo's Fierce is going to get that knock, and subsequently he just might get the finish as well. Blaze, in fact, is going to make sure that the team is wiped out, and now he's going to turn his attention because someone is a bit too close for comfort. In fact, both of them are going to be lobbing grenades. Is it going to be a Brar? A Brar goes down. Gubla Boy goes down on the other hand, and now Recknoning Esports are going to face front. Oh my goodness, so close to being wiped out.
So close, but yet so far. But the need is going to come in, and the need is cooking. It's coming, but it won't do any damage because Recknoning was smart. They moved away, but still, 1170, one of these players are still surviving. Is he able to see them? I don't understand.
Have a look at Maxi's HP. He did take a little bit of damage from that blast radius. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't enough, but now a gust of wind could bring him down. The revive does come in. Mr. Spray is going to be up. Abrar could be burned to a crisp. Elsewhere, Punk is going to be moving on UDog's position. Dave is cooking a grenade, but looks like Fierce from the distance is going to put Dark in.
Whoa.
And there you have it. Good coordination coming in. They have been wiped out, but now they have another team to work with. It is going to be TSM Aquanox who is going to be taken down as well, which means TSM now only survive with 2 members, and those 2 members are occupied with a different team on the other side of Hathin.
I still don't understand how Team EXO is still surviving. Team X-Park, what a brilliant helping hand coming in. Equinox was trying to take out Exo Fears, but somehow Team X-Park Scout took Equinox out, and now they have a couple of players still surviving.
They do have a few players surviving, but looks like it was Team EXO that did capitalize on the final finish over there. Destro over there, 21 first states for himself. We've seen some amazing things in the Sanhok yesterday. We did see, a team, basically Destro himself, get that second position finish. Let's see if that's going to be the case once again, because for now it is going to be RGE going up against TSM, and looks like Team EXO, if you have a look at your map, ladies and gentlemen, might just be moving in as well. Amidst all this chaos, amidst all this commotion, we still have Team X-Park as a 2-man squad.
They're still there, they're in top 6. They have to make sure they get enough points in this game to make sure that they are in contention. Meanwhile, TSM, with a couple of players still surviving with 4 finishes to their name, they still don't have the numbers game advantage in their favor, but do they have the zone? Yes, they have the zone. Team X-Park, they have to enter the zone. Team Recknoning, with the 3 players still surviving, have to enter the zone as well.
Guess who has the zone right now, though?
Team EXO.
There you go, Team EXO. They have the circle, and again, against all odds, they finally made it to this end, and we're just going to be left scratching our heads, but again, that is what resilience is, Sparrow. You are never out unless you are absolutely out. Doesn't matter if you get knocked down. Doesn't matter if you're in the water. You just, spread your wings and, well, fly. In that case, swim a bit fast. Now, RGE are going to make the move. This is where Scout could be a thorn. 7C Spraygod out of the blue. He just has 4 first aids. He might just administer them first and now wait for the entire team to come in, and there you have it. He sees 1. He sees 2. He's still going to hold his patience. They have no idea that he's nearby. In fact, the last first aids are going to come in, and now, after this one, he just might let loose with 1 magazine. He might just get a few finishes, but no, he goes for the final first aid as well. I want to see that potential over there, because looks like he might just be taking them out. There you have it. Exo Fierce is going to be opening up. Spray goes down. Finally, Spraygod is going to be spraying lead in their direction. Question is, does he rack up a few finishes or no? It's going to be Fierce from atop. He does have that first place position over there. He is going to be on the first floor, I beg your pardon. And from down, oh my goodness, this is just amazing. From up there, he saw him. He laying down some red, and that is all she wrote for that thing. But I like the play over there. Maybe Sparrow, correct me if I'm wrong, he could have shot just a little bit quicker.
He could have done a lot. He could have got a lot of points there. I mean, he was trying to be the successor. He was trying to go for the position points, but that didn't work out for him. Skylightz Gaming. Destro still managing to get in top 4. There's another crate there. He could get more.
Oh, he could get more first stage, but again, my mind is bamboozled as to what happened because, again, I was almost learning forgetting how to English over there because I'm just surprised. Maybe he could have. Nah, buddy, you're doing awesome, but it looks like Maxi is going to come into fire. It is going to be TSM's Ninja who is going to put him out of his misery. When with that, Recknoning Esports, by the way, let me just tell you, they have the maximum numbers over here. They are going to be taken out, and now it is going to be a fight between TSM and the boys from Team EXO. Team EXO against all odds. They do have 7 finishes. Punk and Fierce working like an amazing duo, and I do believe Fierce does have quite a few finishes for himself. That grenade is going to hit its mark. No, it isn't, because Blaze is going to be out from, it is a smoke. They are going to be deploying smokes, and now this is when it becomes dangerous. What they want to do is they are giving them hope. They want to make sure that they have some cover, and now the grenades could come in, making sure they hit their mark. Ninja might just have given his position away.
It's a great fight between 2 great teams. It's 2 versus 2. Punk and Fierce versus Ninja and Blaze. Now the situation is very critical at this point of time, XP. Anybody can win. The suspense. We are near the end game now, and one of these teams are going to get the sweet chicken dinner. Is it going to be sweet or spicy? We'll just find out. Fierce just got spotted by Blaze. A random spray in the smoke, and the nade will come in. Punk with a beautiful nade. Ninja being the last one standing. Team EXO. Stop blowing my mind to pieces, EXO. Stop doing that. What out. Winner. Chicken dinner coming in from Team EXO XP. What just happened there? How they managed to survive?
Well, there you have it. Against all odds, Team EXO are going to be coming in and taking that chicken dinner, but that is what resilience is all about. You never give up until your lights have been snuffed out. And let me tell you one thing. All this credit does go to one man, and he is fierce in his ways. He is fierce in his aggression, and in fact, he goes by the name EXO Fierce. What a brilliant domination coming over here. And again, they just toyed. They just played with the opposition.
I still can't believe it. I mean, how they managed to win this chicken dinner. This is Sanhok
Believe it,
at
buddy.
its level
It is
best.
real.
I am believing it now. My mind is blown. And yes, expect the unexpected. And that is why Sanhok is such an amazing map.
So, I'm pretty sure it is going to be coming up in the highlights soon enough. There was this one crucial moment, this one pivotal point, when Old Hood Esports made a little bit of an oopsie. They did get one of the members from Team EXO, but again, remember, there was another team in the water before that. So if they thought that, they were part of the same team, 2 of the members, they slipped through, made landfall, and then, they just basically snuck their way through. Not just snuck their way through, they fought their way through. They backstabbed a lot of knives and a lot of backs in this game.
You know what? EXO should pick up their iQOO 7 legends, and they need to start calling teams. They need to start calling Team Xpark. They need to start calling All to the Esports. But before that, let's have a look at the highlights package, and let's see what happened. You know why I was saying that they have to call them? Because the helping hand they provided to take out the opponents. I mean, Team Xpark, they took out TSM Aquanaut. Otherwise, it would have been done. Meanwhile, Shadow was in a bad spot there.
He was in a bad spot, as was Gil and Marvi. Now again, we just kind of speculated moments before this fight broke out that what happens if they don't take care of the backsides? What happens if the king of the hill isn't too careful and someone climbs that ladder from behind, comes up and, does some damage? That is exactly what we saw. But over here, Mystic. Now again, that one crate was crucial, and this grenade, it was all she wrote for the Supari gang.
That was a bad move coming in from TSG. They had all the information. Krish was just there. He must be relaying information to his team, but that didn't happen. Meanwhile, GodLike, they got the better of tactical, a couple of players at least. But at the same time, I felt GodLike made a mistake there. They should not have stopped for Team 7C to come out.
Well, over here we did see some fish being shot in the barrel in the open waters. In fact, in this case, a striker went down. With that, Hyderabad Hydras did lose half their members. Now, this fight was epic as well. Enigma, they did have the numbers. There you have it, the first couple of knocks coming in. But as soon as Top Dog, Woof, and his teammate, they did pass themselves up. Encore, we definitely want another encore coming up in the not-so-distant future. Top Dog over here making sure they won both their fights, 2 apiece for the gentlemen.
That was incredible, right, XP? I mean, how many times you have seen such amazing individual teamwork? I mean, it was individual, but at the same time, it was a teamwork because they took out a squad altogether. Meanwhile, talking about Team Tactical, it was not their day. It seems, I mean, one side, Manti got first knock, and on the other side, they got taken out from the mountain top. Meanwhile, this is the moment I was talking about. I mean, Old Hood had the best position. They could have taken out Team EXO, but first, TSM saved them. Then, I think it was our Esports who came from the behind sides, and they saved them.
They did indeed, and of course, OR Evo just riding past all this thing. There you have it, a bit of a front flip into the water. It does go down, and unfortunately, Evo, in fact, did finally drown to his watery grave, and well, that is not something that you want now. EXO over here, Immortal did lose his life in the blink of an eye because Aquanox was on point, but right over here, Maxi definitely the MVP in this little skirmish over here, catching Jonathan off guard and well, eliminating GodLike in the process.
It was brilliant coming in from Reckoning. I mean, they were racking up some points today. They are consistent, but they should have gotten the chicken. They had 3 members still surviving. It was 7C, the last one standing from 7C, who managed to wreak havoc on Team Reckoning.
They did indeed, and Spray got over here making quick work of the last man from GodLike. Now, Revanants again, they did surprise you, they surprised me. In fact, even the last couple of games have been going in their favor. Now, over here, Canary does patch himself up, but goes up against the IGL from Hyderabad Hydras, and well, I guess we all are going to be saying Hail Hydra.
Well, Hail Hydra it is. Meanwhile, Spray God, I mean, he spoiled a lot of games for a lot of teams. I mean, he took out GodLike, he took out Revanant, he took out Team Reckoning. Not entirely, but yes, in fact, indirectly. Meanwhile, Team EXO, what a game, what a brilliant game. Fierce with his nades. He was relentless, and, at this point of time, I have to say Fierce, iQOO MVP, incoming.
Absolutely, he is going to be the MVP with 8 finishes to his name. But again, let's just relive this moment over here. Now, have a look at this. Fierce is going to be on that first floor of the house as his teammate Punk is going to make sure nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing, is going to come their way. Now, Seven's the mistake that was made over there was maybe had he shot a bit early, he had to get up. He might have racked up a few more finish points for himself, but again, coulda, woulda, shoulda, and it's all in the past right now as Reckoning Esports did finally meet their makers. Now, had Destro, in fact, actually found a few more first aids, oh, he saw a few lying down on the ground. But that is just a bit too cruel. Now, this grenade over there is going to be opening things up. They know it's a 2v2 situation. As one goes down, they do kind of spot the other one in the smoke. In fact, he jumps, he shoots, he gets that finish, and that is all she wrote. Fierce, take a bow, Team EXO, your winners in the map of Sanhok.
Well, this is Sanhok for you, XP. I mean, what a beautiful map this is turning out to be, but let's have a look at the points table.
Let's have a look at the points table and see where all your favorite teams are going to be standing. And, well, let's see if we are correct in our maths, because Team EXO are going to be in the first position with 24 points and 9 finished points. In second place, we have TSM with a total of 18, 6 of which came via finishes. Third, we have Reckoning Esports with 11 points. Fourth, Skylightz Gaming, once again, give them the past first title already. Just somebody just do that. BGMI, if you're listening, just do it. Just give it to them, because they have the 4th position, 10 points, without any finish points.
Well, they do this every single day. I mean, Team EXO played really well.
This last time as well.
I mean, yes, they
12
did. 12
points, 0 finish points.
Absolutely, Skylightz Gaming. That's Skylightz Gaming, and the strategy in Sanhok is simple. Just try to survive, and do the heal battle. But meanwhile, I have to make a point there, XP. I think Team EXO, we might be looking at our new table toppers.
We just might be seeing that, but of course, one thing is for certain, Team EXO is going to be having a little man on the next page, because Fierce just might be the iQOO MVP. Let's see if we are right. Yes, we are, because 8 finishes is just unreal in the map of Sanhok.
He's a crazy player, he's a monster, but the nade usage was just amazing. I would love to see how much nades were used in Sanhok, but before that, let's have a look at top 5 players. Number 2, we have UDog India's Mystic with a mystical performance with 5 finishes to his name and for a damage of 614.
Then, of course, joining him in third, we have Top Dog with 4 to himself, Scout making an appearance finally on this page with 3 finishes, and Ace Black in the 5th spot with 3 finishes for himself. Now, of course, let's have a look at a few more facts, a few more figures, because the match summary is popping on. 65 grenades, not too shabby for the map of Sanhok. But again, let me just say one thing. Ayush with the longest finish distance, 506 meters. Let me just tell you one thing. It isn't the distance where he actually, took those shots. He did knock someone down, and then he went all the way away from him, hence 506. Because people must be wondering, wait a second, I thought, people don't even render in at that distance.
Wow, 5 or 6 meters. I mean, this is a record. This is a record all in all, and I have to say, to break this record, you have to do something crazy.
To break this record, what you got to do is you got to knock someone all the way down in Sami and then move all the way to the north, and maybe we just might see those 1,000 meters. Because, the thing is, normally, if you knock someone down, chances are they're all going to be finished instantly, right? So you don't really see this. What happened over here was, because the blue was pushing in, because they had to actually, get their knock and move in, the other team, they cut their losses, and all the guy at the receiving end of Ayush's aggression, all he could do was, well, I guess I'm here in the blue. I am bleeding out. And Ayush and the boys, they just kept running away.
Well, that was incredible. I would love to see if someone is going to break that record or not. But I have to say, I believe that we have a new table topper, but we'll see about that.
Before we do that, let's again, as is tradition, pit two players once again, one another. And it is going to be Scout this time, making a little bit of an appearance. Yes, he might just have 3 finishes, but look at all that damage as he goes up against Mystic from UDog India.
Beautiful performance coming in from both these players. I have to say, both played well, and Team X-Pac, they were on the mountain top, so hence the damage.
Now, you were kind of impressed with UDog's performance. Let's do one thing. Let's bring in all the other boys from UDog India and pit them up against one of the big boys as the squad face-off is coming in. It is going to be TSM going up against UDog India. Now, there is a major contrast over there. I'm going to let you point that out to all our viewers.
I mean, look at the damage there. UDog India, they got 7 finishes for the total damage of 880 as compared to TSM, who got 6 finishes for the total damage of 1777. Quite economical, huh?
Quite economical, but again, you know, the thing is, well, 80 damage. I mean, that's what UDog does. We saw them do something similar yesterday as well, and of course, the fact that they did pass, etch out against TSM in survival time, it is going to be a little flabbergasting as to why they did finish up in the 8th position. But again, those are all the stats and those are all the numbers on your screens. And let me just tell you one thing. We do talk about the juggernauts, right?
Yep.
There is the juggernaut on this page. That juggernaut is TSM, and let's see how they've actually done as a squad in the last 3 games.
Well, not a very good day, but not a bad day at
Heavy
all. Coming
hitting,
in
though.
from Team TSM, they managed to get 4 finishes in match number 8, 6 finishes in match number 9, 6 finishes again in match number 10. They are consistent XP.
Oh, we did talk about the consistency, and that is why, they were topping the charts at the beginning. And although they might have slipped down a few ranks, expect them to make their way to the top 3 within, the next few games, or maybe by the end of the day, they just might do something drastic. But for now, we do have a little bit of suspense in store, because I know you're expecting something. I'm expecting something, but I'm sure all of you at home, if you are witty, if you are good at math, you probably have already done all the calculations. So, we don't need to tell you, but the overall ranking is going to be popping up on our screens in due time. Can you guess who is going to be on the top in the chat down below? What do you think?
Well, they can guess, but you know what? We have something amazing for them.
Before we test them,
Yeah.
let's do one. Before we test you, let's actually talk about the giveaways, because some of you are going to be walking away with some amazing merch. And Sparrow, who are the lucky few?
Well, they are Avinash NM, Yash Pulate, Vineet Balwani, Pankaj, and Jadav Karan L. I love the L in the end, but at this point of time, congratulations to all of them. You are the giveaway winners, and I'm jealous.
Of course you are. I mean, we don't have the t-shirts, but then, there's one mischievous devil with us by the name of Floki. He's pretty much bought our numbers from, even entering this contest. But I guess, if you do have a few pieces lying around, we just might sneak a few out. But again, congratulations to all of you, and do flaunt that with pride, because after all, this is the game, BGMI, that you all love. Now, again, overall points. We were talking about that. You think Team EXO might have toppled the Giants, hey?
Yes, sir.
Well, I am doing a bit of quick math in my mind as well. It is possible, but again, before that, let's give away some more merchandise to 5 more lucky winners. And this time it is going to be Harsh Jain, Amit Randive, Himanshu Sachdeva, Nixon Piera, and Rafi Naiku. Congratulations to all of you. And once again, if I did an oopsie, I do apologize.
Well, I have to say congratulations to all these guys who managed to win the giveaways. But, in the end, it's all about the fans, right? It's all about the public of India. We are doing it for them, and I hope they're having fun.
I'm sure they are having fun. And in fact, if you are having fun, let us know by 2 ways. First of all, make sure you hit the subscribe button. But before that, let me just excite you right now, because the overall standings are popping up on your screens. And let's have a listen and let's have a look if we are going to see the table toppers. Yes, we are, because that was a massive game coming in from Team EXO. They are going to be in the first position with 117 points, 1 chicken dinner to their name, and 70, I repeat, 70 points coming in from positions.
Now that's how you perform, and that's how you can make a comeback. Yesterday was good for Team EXO. Today they started off well. Consistency is key. Team EXO, every single game they played really well. Number 2, we got TSM again at number 2 with 109 total points, with 65 position points to their name. Number 3, now the table toppers of day number 1 are drowning down.
I think they're just playing with their food. I think
You
that's
think?
what's happening. I think GodLike is like, you know what, let me see what you got, because this is just a bit too easy again. This is all speculation from our end. I just want to create some more drama and some more controversies. But for now, GodLike in third with 101, with 98 points. We do have Recknoning Esports and OR Esports in fourth and fifth respectively. And as we do go down, another team is going to join the 90s club, and that team is Skylightz Gaming with 91 for themselves.
Well, the competition's really high. I mean, one good game, you're going to go up. One bad game, you're going to go down. It's as simple as that. Number 8, we have Hyderabad Hydras, but look at the second slide there. Number 9. I think there's a difference between top 8 and the bottom 8.
There is a difference, and in fact, it looks like Enigma Gaming, they've been holding the door. Hodor, as I love saying, as far as the second page is concerned, because they haven't budged from that position since I saw them, well, since yesterday.
Well, absolutely. Number 10, we got UDog India. Even though they're performing really well, they're still missing that chicken dinner. They need to be more consistent. Number 11, we got Tactical Esports with the 60 total points. Number 12, we got 70 Esports, 57 total points, and they have. Number 13, we have All Hood Esports. Now, before today, All Hood Esports, they were in top 8. But right now, they are at number 13. They need to work hard.
Well, of course, they do, normally keep going down, but now Team X-Park, they are making a little bit of a rise. Of course, the last game, Scout, we did see him for the first time, end up in the top 5 players. And let me just say one thing, of course, I hope all of you are happy where your teams are, but let me tell you one thing, congratulations to all of you, because your channel just hit 5 million subscribers. Thank you all for showing us all that love. Thank you for hitting that subscribe button, and again, keep in mind, hit that notification bell so that you do not miss any of the action. 5 million, baby! Woo!
Well, I mean, that is amazing. By the power that Crafton has vested in us both, I would like to thank you all from their side as well. It was beautiful. This journey has been amazing, but you know what? It's not over yet. We still have a couple of days and a couple of matches still to go.
The thing is, in life, you do set out some milestones for yourself, right? I mean, this is a massive milestone as far as BGMI is concerned, and it only means that the next milestone is going to be the 10 million mark. So, sometime in the not-so-distant future, we are going to be seeing you over there. But for now, let's do one thing. I think you and I, we are going to take a bit of a breather. We're going to give you a little break as well. Just take it all in. So you know what? We're going to see you on the other side of this short little break. See you then.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है for them to look up. रुक पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें. क्या बात है. श्योर? एकदम श्योर. मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप। अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए। वेल डन बॉयज।
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Battleground India Series 2021 powered by the iQOO 9. My name is Fluky. Join me for this one is going to be Spiro. And if you asked any one of us yesterday who we think would cross that 100-point mark first, we would have certainly predicted GodLike. But that wasn't the case, was it?
Well, yesterday I was thinking like maybe this finals would be about TSM, this finals would be about Team GodLike, but that's not the case. I mean, other teams are coming in. I mean, look at Skylightz Gaming, look at Team EXO. Both of them just came in. Team OR as well, Team Recknoning as well. All these teams today, they found their rhythm, they found their form, and they found their mojo.
Yeah, they most certainly did. I mean, a couple of teams yet to find their mojo as well. Of course, I am talking about X-Park. They are down at the bottom, and it does seem like if you wouldn't know who X-Park was, you would consider them to be an underdog team, but unfortunately, that is just not the case. Let's see if they're able to rise up to the challenge and hopefully get themselves a chicken dinner before the day ends, because, I mean, I think they could use a little bit of confidence at this point. It does seem that everything that they've tried so far has failed. You know, on Miramar, they tried taking a risky fight going up high ground, but the nades came pouring in. On Sanhok as well, it seemed that they were at odds with GodLike, and that didn't go down too well for them either. Everything that X-Park seems to try, it just gets countered.
Well, in Miramar, they were too close. In Sanhok, they were too far apart. I mean, it is a small map. They were not able to loot much in Sanhok. They were on the mountain top, but even though it was a great position, you need some loot. You need to have teamwork. I mean, it's nice to be split, right? But you can't do a 2v4 all the time.
Absolutely. I mean, you can't really engage, you know, in a 2v4 every single time you're there. It's sort of too much to expect out of TSM. Blaze and Ninja, they've done their fair share of the heavy lifting. I think it's time that other members stepped up to the plate, and, you know, they all lifted their burden together as a team. But once again, you have to remember that with these next two maps coming in, anything could happen. So maybe X-Park, they get themselves a chicken dinner. Maybe TSM go down early on. Maybe GodLike start coming back. Who knows? Well, not me, that's for sure. But we can't say with a fair amount of certainty that Reckoning and Hyderabad Hydras might do something well. But before we move on to that, go ahead. You were saying something.
Well, I was just saying that, this is going to be a chaotic game. Every single one of these teams, the competition level is so close. Every single one of these teams who are in top 8, one good game and they're going to level up in the points table. So it's all about consistency, but at the same time, it's all about your mindset. How confident you are feeling at this point of time, what kind of momentum you're carrying, and what is the, IGL, and what is he doing? This is going to be so important for all these teams.
Absolutely. I mean, if your IGL is not in the right headspace, if you're not communicating with each other, if the, I wouldn't say the orders, but the calls are not coming from your IGL, it is going to be a little problematic to, put one foot in front of the other and go marching forward. But before we move on to that, we do want to hand out some rewards to all the viewers who've been joining us. It's not just the players who win, it's also going to be you guys. Speaking of which, here are the first 5 merchandise giveaway winners. I'm going to read out the names one by one. We've got Harsh, Krishna Kharwar, Himanshu Kumar, I believe that is Dukhishyam Poi, and Shivayu Kosh. Congratulations to these guys. You've landed yourself some awesome BGMI merch to work with. And do let us know exactly what you get. In fact, let's do another 5.
Well, yeah, let's do another 5. Let's have a look at, 10 winners today. And actually, we are witnessing 20 because before the break, we were reading names of 10 winners. Meanwhile, talking about other 5, Adarsh, Anurag Anand, Priyam, Rahul Gaike, and Amit Kumar. Congratulations, you guys are the winners of this amazing merchandise.
Oh yeah, I mean, congratulations to these 10 people for, of course, winning away some of that sweet, sweet merch coming their way. But there's also going to be a couple of other things coming your way, notably a map of Miramar, followed by a map of Erangel. Last time around, we saw Reckoning Esports do really well. Unfortunately, the Hydras were eliminated early on. Of course, the Hydras I'm talking about are Hyderabad Hydras, not, the old Greek Hydras, although they are just about as scary as them. So, I mean, maybe there's a resemblance there somewhere. But, Hyderabad Hydras, what do they need to do this time around to change things up?
Well, they need to perform. They need to perform really well. And you know what else performs really well? That is going to be iQOO 9 series. Oh, both these phones actually. You have iQOO 9 Pro, I have iQOO 9. And I have to say, I am in love with these devices. You know why? Because they're facts. The facts are in their favor. The numbers are in their favor. Let's have a look at the iQOO specs. Floki, if you may.
Absolutely. Well, we've got ourselves a Snapdragon 8 Gen 1, top-of-the-line processor over here, making sure that you have a very seamless BGMI experience, a 120-watt flash charge as well, making sure you get to full charge in a matter of 18 minutes. And if you just want half the battery, well, that's only going to take 6 minutes, a third of the time. A full coverage liquid cooling system, making sure that your phone doesn't heat up a bit too much. And of course, enhanced haptic feedback with the dual X-axis linear motors as well, making sure that, whenever you hold this phone, you have a bit more immersive gaming experience.
Well, absolutely. I mean, these specs are just amazing, right, Floki? The way this device has been made, I mean, the build quality as well. We've been talking about specs, we've been talking about the camera, but the build quality, it's built like a tank.
Absolutely, it can withstand a lot of, punishment. I do not urge you guys to check this out, though. If you do end up winning away this phone, treat it with respect, because once again, it is loaded with features. It can run BGMI buttery smooth. But, I mean, you don't want to be testing to see just how strong this bad boy is. It is quite strong. You can take our word for it. But this sort of brings me to my next point. I'm going to try to segue into it. How strong do you think are the members of Reckoning? Do you think they're strong enough to get another chicken dinner?
Oh boy, they are. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that Reckoning can get another chicken dinner. The way they are showing this form, I mean, even the last map, Sanhok, they could have gotten the chicken dinner, but could have, would have, should have. 7C, Team X-Park, Team TSM, and Team EXO. All 4 of them were taking out Reckoning at the same time. And how are you going to survive if 4 teams are looking to take you out?
Well, not very easy, I mean, that's for sure. But GodLike does seem to be a little, struggling a little bit. They are swimming against the tide over here. They haven't really found that start. And once again, the team who took, those 100 points first wasn't GodLike. It was actually Team EXO who was slowly but surely creeping their way up the point standings. They didn't have a lot of flashy performances yesterday per se. They had a couple. They looked good. But it was more about the consistency for them, the consistency with which they get those points and are able to get themselves to, the 100-point mark.
I mean, you know what? The last map of Sanhok should be made into a movie. It was that exciting. I mean, it had horror, it had suspense, it had action, it had drama, it had everything that there should be.
It had the Hyderabad Hydras going out of the water. I'm not too sure what the plan was there, as they did that 2-2 split, 2 players coming in from the water, 2 players on the other side. Didn't really work out for them, but I can imagine that given the fact that they, are very, very strong on Miramar, when you put them in a body of water, they might not do as well. However,
those teams who are really good in Miramar, maybe they're not that good in water because the desert and the water, but bad joke there,
No, it's a good joke. It's all right.
Well, thank you so much, Floki, for keeping my back.
Yeah, but Miramar should be a bit more interesting than a conversation. Hopefully, maybe we see a Western Circle once again. Maybe we see an Eastern Circle. Maybe we see, some OP zones out there. So hopefully, Miramar keeps things interesting because so far the maps have been fairly passive. Both the Erangels that we've seen, even the Miramar that we saw. A lot of time before action started to kick off, we didn't see any sort of early clashes coming in. All these teams just playing it super, super safe up until, that second zone. That's when action starts to brew up because that is when teams don't really have a choice but to take those fights. Speaking of which, well, it looks like we should be jumping into the map soon enough, Spiro, and having a look at what Miramar has to offer. What do you want to see there?
Well, I want to see some action. I would love to see some really good old clutches. If we can see some 1v4s, 1v3s, that would be just amazing. But right now, I'm going to ask you a question. Let's play a game now.
Okay.
We are playing a game. We are watching a game. But let's play a game between us. Let's predict two teams. And let's see which team is going to get the chicken.
Okay, well, I am going to bet my money on the Hydras.
Well, one more team. Pick one more.
One more. Okay, let me think. I actually think that the members of EXO could take this one.
Well, that's a good pick, I have to say. But if you took Hyderabad Hydras, I'm taking Reckoning Esports because both of these teams play really well on the map of Miramar. But I just might think that Team GodLike can make a comeback. Today was not their day, but of course they have the caliber to make a comeback if they can play their basic gameplay once again on the map of Miramar. So Hyderabad Hydras and Team EXO going with Floki, and I'm going with the Team Reckoning and Team GodLike. Now let's spice things up. I would love to ask the chat as well to predict two teams, and let's see who is going to win.
Well, the hands have been shook. The money has been placed. The bets have been laid. Let's see who's going to come out on top over here. I wish you the very best, my friend.
Thank you so much.
I do think a couple of teams have flown under the radar for today, namely Skylightz Gaming. They haven't really had a breakout performance today. They haven't been looking all that good. They've been looking all right. Sanhok went, it didn't go amazing. It didn't go bad either. They did get themselves a fair number of placement points. But once again, that is how Skylightz likes to play Sanhok. We haven't really seen them pop off and, get more than like 20 points in one game. So maybe this time around they can change things up because we did see them experimenting in the semis, trying to play a bit more aggressively against TSG. Not too sure if that is something that they're going to try this time around. Of course, a lot is going to come down to the zone. But I believe if the zone splits up Pozo in half, we could potentially see some action breaking out there because that is when the Supari gang will be forced to fight Skylightz Gaming.
Well, of course, Skylightz Gaming is a wonderful team, right? They can get any team down. They can make a comeback really soon if they can get a chicken. Meanwhile, talking about Miramar, let's have a look at the flight path. And if you know your Miramars, we are flying over Los Elgos, going towards, I think we're going in between La Cobria and Torre Amuda. It's going to be a perfect split. We're going towards that oasis. I think we can see some mirages over there, but I would love to see a zone if it's going towards that oasis.
I want to see a Campo Militar zone. Screw everything else. I just want to see the circle shift all the way up towards the northeast.
Rare.
It's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. I can dream and pray as much as I want, but once the BGMI gods have heard my wishes, they will do the exact opposite. So maybe, I should do the 500 IQ move instead and ask for maybe Porto Parezio circle. Maybe then we can see it shift towards the northeast. But speaking of Porto Parezio, it is a little bit far from the flight path, and I think OR might actually have a slightly harder time, getting to the zone if it does shift away from the eastern part of the map.
Well, I believe, Floki, you could be right, but at the same time, I think we are man of numbers. But we were talking about Reckoning, we were talking about Hyderabad Hydras. There was a reason we were talking about them, because look at the points table there. In Miramar, Team Reckoning with 67 and Team Hyderabad Hydras with 50. They are leading the table. And if you talk about top 5 players in Miramar, Maxi OP and the Brar from Reckoning are on top.
Oh yeah, they most certainly are, but how long can they stay on top for? That's the question, because there are players closing in the distance, and a couple of players that spring to mind are Punkyu and Striker for the win, also on the leaderboards, and Neo is also in there, so let's see who's going to come out on top in the end. But the circle has formed, and there it is. It is not going to be a Los Leones circle, thank heavens, and we will get to see an interesting ending.
Well, absolutely. I think it can still go towards that oasis I was talking about, but that would be rare. Meanwhile, talking about the teams, drop clashes are not happening in the grand finals because teams, they know where their opponents are going to go. But still, we are going to talk about Skylightz Gaming and TSG because yes, they have a drop clash, but they might not fight.
Yeah, they might certainly have a drop clash, but I don't think any of these teams want that. I mean, this early on, there's not a lot to be gained when 16 teams are still on the server. You could pretty much get 4 finishes, but then be eliminated at the drop of a hat by a team that has just been holding the zone. Well, speaking of holding the zone, it seems that Somraj is going to be holding this area. He has landed on top of building, and the only thing he's found so far has been the M416. I think he spotted out a couple of members from the side of TSG, and if they poke their head out a bit too much, he could blow it clean off of their shoulders, secure a finish early on for Skylightz Gaming, and sort of just cripple the members of TSG.
Well, especially he's looking to damage TSG. I mean, these players, they might be a little free at this point of time. I mean, of course, when you're just landed down, you need some loot and you need to jump the buildings to buildings. But meanwhile, UDog Dark punching tactical clutch there, and this might be the first punch finish coming in the grand finals.
Well, sometimes, it is important to save your bullets, to save your weapons for later on. That is exactly what UDog will do. They spotted a couple of members of Tactical, and what better thing to do than fist fight their members, as it does seem like action is breaking out on that part of the map. So if we could just quickly have a look at what our esports are up to, that'd be great. Well, there we go. Thank you so much, production. Hero has gone prone over here, dropping a nade. Is it going to connect? No, it is not. UDog, Dave has hit the deck for now, but he will be rest back up. And it looks like Hero is going to slowly heal himself back up. Is he smiling? It looks like he might be smiling. I mean, that's what it looks like from this perspective, at least.
Well, I'd love to see how they are going to cope up with this pressure. I mean, all 4 of their players are still surviving, and they are putting UDog India under a lot of pressure. But now, UDog India, they still have one guy who is a clutch minister for that team, and that is, yes, I'm talking about UDog Fearless. He's still there, Floki. I mean, he can still do clutches.
Oh yeah, he most certainly can. I mean, we've seen the combination of Fearless and Rambo in the end, come out very, very strong. Unfortunately, we just haven't gotten to see more of that as of now. So maybe when the time comes, we can see Fearless actually go forward and clutch it out for his team. For now, though, he doesn't need to do that. He's just going to go around looting up. They're going to be very pleased with the fact that they found one finish. And just this one finish is going to, pretty much force our esports to be a lot more reactive, because they won't have the liberty of going around and scouting things out. And even if they get some information, it's not necessary that they're going to be able to capitalize on it, because they won't necessarily know where the rest of UDog India are. So our esports, their priority for now is going to be getting their hands on some loot, finding a vehicle, and then getting the hell out of there as soon as possible.
I think they could be a little aggressive there. I mean, they had that opportunity. They could have rushed in. They knocked a couple of players from UDog, but they let it go. Now, again, it's a reset. It's going to be a 3v4 battle, but who is going to get the first knock now? That is the question. I mean, of course, UDog India, they don't have that kind of a loot. They don't have healings to their names, but they are still looting. They're still trying. And our esports, they are looking uninterested in this fight.
Oh yeah, I mean, our esports, they know that they have lost a limb, so it's no point trying to fight when you are crippled. Well, never mind, our esports are actually still strong. They do realize that, it's just the positioning advantage that UDog have at this moment. So no point in trying to fight UDog when they're all pushing out aggressively and kicking them out. Instead, our esports going to put their tail between their legs and run away. However, sometimes that is the wiser choice to make, so can't really fault them for that. In the meantime, we'll have a look at the zone once again and see that a lot of teams are in it. The only ones out are the ones in Chumacera, Los Leones, and Val del Mar, and that is going to be OR Esports, who have changed up their drop location a little bit. They didn't go to Puerto Paraiso. This time they went to Val del Mar. And Chumacera was occupied by the side of Recknoning Esports. EXO, of course, as always, looting up Los Leones, should have an easy way inside the zone. But from there, it's going to be a lot of fighting going on around that San Martin area.
Well, great job done, I have to say, by Team Recknoning and Team OR Esports. They've been dynamic, they have done their homework. All these boot camps, they have this huge map. They have every single map, right, on the wall of their boot camps, and they place a marker for every single team, so they know where the opponents are going to land, and, they can prepare new drop locations, they can prepare where they're going to get loot from, where they're going to get cars from, and it works really well. I mean, both of these teams have done wonderfully well with their dynamic drops.
Yeah, that certainly is the case. I mean, when you do drop in, just knowing where these teams are and marking them out can help you out with rotations and even seeing where the enemy team might have gone. Put yourself in their shoes, look at the zone and see where would I have gone if I was in their situation. And well, you can end up finding a lot of valuable information that way. But it doesn't seem that for now our esports have any information, as we were speaking about it earlier. Got themselves a bunch of weapons to work with. I think I see an AKM and a SCAR in the hands of Canary, but no one to really shoot with it, so just going to be holding on for now and making sure that no one from UDog can really venture out into the open without any fear, because if he sees them, he will put a few shots in their head.
But I have to give it to RE Sports for qualifying till here. I mean, it's the grand finale, right? Even though they are at the bottom of the table, I have to say this is a fact that this team was formed in, and I think they were formed 2 months ago only. It's a very new team. It's a raw team. I mean, imagine getting formed 2 months ago. You don't have a boot camp yet. They're playing from their homes at this point of time, and they're playing so well. It's great. What a wonderful story.
Absolutely. I mean, let's see if that story has a happy ending or if it's going to crash and burn at the end of this tournament. For now, it's only the second day, and it seems that GodLike haven't been off to a wonderful start. Maybe this can be the map that turns it around, though. There's no one to contest them in Hacienda del Patron. It seems that every time they drop in over here, no team even bothers trying to check on them. And once again, the fact that GodLike are able to get away with this does give them a bit of a head start on the map of Miramar, because that is a centralish location.
Well, sometimes I feel GodLike, they don't want the center position. They love to roam around, they love to attack people, but when they are in the center, it's not great for them. I mean, we want to see some action from GodLike, and when you're in the center, you're just like, I'm gonna hold this position, I'm gonna wait for someone to come in, and then I'm gonna fight. It's not the style of GodLike.
Yeah, not very GodLike-esque, as now we're going to turn our attention to the underdogs as they look to take the fight towards the Magic Man himself, Jadoo. Jadoo is going to have to just be a little bit patient, because it does seem that Hero has some sort of line of sight when they do try and cross over, or does he? No, I don't think he does, actually. Jadoo's probably going to be all by himself. A lot of utility being dumped by UDog to try and force out Jadoo from his little hidey hole, but he's going to stay put for now. Wait for UDog to make a mistake, because look at the vantage point that Canary has. I mean, he sees everything from this area, and soon enough he is going to see that vehicle move away, and he will know that maybe a couple of UDog players have ventured out.
Well, absolutely. I mean, UDog India, they're prioritizing the zone, it seems. I mean, Floki, I mean, that's a good point. But what just happened there? All 30 esports, what are you doing there? This is not your drop. This is not your spot. And they just came in to get some vengeance done on UDog India. But RE Sports, I mean, this is a beautiful spot, I have to say, for RE Sports. If they can do the third party, this could be amazing.
What is going on? Why is Old Hood Esports even here? They just left their safe spot from the zone and ventured outside towards Tora.
You wanted it, right? I mean, you told me yesterday.
I wanted to see it, but I'm not too sure what the motivation behind this is. Well, I guess be careful what you wish for, because otherwise it might come true. And Old Hood, let's see what they can do when they do make these sorts of wacky decisions. Oh, well, Tactical in the meantime, they're going to be running straight into GodLike head first, and Hitman will fall to his knees head first as well and bite the dust as GodLike get themselves one finish to work with. Tactical now down to a two-man roster, might still have a lot of work to do, and now that GodLike know that they've lost one of their members, they are going to go full aggressive mode. This is how GodLike likes to play, kick the enemy while they're down.
I mean, how many times are they going to do that? The Team Tactical, they did that in Sanhok as well. They lost a couple of players in Sanhok, and now they lost a couple of players. GodLike getting one of them. Meanwhile, Molotov won't find the exact position where Clutch God was looking to go. Meanwhile, 4v2, Team Tactical on the back foot, and the nades are going to come pouring down on Team Tactical.
Well, Tactical are going to have to be a little bit careful with how they approach this, but it looks like help is coming in from some side, but Clutch God will still get a nade knock on the members of Tactical, and I believe that is it. Kid also got taken out, and Tactical Esports will be eliminated in the 16th place. But look who's joined the party. It is going to be TSM to spice things up just a little bit. Just add a little bit more insult to injury. Let's see if we're going to see some pan finishes this time around, as I don't think... Well, there is a pan. I see it on Shadow, but the pan finish may not come through. That is a big nade coming in. That buggy could be blown up over here. Smoke's being deployed by both these teams to just throw some dirt into their enemies' eyes. That nade is going to knock down Ninja Jordan. Jonathan is going to look to do some more work with that too. In the meantime, Neo on the aggressive over here. He's going to find Shadow. He's trying to go in for the res and will punish him as GodLike now 2 knocks in their favor. 4v2 situation. Can they find the rest of the members of TSM? Well, it seems like they are trying for now, but TSM, they are going to cut their losses short go all the way around with the blue and try and stay alive. The Tires might be knocked out though. Oh, Jonathan, he does connect with a headshot, but it's not enough to knock them out. TSM will still be strong with a two-man roster.
You know what? GodLike would be so angry. They must be fuming right now. You know why? Because 7C stole both of their finishes. They stole both of their finishes, and now 7C Prince sitting happily with 2 finishes to his name, and now he's ripping things apart because he just took out Clutch God as well.
Oh yeah, Clutch God has been knocked out over here, and Prince, well, he stole those finishes like you mentioned. He's got 2 to his name. And let's see if he can get some more. Because Aladdin is coming in from the backstab, and GodLike could be in trouble. Those nades come pouring in, and Zegod all of a sudden realizes that there is a flank maneuver going on. GodLike, if they can get their last member final standing, then they could go ahead and push out. But look at the backup arriving from the side of 7C. Spray God is here, and he is going to take the fight to them. In fact, oh my God, look at that nade coming in from Zegod. He's going to put Spray right down on his knees, and now another nade coming through. Aladdin could not be long for this one, but Zegod burning in the molly that was thrown, and now he is going to be down as well. Jonathan and Clutch God, Neo, it's all going to be on them to try and clutch this out, but Clutch God, well, it looks like he's found one. Spray God has been knocked down, and if he manages to find the other 2 members of 7Cs, they could be taken out as well. As 7C, they bite off more than they can chew, and GodLike are there to punish.
I mean, you need to have some courage if you want to rush a team like GodLike, but meanwhile, Sensei would get the better of Prince, and now 7C on the back foot with Sarang being the last man standing. They read the finish speed there, and they're rushing in. Be careful, the nade is coming. It's a preemptive nade. Won't work. What a beautiful spray coming in from Sarang. He's trying to finish Neo, and he would do just that. Now it's going to be a 1v2 situation where Sarang would go down. Meanwhile, Team GodLike, they should not have lost that player. They could be careful. They should have been careful.
But look around in the vicinity, I do see a couple of X-Pac names popping up, and GodLike, they might not be out of murky waters just yet. Look at that. Team X-Pac have heard all the commotion. They are watching them from the distance. The zone is going to close in on them, so maybe X-Pac decide not to push and just hold on to the hill that they have. But they certainly could try and maybe catch a few stragglers from GodLike if they decide to rotate out. In the meantime, OR taking up a fight against Skylightz as Destro and Somraj in the backlines can't really do much to help them out. Gamla Boy still trying to make his way to this fight as he wasn't invited just yet, so it's going to be a while before he can join in and help his teammates out. But Evo's going to try his best to secure that finish. Even drops the ball. He has the AKM in his hands. Can't find the player because he is outside, and Pokar might just be able to crawl back towards the safety of his teammates. And Evo, wonder what he's going to do. He's going to take this time to pop some painkillers, get that boost going, and once he has that boost, he can go forward and maybe try and get a couple of picks on the members of Skylightz. But Skylightz will get, looks like Pokar back up on his feet, and now that they're a 4-man strong roster, they can push into OR.
Well, absolutely. I would love to see how Skylightz Gaming is going to deal with those nades. The nades are pouring in at this point of time, but they're not finding their target. Skylightz Gaming, I think they're going to go back. They have a decent warehouse there, and they are going to stay there. But at this point of time, it's going to be a hard journey. They have to cross from the no man's land, and they are struggling. But Team Revanant coming in, getting the better of SG Pokar, and Revanant with a beautiful third party. They are opportunists, and they would love to get some more points here.
Yeah, I mean, they smell opportunity in the air, and boy, do they grab it quick. That is an opportunity for a chicken dinner if they play their cards right, but once again, are going to have to watch their flanks a little bit because Vexy and OR Aditya are there out in the open to prevent Higon from coming in directly from the road, but Skylightz Destro, or actually Daddy from TSG, is going to find Jelly in the back, no, Aditya in the back, and he was going to get shot down by Nikhil. What is going on? TSG, they're going to get the party started. Revanant are like, well, you know, I mean, guys, we would like to enter. We are at the door, but TSG just forced their way in, and now they're even about to rack up a couple of finishes. OR paying a hefty price for just sticking around this place.
Well, we were talking about the third party Floki, but now it is going to be 4 teams trying to find a way to make sure that they get some points. Meanwhile, Top Dog, today he has been informed. He played really well. Team Revanant is looking good. 4 of the players still surviving. They got 1 finish to their name, but at this point of time, they are surrounded from 3 different, I think, 2 different angles, I may presume. But meanwhile, Team GodLike, they lost another player. We have seen the finish fit there. Jonathan was trying to flank, and Team X-Pac, they managed to get the knock-in, but someone else, I think Team XO was there to finish him out.
In the meantime, on the other side, I did want to point this out. Old Hood going up against our Esports as only Rockstar is going to be standing and keeping his teammates' dreams alive, carrying them on his shoulders. It's crazy. Looking to fire for a couple of shots to make sure that Rockstar does not even think about peeking out, as he's just going to try and find a vehicle and maybe get the hell out of here. Jadu, well, he is far away, slowly being ticked away by the blue. However, I don't think that Old Hood Esports are going to be able to go ahead and finish him off. They should still get the credit for that nonetheless, because they did knock him down. So at this point, Old Hood, they can rotate out if they want to, because they are quite far away from the circle. Blue is about to close in, and bit. It could be problematic. Well, Sultan does see them in the distance, and they really want to find this final member on the side of our Esports, but it doesn't seem like Oldhood are going to be able to do that anytime soon. And now the blue has started to close in, and Oldhood, they can have a tough decision to make. In the meantime, we're back in the fight that OA will take.
Well, I think all four of these teams are still in the zone. They can just hold on. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Team X Park, they are looking good. They just took out Hyderabad Hydras, one of these players, and I think that mountain terrain is going to be difficult for any single team. Meanwhile, Hyderabad Hydras, they got stuck by two teams, it seems. On one side, they have Team X Park to deal with. On the other, it is going to be Enigma, who's pouring down some bullets.
Oh yeah, the Hyderabad Hydras are surrounded on two sides because there is Enigma on the flank, there is Enigma on the back, and well, it looks like one of their members will be knocked down over here. They still have two standing over here though, but with those nades coming in, as well as Avi making sure that those places are marked with the DMR in his hands, it doesn't seem like Hyderabad Hydras are going to be having a very fun time. Look at that Mini 14 just go off. Carry's like, alright, I guess I'll leave that corner instead, go to another one. And once again, real estate being snatched up against the side of Hyderabad Hydras as they're forced to move and play very, very passively. They don't have much of a choice over here except for wait for something to happen. If they want to take this fight, they need to drop a couple of smokes.
It's going to be so important for all three of these teams to survive. They have a beautiful spot in the zone. They're in the center actually, Floki, and I believe this is going to be a very, very important final few circles for all three of these teams. Meanwhile, GodLike is not far away as well. I mean, if they can join the party, that would be awesome, but they are not having numbers. They're beyond Team X Park. Murray, if you talk about him, he is in really good form these days.
He most certainly is. He's been carrying his team on his back, clutching it out as well when the R calls for it, but can he do more over here? That's the question. Because lots of teams are surrounding him at the moment, and it doesn't seem like he's got a lot of room to work with. Gil is going to be on the high ground, being the set of eyes for his team, trying to let them know exactly where the members of the Hydras are located. Those smokes are blocking his line of sight though, so he's not really going to have a good idea as to where they are. However, his position is still very, very strong, and from here, all he really needs to do is let his teammates know if there is going to be a push coming in from either side. In the meantime, Avi just staying away from the windows or even going prone and crawling about when he's trying to scout things out. Doesn't see anyone in the distance, but does know that there could be enemies nearby, so he's not going to overplay his hand.
What happened, Floki? I mean, 18 minutes on the time there, or 18 minutes on the clock, but
no action.
No action. No one is
Everyone
fighting.
is just happy with the position in the circle, but guess what? The circle shifts every couple of minutes, and well, this time around it is going to shift a little bit up towards the northeast. The Saint Del Patron is going to be there in the center, and it does seem like our Esports have a wonderful position to work with. Although they are on the low ground, if they just stay put, I don't think they will be discovered. In the meantime, Revanant are going to look to take up a fight against the members of EXO, as that could be problematic because two cars are very close to each other. If the grenades go boom, so can the cars and they could be knocked down. But EXO still hiding behind the smoke. No, in fact, Encore is going to be shot up from the side. It's going to be Recknoning Esports coming in and trying to join the fray, trying to rack up those finish points for themselves. Monkey going forward. Can he seal the finish? Yes, he can. Recknoning Esports not going to be too happy about that as Trent goes over to Punk. Punk is going to spot out another member from the side of Revenant, but that was such a sick play. He gets into the bus and then he moves out again, making sure that he can stay alive. But Punk, another nade comes in. Can he actually connect with that?
Oh,
well,
no.
He might have, but Punk is going to get knocked down too. And EXO, Sensei and Fears, they might be a bit too split up. And Recknoning Esports, they sense weakness in the air. They're about to come in for the backstab too. Revenant, with only one member standing, it is going to be Austin Bot, trying to make sure that his team at least get a few placement points, but not for long, because Skylightz Gaming have also joined the fray. And all of a sudden, Spiro, it seems that we were complaining about the lack of action, as now every team is joining in on it, but I don't know who's going to come out on top.
Meanwhile, Fears.
He is going to go back for Sensei.
Well, he's looking to revive Sensei at this point of time. Meanwhile, Team EXO, suddenly they had 4 players, but they... I don't know what happened. There are a lot of teams just managed to come in. Skylightz Gaming, Team Recknoning, and all of them just wreak havoc on Team EXO. Meanwhile, TSD, they're trying to enter the zone from a different location. Team Enigma is also sitting decently in that compound on the edge of the zone.
Look at Rex's position. He is all by himself and he's been knocked down, so they're not going to be able to get him back up, unfortunately. And Enigma are going to have to play one man down, as they don't have a lot of members. Only 3 members now standing strong, while TSG are going to take this time to get some loot of the fresh corpses that they've just created. In the meantime, Immortal and Fierce both going to be hugging each other inside the smoke. And that's Fierce helping Immortal get back up on his feet. Although Skylightz Gaming, they're not going to give them any room to work with. Destro might be knocked down, but I mean, as soon as he gets back up on his feet, the push is going to start coming in. But guess what? The blue is about to close in to a runner. It is closing in as time goes on. Skylightz Gaming, well, they're going to make the most of the situation. They will get Immortal to start things off, but can they get Destro back up on his feet? No, Gumla Boy, his priority right now is going to be getting inside that buggy and going into the zone. He will be able to do just that, still hiding behind cover, still not revealing his hand. As all the members from the Hydras and Enigma are just holding on to those compounds. No one's really pushing out just yet. Mami, in the meantime, he is going to spot out the members from Reckoning Esports. Abroad is going to be knocked down and Mr. Spray in that buggy. He's going to try to get him, but this is going to be super risky because Mami will have a clear line of sight. Unfortunately, the shots don't connect. However, TSM will snatch up those finishes very, very happily. But no, it was actually Team X Spark who came into the picture and took them out.
Beautiful stuff coming in from Team X-Pac. I mean, they have a decent position in the zone. Still, if they can move out on those mountains, I mean, the topography of the zone is quite weird. There are a lot of ridges that you can use to hold on to own. Meanwhile, Team Hyderabad Hydras, they're on the back foot. Manti getting knocked there. TSG, they are wrecking havoc. I mean, I have to say they are not in the zone, but still they're knocking a lot of players down.
Yeah, TSG, they might not be in a good spot right now, but if they're able to use those buggies and get to a different one, well, they might still have a fighting chance. This is super risky. They are out in the open and they don't have their front right field. They're going to run straight into the Hyderabad Hydras and probably get taken out over here. As Nikhil is still standing, so they will be knocked down, but eventually they should be eliminated as well. In fact, they've spotted out Nikhil too, and Nikhil will also bite the dust down on all fours, crawling about. Only one member from the side of TSG now standing, and he is going to be given the monumental task of getting all those placement points. Team X-Pac, all of the players are on the roof. Look at the vantage point that they have. They are firing bullets in every direction. And Enigma are going to be the first team to realize that. TSG are going to snatch up a couple of picks over here. And Enigma Gaming, well, they will be eliminated even though the hard work was done by the side of X-Pac. However, X-Pac, they are going to be inside boxes to their own merit and snatch up a couple of other finishes that the Hydras might have prepped for themselves. In the meantime, oh, wait, what? Although and our Esports both get eliminated. I think it's thanks to TSM from the distance, shooting them in the back, taking them out. Although, they've only got 2 members strong, and if they want to try and win this one out, they need to get closer to the center, where X-Pac have complete control.
You know what happened there? I mean, Skylightz Gaming Somraj, he did the heal battle there, and he still managed to make sure that his team would be in top 4. What a brilliant, a couple of back-to-back heal battles coming in from Skylightz Gaming, one in Sanhok and one in Miramar. But with the last first aid, I think it's time for to say bye-bye, Somraj. Well played. You managed to make sure that your team gets a lot of points. But the final 3 teams, Team Hyderabad Hydras, Team X-Pac, Team TSM, and even I feel Team Hyderabad Hydras, they're on the back foot as well.
Yeah, I mean, Hyderabad Hydras don't really have a good position to work with, and one of their members is also knocked down. Kanny's going to have to take some time to heal himself back up, nurse himself to full health. Striker will be taken out by the zone, and an airdrop's going to come and make things very interesting. Our Team X-Pac going to go for it.
I found another first aid.
Oh, he did, and Somraj is still somehow staying alive. I mean, okay, he is going to try to keep the dreams of his team in the picture here, and he is moving forward, but now he is out of all those first aids to work with. Looking in there, can he find bandages? Yes, he can, but I don't think those bandages will keep him alive for much longer. Skylightz Gaming will be out in 4th place, getting themselves 8 placement points, and the question is, who is going to find those double-digit placement points? X-Pac, Manti, as well as TSM, all going to be getting at least 10. The question is, who's going to get that chicken dinner? Because once again, that is what is going to allow you to create that moat of points that give you the sense of security going into the future games.
Well, absolutely. I mean, you know, all 3 of these teams, they have a really decent position. But Hyderabad Hydras, they got the zone. Team TSM, they want to enter the zone, but it's not going to be that easy, right? I mean, you have to take out 2 teams who are in the zone. But the good thing for TSM is that their position is not known by both of them. Both of them are just looking to take out each other.
I mean, at this point, Team X-Pac can probably make an educated guess as to where TSM are, but that's about the best they can do. Because once again, TSM, they did get themselves a couple of knocks. They did make a fair amount of noise, but they weren't really spotted. However, with the smoke, that is going to give away that TSM are over here. So, unfortunately, their position will be revealed, but maybe that is what Aquanox wants them to believe. He wants them to try and come out and spam that smoke. So maybe he can find where those players are and try and get a knock himself. Well, never mind. Team X-Pac are extremely disciplined. And Aquanox, oh, he could be in a world of trouble. Still getting shot at from a distance. Will stay alive somehow through it all. And Team X-Pac, well, they know where TSM are now for sure. And if they want, they can even go in for the finish themselves. However, they're going to choose to play the zone instead. Hyderabad Hydras close to the center, close to the airdrop, but can they live long enough for it to matter?
I have to say, TSM Equinox, he always surprises me. I mean, you know what? I will tell you a fact about Equinox, but after this game. But at this point of time, Team X Park with the vantage point, they have 4 players still surviving. Now, Team Hyderabad Hydras and TSM, they have to combine forces if they want to take out Team X Park. They have to use the needs. Equinox, the last man standing for TSM, is trying to push in, but that would be all for TSM and Team X Park with 10 finishes to their name, and that's how you make a comeback, Flocky.
Yeah, I mean, Team X Park, 4 members strong. There's no way on earth Hyderabad Hydras should be able to clutch this out. And Mavi taking it upon himself to go and secure that flank.
Oh, beauty!
And make sure that there's going to be some, some room to work with. But Giller's been knocked down over here. And Mavi's going to be busy just getting whatever loot he can get his hands on from that corpse. And guess what? Another nade comes pouring in. Gil so low. I don't think he can be rezzed back up. Carry's going to toss one final one in. But I don't think that did end up finding its mark. Gil should be taken up, but Ultron, he gets to him in the nick of time. He's going to be able to get him back up. Unfortunately, Hyderabad Hydras will not be able to capitalize on that knock. And now it's going to be down to Manti OP with the M249. He's got the level 3 vest as well as the level 3 helmet. But can he win these fights?
Look, they have the information in their favor, but the numbers game in the favor of Team X Park. They don't have nades, they don't have smokes. It's all about the raw gunpowder and raw numbers. Team X Park, they have the better numbers. Let's see if Hyderabad Hydras can get the clutch down. Both of these players, they have to take 1v2 situations. Individual performances are going to be key, but at the same time, Team X Park, they have a decent vantage point. Come in, he might get the first knock in, and I think that would be all. Team Hyderabad Hydras on the backward carry. If he wants to win, he needs to do a 1-4.
Yeah, Carry, he is going to have to go cut out for him. Unfortunately, when X Park are closing in from all angles, there's only so much he can do. Hyderabad Hydras out in second place. Get that chicken dinner, but Team X Park did, and they're able to make a comeback.
Well, I mean, I have to say, good prediction, Flocky. That was a good one. That was a close one. Hyderabad Hydras played really well. But in the end, it was Team X Park who managed to make a really amazing comeback with 10 finishes to the game, if I'm not wrong. I mean, that's how you make a comeback. That is your 25 points.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that's more than 25 actually, because they got 12 finishes.
12
I think
finishes?
10 finishes before that, and you add 2 more from the side of the Hyderabad Hydras in. They might just have 27 total points to work with. But you know what? We don't have to do all that speculation because the point standings will come up eventually. So let's forget about that for the time being. What the hell happened with the side of TSM though? I mean, I'm not too sure how they ended up surviving up until this point. So you know what? Let's actually just jump into the highlights for ourselves and see what went down in this match. As Tactical Esports, well, they were off to a rough start.
I mean, I have to say this is day number 2 of the Great Grand Finals, and Tactical Esports, they are facing GodLike a lot. I still remember yesterday, I mean, they faced GodLike a couple of times. Today as well, they faced GodLike a couple of times. If you want to face a team like GodLike, you need to make sure you face them in a gunfight, not in rotations.
Yeah, I mean, Tactical Esports, they went in and they were sandwiched by the members of GodLike. Unfortunately, they were already down to a 3-man roster, so that move didn't do them any favors. Old Hood, I'm not too sure what happened. They were able to get themselves a couple of finishes here. They took down UDog, but in the end, they didn't get enough points for it to maybe matter. I believe they might have finished in top 8. Although there is not a lot of placement points to work with. 7C Esports, I think this is the most frustrating part, where Prince actually just found those finishes that GodLike were lining up for themselves.
Well, absolutely. I mean, 7C, I think it was a decent move. That was a really good move coming in from 7C, but somehow, somewhere, they messed up a little. Z-God with a beautiful nade, he managed to get the better of one of 7C players. Meanwhile, Sanhok was the last man standing. One mistake that GodLike did there was they sent Neo alone. I mean, you know, it is a team game, right? You could have just gone with all these players and they could have gotten the better of for 7C Siren.
I mean, they lost one member, but once again, they got themselves 4 finishes, so not the end of the world for GodLike. Jonathan got caught out in the open and shot in the head. And our esports, well, they were just a bit too far apart, and all the esports were all together to make sure they were able to capitalize on that situation and score an extra few finishes.
Well, absolutely. This is going to be a really important game. But you know what? I'm impressed by Altered Sultan once again. This guy is just wreaking havoc on every single team. I mean, with 7 finishes to his name, I think he would be iQOO MVP once again. I mean, for the 4th time or the 5th time, I don't even remember. This guy is racking up a lot of iQOO MVPs now.
I don't know, but I think at this rate, he might just get the MVP reward for himself. The 1 lakh rupees that we have set out separately might just end up going to him. But EXO, yeah, they too were caught up between a rock and a hard place. As one side, Recknoning came in, on the other, Revanant was starting to crash in as well. And EXO just not having a good time in this game. I mean, look at that. Austin Bot comes in. On the other side, Recknoning Esports are creating problems for EXO. And EXO, well, it seems like my other prediction didn't go as planned. And yeah, EXO did get eliminated fairly early on.
Don't worry, I mean, I have to say, Floki, your predictions were better than mine at least. I mean, I picked Reckoning and the GodLike, both got taken out quite quickly. Meanwhile, Hyderabad Hydras played really well. I mean, they managed to come up in top 2, so I'll give you this one. You won.
Alright, thank you so much, Piero. That means a lot to me. But jokes aside, I mean, Hyderabad Hydras, they were able to rack up a couple of free finishes because TSG just didn't know who was in there. You know, a little bit of buggy action, Daddy getting caught out as well, and TSG just came tumbling down like a house of cards. Look at that. Nickel in the distance as well, eats a nade. That's all she wrote. I mean, Desync, sure, he gets himself, you know, a finish. He takes out a couple of members of Enigma, but that could have been so much better. Oh, yeah, look at that. Almost clutched it out as well. TSM in the end just snatched it all away from him.
Well, that would have been his 8th finish in the game, but that was not the case. Meanwhile, TSM, I feel, you asked me a question, right? How TSM managed to survive till that long? They had the zone and the region that they were in. They had some ridge advantage in their favor, but at this point of time, they were struggling to enter the final few circles.
I mean, I think once again it comes down to position, like you did mention. TSM, sure, they're at the edge of the zone, but despite not having the man advantage, it took a lot of patience from them. They went undiscovered for a very, very long time. Team Xbuck in the end, you know, as soon as they knew that there was only 2 members surviving, they just went all in with all 4 of their members, and they surrounded the Hyderabad Hydras. There was nothing they could do from that point forward. But a much-needed victory for Team Xbuck. They were sitting at the bottom of the overall standings. Now they probably moved up in the world. But before we move on to the overall standings, let's have a look at the points table and see where all these other teams are also going to be, as Xbuck should definitely be on top.
Well, from the ashes, a fire shall be woken, and yes, X-Park is there. They're making a comeback with 27 total points, and yes, as you were saying, 12 finish points to their name. Number 2, we still got TSM, and I think TSM is racking up a lot of points now. They are already at number 2, if I'm not wrong, in the overall point standing, so they are making sure that they are giving tough competitions to whoever is on number 1, which was EXO last time around.
Well, my favorite part about this is, you know, the Hyderabad Hydras in 3rd place with 13 points and just 1 finish point to work with. Somehow managed to sneak their way up top. But TSG and Skylightz Gaming, the only teams in double digits. Let's have a look at the MVP. No surprises, it is going to be Sultan. Even though his team didn't place that high and they only got themselves that 7th place finish, he still had 7 finishes to his name, 1054 damage done. And once again, this man is always coming out on top, no matter the situation of the game.
I mean, how many times is he going to get iQOO MVP for himself? This is the greatest stage of them all. I mean, this guy is ripping things apart. That's all I want to say. But meanwhile, let's have a look at top 5 players. Mubby, once again in top 5.
Oh yeah, Mubby once again in top 5. 4 finishes to his name. Desync there as well, along with Blazopi and Canary. You got 4 finishes on everyone except for Canary, who's got 3. 561 damage done. And it seems that TSG would have had a slightly better time because they were one of the few teams that had a 4-man stack. Unfortunately, their rotations was a little bit weird, and as a result, they got taken out by the members of Hyderabad Hydras. Here's the match summary on your screens, though. Not a lot of grenades used this time around, only 65, but still more finishes than we've seen earlier. You know, I believe the last Erangel we saw had around 120 or something grenades being popped, out of which only 3 resulted in finishes. This time around, 65 were used, and 4 resulted in finishes. Longest finish distance going to punk you with 301 meters.
Well, today, you know, I'm happy. I mean, we are seeing some long distance finishes coming in from a lot of players. I mean, we break the 500 mark barrier, and I still can't believe it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I even caught that, you know, last time around. I don't even remember that shot happening. It could have simply been that, you know, maybe they found that they got eliminated by the blue and the player moved away.
Yep.
So that's why there was a long distance finish there. But, yeah, you know, I mean, those are the mechanics sometimes, and that's what ends up happening. Records were broken, but just not the way you anticipated it. Well, let's have a look at the player face-off for now. See what 2 players are going to be pitted against each other and who is going to come out on top from amongst them. Well, it's going to be Mavi going up against Canary.
Well, Mavi getting 4 finishes to his name, that was brilliant. I mean, he did a lot of damage, and that vantage point on Hacienda del Patron, that was really good.
Yeah, it most certainly was, and you can see that even though Canary has the advantage in terms of damage done, the credit for more finishes goes over to Mavi, who obviously got the chicken dinner. But we've seen enough about the player face-off. You know, let's move on to the squad face-off. Pit 2 teams against each other. Well, let's see who it's going to be. I think it's going to be TSM. Oh, never mind. It's going to be TSG going up against GodLike. A 1-letter difference in that name.
Well, absolutely. Beautiful performances. But look at GodLike Esports. They managed to get 6 finishes and they got out at number 13th position. I mean, the difference is in the position there, but still, godlike, it's all guns blazing for them every single time.
Yeah, I mean, they don't get any placement points to work with, unfortunately. But, you know, it's not the end of the world either, because GodLike have been racking up those finishes. It's just that they haven't had the performance where those placement points supplement their aggressive nature. Let's now have a look at the overall squad performances of one of these teams and see how well they have done over the course of the day. Well, I think we all want to know how X-Park has been doing, because it seems that they have been having a bit of a rough time. You know, they were at the bottom of the points table. The first few matches really didn't go their way. So, yeah, let's jump into, the squad performance for the side of X-Park and see what happened. So, Grand Finals Day 2, first two matches, only 5 finishes in total. That's all the points that they got. Completely different case on the second rotation of Miramar, where they get themselves 12 finishes to work with.
Well, absolutely brilliant. I mean, Team X-Park, we were talking about that they always seems to have a comeback there. But is it too late? I still believe 2 more days to go. They can still rack up a lot of points, but they need to be consistent now. If they play like this, if they play, you know, if they get points in 1 game and don't get any points in 2 games, that's not going to work for them. They need to be consistent. They need to make sure they get points in every single game from now on.
Yeah, I mean, if they don't get points from now on, then they are going to be stuck there in the bottom 8. But if they get points consistently, you know, if they rack up those finishes, if they rack up those placements, either work, well, they might just find themselves knocking on the doors of GodLike and EXO, who are sitting on top of those overall standings. But speaking of overall standings, I don't think we're going to be bringing them up right now. I think it's better to keep our audience in suspense. You know, make sure you yourselves have done some of the math over here. Yeah, boo me all you want, doesn't matter. But we are going to be keeping you guys in suspense, making sure that you guys, well, you're going to be working your mental juices. You know, pull out the calculators, go back on the stream, add up the math. You want to find out where your team is? You do the hard work. We're going to show you in the very end. But that was it for the last map of Miramar. Reckoning Esports, nowhere to be found. What happened?
Well, Reckoning, they tried to rotate from the southern eastern side, but it was not going to happen. I mean, they were TSM in front of them, right? I mean, Skylightz Gaming wreaking havoc on the left of their side, TSM in front of them. They were not able to enter the zone. It was not happening for Team Reckoning, but they did play well today. 1 more game to go. It's going to be Erangel. Let's see how they're going to cope up with Erangel.
Absolutely. But before we move on to Erangel, there is something else we do want to mention, and it is the fact that without iQOO, this tournament wouldn't have been possible. In fact, this bad boy right here packs a bunch of features. iQOO 9 series, it's got itself, well, a lot of stuff to work with. It's got itself the dual X-axis linear motors. And if you want to win one of these bad boys, all you have to do is go on the website, search iQOO 9, click the notify me button, and you could stand a chance to win one of these bad boys in your hand. But you know what? I've spoken enough about iQOO itself. I think it's better to hear it from them and see what the phone is all about, because I might have everything memorized to the T, but it's a lot better to hear from the sponsors themselves.
Yes, man. You ain't seen nothing yet. But that fire, burn it down. Yeah. You ain't seen nothing yet. iQOO. Feel me now. You ain't seen nothing yet. Start that fire, yeah. Burn it down. Feel me now. You ain't seen nothing yet. iQOO.
Well, welcome back once again, and of course you are going to see a little bit of a switcheroo over here. Looks like the experiment is going to be back, and hope has floated away somewhere in the distance. But of course, my name is Angad Singh Chahal. I go by the experiment. With me is a gem of a person, but we call him Floki.
Oh yeah.
Let me just say one thing. I guess, you know, we did have to badmouth TX just a little bit, because that's when they wake up. I mean, the last game, they came in fact, took over the house of the boss, Hacienda del Patron, and, well, gave everyone a run for their money.
Yeah, I mean, Team X-Park, it seems that once you start, you know, just poking the bear a little bit, the bear gets annoyed, and, well, yeah, it comes snarling up, it wakes up from its sleep, and wreaks havoc and crushes everything in its path. That was X-Park in the last game, but consistency is key. You know, X-Park, you've seen a lot of times where they, you know, they have a couple of off days and then they have a couple of on days, but they really need to start focusing a bit more on the way they rotate in and the way they take fights, because on Miramar last time, they made a very, very simple mistake of just trying to take a high ground fight.
They did, however, they did make sure this time around they're not going to be making any mistakes at all. And let me say one thing, 12 finishes is no small feat, and of course the chicken dinner helps as well. But I was having a look at that squad spotlight. Now, what I did notice is they did get a few finishes in game 1. They did double that in game 2. Now, the damage was also increasing exponentially, right? The thing is, it's how they take the fights. Now, they are going to be engaging someone, I beg your pardon. But the thing is, someone else always comes around and, just tries to third party them, as we like saying. So again, it's all about getting all that information in before they go in for the finish.
And I think this time around, the one big factor that really played to their advantage was that they were all sitting on top of those roofs, right? Every single one of their players looking in a different direction. They can pick and choose their engagements all they want because the slopes allow them to do that.
I mean, imagine, we keep talking about King of the Hill. Imagine having a 360 vigil all the way around and, you have the bird's eye view. You're basically looking down and you see something in the distance. You're like, there you are. Tuck, 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 tuck. And that's what they were doing. But again, at the end, got to give it up to Hyderabad Hydras. They did manage that one finish point, but of course, placement is what they went for. But again, I think this might be the moment that Team Xbox finally do awaken. Now they have that little bit of a push, which means, oh boy, they might just give the top teams a little run for their money.
Oh yeah, I mean, Team Xbox are certainly starting to rev their engines up. They've been warmed up. But the question is, are they still in the race with the top dogs? Because the top dogs are in a bit of a league of their own. Like we said, earlier, that GodLike, they were probably going to be the team to break that 100-point mark if you had no idea what was going to happen on day 2. However, EXO just snuck out of nowhere, and all of a sudden they're on top with, 117 points or something like that?
The last time we did see them, they did have 117, and of course another team did sneak in second position as well. So again, it goes to show, yes, you might have a considerable lead after a particular day, but oh boy, the tables, can they turn? And this time looks like Team Xbox might just be climbing up on that leaderboard, and if they have another good game, they might just be on the first half of the overall standings.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to require Team Xbox to play very well on the Erangel, and given the flight paths that we've seen, let's be honest, it doesn't seem like those flight paths have favored them too much. Every single time they've popped up on our screens, Rozhok is just so far away, Water City takes forever to get to, and it seems that the lack of that secondary drop location, or at least the unwillingness to go to that secondary drop location for Xbox, is seen to be hurting them a little bit.
We did see them run towards Water City. That is the point that you were mentioning in Erangels of the past. Cardio, it's always good. Again, you got to make sure that the adrenaline is pumping, everything is good. Yeah. You are ready for all the action that is going to be coming your way. But yeah, since the drop spots have never really been contested, I guess it doesn't really throw their game plan out the window. Now, what happens is, it's all about the migration coming in. Now, you and Sparrow, you were discussing this. I was pretty much sitting in the corner over there. You can't see that.
And trying to make us laugh.
And trying to make them laugh. I did my best. I did my best. However, this guy, he had just, his poker face was on, and he was just, zoned in, just the way we like it. But again, I was sitting in the corner. I was listening to you guys talk. See, now, do not do that. Do not give me that little smirk. But again, it was, I forgot my point.
I'm so sorry. I wasn't trying to do that. It wasn't intentional. I promise you. It wasn't intentional. But you know what? I'm the kid. I get to do that. You don't get to pout and make a face.
I get to pout as well. But you know what? Before the thought comes back to my mind, let's do one thing. Let's actually have another spotlight shine bright on a squad. The question is, which squad is it going to be? Well, the answer is, it is Team Xbox. And for now, look, let me tell you one thing. That is not a bad outing. Now, we do expect a lot more coming in from them, but 41 finishes is no small feat.
I mean, their numbers look intimidating, and so do their pictures. I mean, look at Scout's hands. They look gigantic in that picture.
Dude's been working out, is all I can say.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm just curious to see what he's going to do to people outside the game. If they ever take him off. You've all seen what he does inside the game, but it seems that Scout is yet to find that footing in the grand finals.
Before you give any of our viewers any ideas, let's make sure all the violence is kept in the game, and in the real life, we do make sure that, we live the proper life and abide by the law. Now, let's have a look and see how Xbox have done in games of the past, because we are going to be putting up, I do believe, the last 6 matches that they have played, as we are going to continue with the squad performance, and there you have it. Match 11 has been the best outing so far. However, again, yes, not a lot of finishes, not a lot of position points, but boy, do they get a taste of blood.
Yeah, I mean, once they get a taste of blood, hopefully they go into frenzy as they did during the semi-finals. Towards the end, they really started having a lot more consistent performances. They were able to, get their footing right and, put one foot in forward and, put one foot in front of the other, and just go marching on. And I think for that to happen, like you said earlier, they need that information because X-Park many a time seems to be running blind. And once again, that is sort of, comes back down to their old issue, which is because they get to their main drop location a little bit later than everyone else. They loot a little bit later, and as a result, everything is just delayed by that tad bit, which gives all of these other teams the edge, and that's just enough to tip it over and make sure that X-Park never really have a good run.
Well, speaking of other teams, let's do one thing. I don't know why we love doing this. We love pitting teams against one another because, well, duh, that is the name of the game. At the end of the day, only one squad is going to be, going and winning all that delicious moolah. But for now, we are going to pit TSM up against Team XO. And, well, TSM, they do have 49 finishes for themselves, 51 for Team XO. Now, if you have a look at the damage, pretty similar with TSM edging past by just a bit.
Yeah, I mean, TSM don't really anticipate these damage numbers for them because, once again, they are the kind of team who likes to play it a little bit more clever. They do like using their brains a bit more than their brawn. They're just as eager to take fights as everyone else, but they don't want to do it when they're on the back foot instead. They wait for a good opportunity to present itself, and that is when they go forward and actually start taking a fight. And you can see that in the damage numbers. And as a result, it's you can see them with 11,600 points of damage.
Now, of course, we've seen the teams. Let's actually, trickle it down to one man from each side, as we are going to have a couple of players face off against one another. From one side, representing the Matrix, is going to be Neo, and on the other time, oh boy, this guy's gameplay is oh so fierce. It's fierce from Team XO.
Yeah, Fierce has been doing a lot of work for his team. So is Neo. Neo's got 23 finishes as well, but Fierce has 3,264 points of damage, slightly more than Neo, and a couple more, and well, just one more assist compared to him. EXO have been having a decent time, and I like this comparison purely for the reason that we might... Yeah, he has been having a decent time, I mean, Fierce, it seems that they've been performing consistently, and I really value that in a team a lot more than their ability to get chicken dinners. If you consistently get top 6 but never get chicken dinners, I think you're a stronger team than most.
Well, of course, and also if you are the tippity top, I guess, they are definitely having a little bit more than a decent game over here.
Oh, yeah.
They are flying high. Now, of course, all of this is still... It's nothing right now because we do have one game in store for you today. Then after that, we still have 2 more days of grand finals action. So, anything can happen. I mean, if you think about it, yesterday, you and I, and in fact, the entire production team, everyone over here thought, oh boy, hold on to your seats. Wait a second. Are GodLike running away with the entire show? That is what it did seem like. However, today looks like someone did finally stop that bus and that runaway truck, as I like saying. And, well, the brakes that were needed did come in by way of other teams. Now, Team XO, they are running away, not too flamboyant as far as finishes is concerned. A little lower than most teams, but boy, are they consistent with their placements.
Yeah, I mean, every single time you see them, they're always top 6, I mean, like I said earlier, even yesterday I was pointing this out about Enigma, the fact that even though they might find themselves in a rough spot, they might lose a couple of players early on, they always go for those plays that make the most sense. They're like, we don't have the advantage, no need to try and force something that ain't gonna happen, just accept what you got, play the cards you have, and well, a couple of times you have to cash in a little bit early and fold out a little bit early, and that's the nature of life, and that is what allows them to get towards top 8. And what I like about this kind of playstyle is that you only need 1 or 2 good performances to tip yourself over to the top, and as long as you continue playing consistently in all those other games, you will maintain that moat of points.
You will indeed, and talking about cards and everything, I was just thinking about, Ace Black. Now, he is the ace up the sleeve for Hyderabad Hydras. The IGL did kind of make sure that, his team, even though the odds were stacked against them, we saw that final firefights taking place in Miramar. They had that little, compound, that little garage of sorts with the broken down roof for themselves. However, what happened was they were being bombarded by nade after nade, and I'm still surprised how they kept their footing for so long. Now, he had to make a decision over there, right? They knew that they have to drive past Team X-Park at one end, who had Hacienda del Patron, and all others around them who were shooting them. But again, they kept their head low, they made their way through, and, well, got that second place. Now, I wonder if they are going to do something similar in Erangel, because, let's be honest over here, Hyderabad Hydras and Erangel
not the best
seem
relationships.
to get along too much.
Yeah. I mean, it's, well, I mean, I don't know. There are some freaks out there who like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. I don't think they go together very well.
Now, wait a second. No. You can't.
Is this blasphemy?
You cannot bring up up PB&J and then say that I don't like it, of course it's blasphemy. It is sacrilege. How can you not like a PB&J? But again, we're going to keep that discussion aside for another time because, well, ladies and gentlemen, the final game is going to be underway. But before that, once again, just to remind you, let's see where all the teams are going to be dropping to kick things off. We are at the Milta Power Plant.
Oh yeah, Milta Flower Pond? Flower Pond.
Hey,
they plow people around in their pants, and that's why it's called the flower pant. Well, well, just coming up with random sentences at the end. But yeah, Skylightz Gaming have been dropping into Pachinki. Serious business. Let's talk shop over here. No one has contested them, but it doesn't seem like that has really mattered for Skylightz because they haven't been able to solidify that and convert it into a solid performance. Let's forget about the placements for a second. Why do you think that is happening? Is there any particular reason? Because Skylightz Gaming, even though they drop into Pachinki every single time, it's at the center of the map. Their rotations don't seem to be on point. They don't seem to get that top placement that you probably should if the zone is favoring you.
Well, the thing with Skylightz is they have this little bit of foretell, right? Whenever they do drop in Pachinki, they always head towards one side because more often than not, a potato hill is always going to be in the center of the map. Now, the thing is, they are used to that terrain. I mean, Pachinki is their home. The underlying areas, the surrounding areas around Pachinki is somewhere where they are comfortable. They know the nooks and the crannies. But the thing is, when you want to traverse to all those distant locations, you have this little problem called other squads along the way, and they aren't going to let you just drive on by and be like, oh, that's Skylightz Gaming. There you go, sir.
Please, absolutely. Those all laid up for you. We're looking to lay down a red carpet. Please, just it's all yours.
They do want to lay down a red carpet, but with their own blood.
Yeah, I mean, Skylightz Gaming, that makes a lot of sense. The fact that they're not able to get themselves towards Potato Hill, that could be a big reason behind why they just can't seem to convert that strong start into something meaningful. But maybe this time around it can be a little bit different. Maybe this time they can get the chicken dinner.
Because, well, ladies and gentlemen, for the last time in the day, the Big Bird is gonna take to the skies as we are gonna be flying over the plains of Erangel. And wait a second, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? This is the same plane path, all three Erangels for today. Wow, is this something that is kind of scripted? I mean, let's just take a moment of silence.
F in the chat.
There you have it. We might just drop some F in the chats right now because the thing is, oh my goodness, is this deja vu? Wait a second, I'm just going to pinch myself.
How?
Oh, that does hurt.
It does hurt, right? We aren't in a dream, we aren't in a simulation.
You sure about that?
I don't think so. We've got a person named Neo in GodLike, one of the best teams. I think this is about as good as it gets. That's maybe what... it's not Samuel Jackson who was in the lead. I forgot the name of
Martin Lawrence.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think it's a sign coming in from him. You are in the Matrix. How is this possible? How is it that every single time you've seen Erangel today, it's the same plane path? And in fact, on Miramar, it was the exact opposite direction on the very first Miramar. What is going on? 4 games, 4 same flight paths.
Now, forget everything else. I mean, I don't know what to say right now. Yes, the teams are jumping. Yes, they'll get to their favorite spots. Please don't give us a central circle. B to the south, B to the north. Let's change a few things around. Hold on.
Deep breath.
Let's see where it's going to go, because if it's the same, I'm just going to lose my mind right now.
Silence. Oh my God! How? It's just a little bit further up towards north. That's all. That's all. It's the only difference.
That's the only difference right now. So there you go. Looks like Skylightz Gaming.
We figured out the algorithm, ladies and gentlemen.
They still might have problems because we were discussing them just moments ago, as to what they do from Pachinki. Well, they have the same map, 3rd time in a row. Let's see if they're going to do something, because I do see something else happening elsewhere. UDog, although we are going to be focusing on them, I do believe a couple of teams are coming a bit too close to comfort for one another, and well, there you have it. We might just see some action break out later.
Oh yeah, I mean, UDog, they are off to an okay start. Once again, very, very far off from the zone, so it's going to take a lot of time for them to get in there. And, well, given the fact that they dropped in early, they can use that to their advantage, loot up quick, find a couple of vehicles, and then maybe move out. Well, they have succeeded in the latter part. The loot, however, not looking all that good.
I think maybe Pundit Sparrow might have something to do with this. He is a pious man, and maybe he just wants that little bit of drama. I mean, he does call it the devil. Oh my goodness, he actually called it. He did say today that, everything is going to be a bit calm. It's going to be nice and easy, and I'm not going to do too much along with the circle. I mean, I get it, but at least don't give us the same plane path every time and the same circle as well.
I think we need to go to Sparrow's room at night and see what sort of rituals he conducts, because he's in communion with some of the old gods here. They've bestowed some powers upon him. I just don't know when the drawbacks are going to come in. So, yeah, Spiro, I mean, enjoy it while it lasts, but when the tentacles start growing out of your eyes, I know for sure I'm not going to be helping you.
Well, it looks like that is going to be the case, but for now, 7C's Prince. Now, the thing with him is we've always seen him be at the first as far as the defense for his team is concerned, at the first as far as offense for his team is concerned, and well, when you are in that situation, chances are either you take your enemies out or you are taken down instead. Let's see if that is going to be the case for now. And well, speaking of Hyderabad Hydras, let's just have a look at the circle. Perfect timing production because it is a little bit skewed towards the north. And once again, all the teams, they seem to be getting away from one another rather than locking horns. But yes, of course, that makes sense. And no one really has enough loot right now, especially the ones traveling around in all those vehicles.
Yeah, I mean, the only teams that are going to be happy with this are the teams that like dropping in towards Milta, Farm, and Mansion, all towards the eastern part of the map. But it seems like you're pointing something out. What's going on?
Looks like we just might see some action break out because Exo Sensei is in fact heading towards Enigma Sagi's position, and the cameras might just switch because they are right outside. The thing is, oh buddy, Sagi is still a bit quiet. Now Sensei is going to make a bit of mistakes and looks like shots are going to be fired. Of course, that UMP is going to rattle up. He switches up to the DP28. However, there seems to be this concrete wall between them, and now Sensei, oh my goodness, he came so close to being knocked out and finished. In fact, well, he is going to be counting his lucky stars right about now.
Oh yeah, Sensei's somehow alive, and it seems that today just hasn't been Sensei's day. What got your fancy there?
It looks like somebody had a bit of a tumble and John just kind of knocked himself out.
Oh yeah, I mean, our Esports, a bit of a whoopsie there, but his teammates are around. They should be able to get him back up. Going to be, a little bit of a harder time. He's going to have to expend one first aid kit. Jadu, not the magic he was looking for, but sometimes, you pull a rabbit out of a hat. Someday you might just pull out a dog and it might bite you in the hand.
I like that analogy. And also, ladies and gentlemen, a public service announcement here for you. Whenever a vehicle is in motion, please do not jump out because, yes, in the game you do get knocked out, but in real life, well, you could get knocked out and much worse. Keep that in mind, of course.
Permanently.
Keep everything inside the game where it should be. Now, speaking about where things should be, Team Xbox in Water City.
Finally, I mean, once again, Team Xbox gonna suffer the consequences of going in a little bit late. The rotations are gonna be a little slower. Their positioning is not gonna be all that great. Maybe they won't have the best loot to work with either. But given the fact that the circle is upon them, it shouldn't be that bad of a time for Xbox. They should be able to at least get themselves a slightly better spot. Maybe go further, deeper in towards Rozhok, or if they even want, they can start gatekeeping the bridge that leads from the northern island towards Yasnia Polyana, because it is one of the few bridges that leads directly to that city, and it does come quite close to the center. I mean, let's see if these teams are going to be able to contest Yasnia Polyana, or if GodLike get away with it, willy-nilly.
Well, we are going to find out because looks like, again, there isn't going to be too much action at the beginning of this game. But for now, oh boy, we did see a lot of action breakdown in this location last time. Again, yes, I get it. We do have similar zones. Hopefully, the BGMI gods are going to be pushing us elsewhere. Maybe, I don't want to say the name, maybe we just might be heading north. But again, that is a big maybe. Now, if you have a look at your circle again, oh boy, Sensei over there coming so close to being knocked out. Lucky for him, his buggy was a bit quicker than the enemy's bullets. Elsewhere, if I have a look, RE should make their way to the circle without any issues. Tactical once again beating Skylightz Gaming to Potato Hill. Let's see if they are going to be going down to the city itself or whether they're going to let Skylightz Gaming come to them. Have a look at Hyderabad Hydras. This time again, Floki, they decided to, ditch Northern Georgie, and now it seems like they actually might want to head up north because they might anticipate that the circle might just shift towards the north. I'm not taking any names right now because I don't want to jinx it.
Yeah, don't. Absolutely don't. We just want to see a Yasnia Polyana finish. That is what we want to see. BGMI God, so if you're listening, you know what we want. Please give it to us. TSM, in the meantime, are going to be looting up Georgopol like it's nobody's business. Everything in the kitchen, under the kitchen sink, in the kitchen sink, outside the kitchen sink, around the kitchen, around the house. Every single place that is available in Georgopol, well, they're going to loot it up as long as it doesn't cross the bridge. That is one place that they can't go because there is a team waiting for them over there. I do believe it might be the squad of Recknoning Esports.
It could be indeed at some point of time, but again, they are going to be sticking to northern Georgopol, the city just beyond that little creek over there. Now, OH, like we didn't anticipate, they in fact have already traversed all the way to the northern half of Erangel. In fact, they are driving past the shooting range as we speak. Now, as we have a look at TSM loot, they are a bit confused. Looks like all the exchanges have taken place, and now finally the boys are going to be on the move. If you have a look on the right of your screens, you will notice two teams are still out bearing, taking the little brunt of the blue over there. Our Esports and UDog India. Now our Esports are doing something a little different this time. Normally we've always seen them take that western bridge when they come to the main island. This time, however, looks like they are going to be in the wake of Revanant Esports.
Yeah, Revenant Esports are going to be the ones leading this little drive-by over here. Not a drive-by, but a drive-through. And they're going to get to that position a little bit quicker. So, I mean, they're going to have the ability to gatekeep everyone else. But TSM, in the meantime, the fact that they're just making it a little bit closer and, making X-Pac uncomfortable, they're going to be quite happy with that.
Talking of gatekeeping, wait a second, I'm going to hold my thought. Looks like we might just have a little bit of a skirmish breakout because TSM, although they have parked their vehicles a bit far away from the house, shots are going to be fired. There you have it. Their position is going to be given away, and Gil did take a couple of shots to the body. However, it wasn't going to be enough to put him down. Now, TSM's position has been given away. I wonder if they are going to try and circle the enemy because Team Xbox could be in trouble. At one end, they have TSM, and there you have it. At the other end, they have the Hyderabad Hydras.
Thank you, Stars, if you're Revenant Esports right now, because this circle could have looked much, much worse for them. It could have shifted away, and then they would have two teams closing in on their flank. And Revenant Esports were lucky enough to get out of nowhere Recknoning super quick, right? I mean, our Esports, they should have had the rotation before them, but for some reason it seems that they were just a little bit slower with the looting. So Revenant Esports get the advantage on that regard. Potato Hill, once again, very, very relevant if you're keeping an eye on it, and that could end up being a factor in the coming circles.
I want to head over to a different position right now because GodLike, there you have it. Ask and ye shall receive. GodLike are going to be on the move, and once again in the same spot they go up against 7C. Looks like Neo is going to get the better of Spray God, but Jonathan is going to be taken down as well because Prince is going to be standing on standby, I beg your pardon, on the right hand side of our screens. And wait a second, that better be a smoke. Yes, it is. And now Z-God's work is going to be cut out for him. 7C Sarang is going to be coming in. Prince is going to be coming in. Aladdin is going to be coming in. Elsewhere, Scout OP is going to be brought down. But for now, Z-God, oh boy, this is going to be a tricky situation. He just might see the enemy. He can definitely hear them, but one good grenade could spell trouble. In fact, it is coming in. Unfortunately, it is going to be a bit too long for them. Oh my goodness, a couple of grenades do come in. Down goes one, down goes the other, as Neo is going to bid us adieu. But Jonathan now on his feet. Z-God again in a similar situation. Mind you, we have multiple fights breaking out elsewhere. TX coming under heavy fire. In fact, they have been reduced to a two-man squad.
Yeah, unfortunately, Team X-Pac are going to have two members to work with. 7C's, man, they have been the ones being kicked in the tea time, and again, they just want to dish it out back to the aggressors as GodLike are going to be on the receiving end of those bullets, but 7C are going to lose, not lose one of the members entirely. They're going to be knocked down, and it seems that Recknoning Esports have eliminated Team X-Pac. What the hell happened there? I do not know, but in the meantime, 7C Esports are going to continue to stifle the side of GodLike, prevent them from having those aggressive positions, and hopefully hold on to their vehicles as well.
Looks like two Juggernauts might just exit early on. Of course, Team Xbox are out. GodLike Esports are only going to survive by one man now. Yes, his name is Clutchguard, but I do believe he is not going to be fighting this battle. This battle is something he does have to give up because, again, before GodLike moved into position, we did say this is 7C Esports' forte. This is their hill. They've been fighting battles on this hill time in and time out. In fact, every single time we do see some action break out, it's always over here, and it's always 7C going up against someone or the other. Again, making sure that all four members are still going to be alive. But now let's have a look and see what was happening on the other side because, well, we do have the replays coming in, and there you have a look. Scout is going to be down. The bullets are going to be fired. Mr. Spray is taken down, but sooner or later that vehicle is going to go boom, and with that, Scout is going to be pretty much splattered all over the place as that vehicle explodes. Now again, grenades are going to be used, bullets are going to be used, and well, Recknoning Esports made it look oh so easy.
I mean, the bigger you are, the harder you fall. They managed to get themselves a first place spot in the last game. Now it seems that the Fates are playing a cruel joke on them as they have been eliminated in 16th place once again. I mean, I'm not too sure what keeps happening. Team X-Pac, they just seem to have the worst luck of, out of all the teams. Always the flight path. 3 times in a row on Erangel, it didn't favor them. 3 times in a row they were late to Rozok, and 3 times in a row they have been eliminated early on with no points to their name. Just a couple of finishes at best, and the circle, it's going to shift over school. Deja vu much?
I mean, I've seen this before. Again, is this reality? I think you and I, one of us needs to spin a top on the table right now and see whether it's reality
I think
or
we need a
whether,
Ouija board.
or whether it's Inception over here. A Ouija board would be good as well. And in fact, a few spirits just might join us. But for now, speaking of spirits, speaking of the gods above, they are going to be dropping down an AUG with some much needed adrenaline syringes as well. And well, Team Desync are going to be kitted to the gills with not just grills and skills, but of course with all that delicious loot. And of course, well, Skrills is in this team. What have you done? It's an Uzi. Now, they do have their buggies in corner, but the thing is, when you have the rear tires blown out, man, they are pretty much useless. But you can still use them for cover, but again, there's their walls for cover in this situation.
You know, speaking of vehicles, there was a clever play that was made by the side of 7 Seas. They blew up their own vehicle, they used a blown up Jeep as cover, and they had 2 other vehicles to rotate out. So once again, it is sort of, you know, what you do with what you got that separates the pros from the noobs. And, well, for the time being, TSG might be on the receiving end of the aggression coming in from Revanant as Revanant on the high ground. And those nades find Daddy, put him down on all fours, crawling about. You can't differentiate between him and an animal that walks on all fours, because right now he cannot get himself back up on his feet.
But keep an eye out on TSG. They do have Krish on the right flank for themselves. In fact, Encore is going to be taken down by Desync. No Desync over here for this gentleman. And now Top Dog is going to be loading up with the grenades, but it's going to be Austin BotX who throws it first. Unfortunately, he cooked it just a bit too much, and that is not going to do any damage to anyone. For now, Krish is going to move in. The revive comes in. Have a look at Nickel's position now. If they force Revenant to move towards the left of their buildings from their point of view, that is when he can lay down a tremendous amount of lead. And now Austin BotX, I'm telling you one thing, he is playing a dangerous game. That is the good grenade. There you have it, Encore. The moment he was picked up, he is brought back down onto his knees. And now Paradox, boy, he really is in a paradoxical situation.
Yeah, I mean, Paradox is... okay, Daddy. Be a little bit careful, because, well, there's Molly on one side, nades coming in from the other. Look at this fearless man going forward, though. I believe TSG are looking to send in a person on the flank. And Krish, well, can't be the superhero for his team. Instead, is going to get shot in the back. And can the side of Revenant survive this onslaught? They're trying their best. They're moving left and right. Top Dog, well, he's trying to go hook before. Yeah, he will. He will take out Desync. And guess what? He might just be able to do the 1v3 as well. Oh, boy, only 2 players standing from the side of Revenant. A couple of players come pouring in on that buggy. Mad Max Fury Road action over here. And it seems that Austin Bot will be knocked down. And finally, Daddy will clutch things out. Oh, boy. Payback is cold, but it's sweet.
Let me tell you one thing, Nickel, I have no idea what he was doing, because all he was doing was distracting the enemy, taking that buggy first to the right, then to the left, then right up to the houses. And well, looks like it did work, because the revives are going to be coming in, and TSG are going to live another couple of days, another couple of minutes, in fact, to fight again. But let's have a look at that instant replay from bird's eye view. There you have it. Nickel comes in. In fact, Austin BotX is going to take him down, but that gives Daddy enough time, because he was distracted by that buggy. He comes in, puts in a few shots. It comes down to a 1v1 situation, but looks like Daddy is teaching them. Well, there's a new Daddy in town, and that, of course, is the man
Who's your
from
daddy?
TSG. I didn't want to say that. I knew you were going to do that for me. Now, as the circle again is, you know, where we left it last, it has kind of imploded in on itself. Rozok is going to be in play. School is going to be in play. Or our esports are going to be happy, but I wonder if we are going to go back to school, because for now, we are going to be a bit to the west as UDog. They do have this compound, but it looks like some enemies could be lurking in, and looks like Old Hood Esports might just want a bit of their real estate for themselves. Oh, there you have it.
Okay, Sultan, well, he is going to be the aggressor for his team, the eyes as well as the right hand as he goes forward. Puts a few bullets in, but doesn't really connect with them. Does get some crucial information, though. And they've still got 3 buggies, so they can rotate out, you know, they're on their vehicle of choice. In the meantime, well, have a look towards Georgia Pole, because there are, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams. 7 teams actually in the mix. Oh, wait, never mind. That's actually Rosa. What the hell am I saying? That's not Georgia Pole. I am so distracted seeing Reckoning Esports there. And I was just like, oh, it must be Georgia Pole.
Oh, man, I was going to come and correct you, but you just took it away from me. Of course, I'm just kidding. It is Rozok, and again, it is the same deja vu circle that we have seen time in and time out, and expect everyone to get a little bit of real estate over here. Make sure that, you know, they have a house or 2 under their control. Maybe they might be split in 2s. Maybe they might be spread out far and thin. Now, sometimes that does work, but all times, not every single time, as Enigma Avi is going to find out. Tactical, in fact, is going to make sure that he is brought down to his knees. Now, although Enigma Avi is going to be knocked out, he is going to be picked up, because, well, they have 3 members in their house. However, our esports, they could be devastating if Rockstar and if Canary well, they already have an idea. But the team is nearby. If they lob a few grenades, it could be problematic. But for now, looks like Canary has a battle of his own as they are going to come under fire. But from the other side, it is going to be Christmas coming a little early as Klaus is going to get a knock on Tactical Esports.
Klaus might have found the knock, but finding the finish is going to be an ordeal. Let's see if he can actually stand up to the task over here, or if he's not going to get the opportunity to do so, because it does seem Enigma are also wanting a part of the pie here. They want a piece of the action, they want a couple of finish points for themselves as well, so they will try and poke and prod with those nades, but nothing significant comes of it just yet. Tactical in the meantime, this is what they love doing. Soak up all the information around you, be right at the smack dab center of the action, and when the time is right, that is when you strike.
Also keep in mind, Tactical are making sure that they are towards the north of these houses, because again, someone could come up from behind, and it looks like this time it's going to be from the other side of the road. That Eggy did let loose a few shots, and well, Clutch was taken down, but temporarily. Now again, they have this vital cover, right? You got to keep in mind, there is a hill behind them, and on top of the hill is a guy, well, who is patient, who is calm, and we call him Sensei from Team XO. As his teams are going to be coming up to join him, looks like, you know, again, they could be in a bit of a predicament. Now, I think what's going to happen is Sensei is going to be laying down shots to all the other teams in the distance, and let's see if we do see a few finishes being stolen one way or the other. Elsewhere, Clutch got the last man standing for his team.
Oh, okay.
He is not going to move a muscle. He is not going to bat an eyelid.
Yeah, it seems that we are having a couple of fights break out in two separate places. One cluster of teams towards school, and guess, well, I guess that's where all the action is going to be breaking out now, because the circle has shifted and it is going to go a little bit towards school. A slight hint of Rozok in there, but Tactical Esports once again in a good position to prevent all these teams from going in.
You know, going back to school has never been better over here, as is this spray coming in from Aquanox. Oh my goodness, that was precision as Nickel is taken down in the blink of an eye. Well, Nickel is going to be put in the ground now. 7C Esports, they are going to be in a bit of trouble, because I do see Spray God knocked out in the distance, and now TSG are taking the fight to the enemy. But for now, again, Hyderabad Hydras, they keep finding themselves in this situation, and it looks like they are going to be taken out one by one. Ace Black is the last man standing for his team. Can he get the revive on Manti? Because, well, he is going to be lobbing all those smoke grenades with a little bit of desperation. Elsewhere, the Superman, Krish, does get the better of Ninja from TSM.
Yeah, Manti is going to try his best to survive over here while his teammate lays down those plumes of smoke. The question is, can he even get him back up? And even if they do get back up, are they going to be relevant? Are they going to be strong enough to take the fight? Are they going to be in a relevant enough position? That nade was close. Prince, lucky to be alive over here. As Jelly, slight miscalculation on that. Looks like he didn't attend trigonometry class, and well, here is the consequence.
Now, we were talking about Skylightz Gaming earlier. Looks like they did get the better of the Sultan of Swing, as Sultan has been dropped, and now the revive is going to come in. Lucky for them, there is no opposition nearby. Well, correction over here. There wasn't a revive needed. Pukar was just low on HP, but now Fairs could come under fire. He does get caught at the last second, and Pukar's DP is going to do all the talking. Now, the thing is, are they going to use that stage? No, they're not, because they don't want to go over the other side of that summit, lest they lose the chance of racking up another finish for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Fierce is going to try his best to make sure that while he might have been knocked down, he's going to try and maybe give some hope to his team, but we're back towards Rozok, where Tactical and our Esports and Enigma are all trying to enter the zone. I am not too sure what's happening anymore. There's so much chaos. It's a bit of a cluster truck situation. Substitute that letter with an F and you get what I'm trying to say.
I like it. Let me say one thing. What was our Esports thinking? Because again, that is no man's land. You're not going to be caught dead, as Enigma Gaming are going to find the same right now. A few good grenades could be devastating, although Jadu is still alive and kicking. One grenade could be devastating. Now I get it.
No, you can't get away with that.
Now Esports could shoot at you. Now Tactical's Wild might get you. Now Hyderabad Hydras might get you. Oh my god, they are opening things up. Now Tactical, in fact, is going to be taken down, because Recknoning Esports are moving into the position. There you have it. Our Esports are going to be eliminated, as well as are the boys from Old Hood Esports.
Yeah, Old Hood Esports finally going to be biting the dust over here, but Sensei, it seems that someone did find him and he did get taken out over here, and now Recknoning Esports, they close the distance between themselves and Enigma, and look at that attack coming in. Avi somehow still survives. Okay, he's joking, he's driving, he's moving left, he's going right, but there is only so much bombing and beating he can do. Recknoning Esports with the man advantage will capitalize, and Maxi OP, tasked with keeping Tactical at bay, might get some helping hands now. As Tactical looking to group up, EXO also from the other side could create a lot of problems for Recknoning. Good smokes to delay the push.
Now, speaking of EXO, Punk over here with a massive grenade. Talk about getting two birds with one stone. That is exactly what's happening now. He is going to try and snuff their lives out. However, he still has one man, and it is going to be Billy the Kid. Of course, he does go by Kid, but let's see if he is going to live up to his Western name, because just yet. Might just spot a silhouette up on that hill. He might just shoot, and once again it's his teammate Sensei who comes in with a grenade, gets both of them. Punk, he is right down below you, and looks like Sensei is going to be coming in. The IGL making sure that, you know what, buddy, I got you covered, and with that, Tactical Esports with a not so tactical finish in the 11th position. And now Punk, all he's got to do is assert his dominance and avert his attention towards Hyderabad Hydras.
Oh, look at Ace Black. That is a dangerous position, my friend. That is not a game you want to play right next to those cars. Unless you blow them up yourself, you could be in a world of trouble. But Recknoning Esports, they step out a bit too far forward. Punk could clean them up, but Punk himself eats a couple of bullets and he will be forced to heal himself back up. In the meantime, elsewhere on the map, TSG taking up a fight against a singular member from GodLike and a singular member now from TSM as well. Blaze OP and Clutch God, the only members trying to keep their team's dreams alive, but I don't know who's going to come out on top over here. GodLike, Clutch God, open by. This could be big if he can find that vehicle, but no, he cannot. Well, Blaze OP, still reminiscent of Sanhok, is going to continue to heal himself in the blue.
Clutch God knew that someone else is still far behind. Oh my goodness, that grenade almost would have caught Mr. Spray. However, of course, these are smokes to make sure that they do get a little position for themselves. Now, Pakar is still in the game. Team EXO are going to be moving in. They do have 6 finishes for themselves, but Recknoning Esports, boy, they are on high. 10 finishes for themselves, but now this could be dangerous. Sensei might spot someone. Sensei might just shoot. Sensei might just knock someone out. There you have it. The Sensei is going to be on fire, and speaking of fire, he is going to send a little grenade. It is going to be fragmentation. It is going to blow up. If it goes boom, all that shrapnel is going to get the opposition, and there you have it. Another knock comes in, and the grenade is going to do the talking. He's not done yet here, Floki. He's going ham. He is going a bit cray-cray, and in fact, he almost gets a third knock for himself as well. He is not done, but got to be careful. UDog are looking over from the school.
Yeah, UDog making sure that EXO are not able to go out in the open as freely as they want and find those finishes on Recknoning. Recknoning Esports going to be thinking that there is a team out there sort of, play to their self-interest, but it's working out for them too. TSG, in the meantime, I believe that is an elimination on OR. They have been knocked out. They're out in 6th place, and the Supari gang get the credit for that. Recknoning Esports now with all of the members back up are going to try to heal themselves and maybe take out EXO, but UDog are gatekeeping everyone. I mean, look at that. Skylightz giving Pukaras also right there.
I mean, how are they still alive? Skrills on a sliver of HP. Now EXO, they could be raining in a few more grenades. It could be an artillery strike, but again, the fact is that UDog are keeping them at bay for now. I mean, that is what you want from all those defensive, well, pardon my pun, but the dogs over there. But I love the way they are playing now. Retaliation finally coming in, and it looks like RGE might just make a move for themselves. That smoke could be a dead giveaway of their position. Keep in mind here, Floki, both these teams, they have to move in, and well, that airdrop is the only semblance of cover they can find. Forget that, because Fearless does spot. Fearless Sensei from distance. He is going to shoot. Sensei goes down. Now Immortal's mortality is going to be tested. He does hit the deck. I get it. You want that stability, but keep in mind, Recknoning Esports are going to be nearby, but Fearless with those AK taps is going to hit its mark, and well, now Punk is the only one remaining. Question is, are you feeling lucky, Punk?
Well, I'm not too sure if Clint Eastwood is in the house, but if he is, then he is going to be judging Punk very, very firmly. His eyes are going to be permanently set on him. And well, Dave, he's going on a massive flank. I think he's going for the airdrop.
Beautiful move, though, because they know if they get a little ridge for themselves, they need to come out of the school as well. Not a lot, but they're going to make sure that they cut everyone off, and that is what Dave is doing. Let me tell you one thing. This man is smart. This man just might rack up a few more finishes. There you have it. The play zone does help him as well, because Abrar is going to be succumbing to his injuries and Skrills. Oh boy, I know you have the skills, but do you have enough medkits on you? Because that is what you're going to need. First stage, well, there you have the answer. 2 left. He is still going to make sure that his team is in the top 3.
Oh yeah, he's going to try and make sure that his team stays in the top 3. Maybe if he gets lucky, EXO get taken out, and Skrills will get that extra placement points. Immortals out. Can Punk be taken down? Oh, Skrills and Punk both fighting. Yes, he did. My God, Skrills, he'll try to get a finish in the end. Doesn't matter, but UDog India are going to end it strong at the end of it all. Recknoning are also going to be happy with that 2nd place finish.
Oh my goodness. Again, we saw something similar. Oh my God, again, these first states, they really do come in a bit handy. Wow, again, we were talking about these points. Recknoning Esports, what?
Yeah, what? I think that's the perfect way to describe it. They took inspiration from Sanhok. They borrow a page. Oh no, not just a page. They borrow the entire book from Skylightz, and they're like, oh, all right, 30 first dates. Gotcha. He goes around, drops everything he has, picks up those first aids from his teammates, just keeps healing himself back up. And well, he thanks the side of UDog for their hard labors and for the extra 2 free points.
And he still goes out fighting. He still gets out of cover, and he still gets a knock on UDog. I mean, that is what this game is about.
Down
That
swinging.
is what champions are all about. There you have it. If you are going to go out, well, you go out swinging. But again, UDog over here, massive game coming in from them. 11 finishes for their name. And again, they love doing this. They love, it's like, hey, where is UDog? And then suddenly at the end, they're like, hey, we are here. Now, if you missed any of the action, I'm sure you're not. Let's just relive all those moments once again, because the highlights are popping up, and there you have it. You do not challenge 7C, even if you are demigods, even if you are godlike at their own terrain.
Absolutely. I mean, there is one saying that is old as time. Even if you find a dog, if he is in its den, do not enter, because, well, you don't fight a dog in its own house. You don't fight a lion in his own den. Why would you do that with a dog? Well, not too sure, but speaking of dogs, it seems that Wolves were... you know what, never mind. I'm not even going to go in that direction. Great performance by the Wolves. And it does seem that UDog, despite being the inferior species, were the superior animal.
Oh, they were.
Dogs descended from wolves. That's the whole point.
Wait a second, but they're not the inferior species. Come on. Let's not even go there. I'm into wolves. I'm into dogs, and for now, I'm into the Supari gang, because they did, try a good push over here. In fact, they did get the better of them. We knew the moment Paradox went down, the moment Encore went down, Nikhil would do something hilarious. Speaking of Nikhil, there he comes flying with his buggy, making sure that Daddy does not come to the line of fire. And with that, Daddy and his big bad gun, well, he did all the talking. And like you said, who's your daddy? Well, the answer is it's TSG's. Again, don't mind me saying Daddy.
Oh yeah, I mean Daddy. That's just so fun to say every single time he pops up. He shows everyone who Daddy is.
He is Daddy cool, after all.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, for all you Bonnie M fans out there, I do suggest you look it up on YouTube. That is a fun song. And it's amazing to see a man, dance with a card in his hands. But, well, this is not something that I was too pleased to see. Old Hood Sultan was all by himself on a bit of a scouting mission, on a bit of an adventure. Didn't turn out very well for him. Ended with him being 6 feet under. Not sure what our esports were thinking over here. I don't even know what happened.
Now, let me tell you one thing. Our esports,
Hail Mary.
They were on the west side of Rozhok. I get it. You have to move out to the new circle. But the thing is, every single house, left, right, center, above, down, below, behind you, is occupied by an enemy. And when you make a lot of noise and you drive your beautiful Teslas through, I get it. Normally, if I was in that position, I'd be like, oh, what a pretty car. I'm not going to do anything. But they are going to bombard you with everything they've got. And speaking of bombardment, Punk with some beautiful grenades coming over here, getting the better of RGE. But, of course, it did seem like the Wolves outlived them.
I mean, I have to give credit where credit is due. RGE were under heavy fire from multiple sides. They were taking so many fights all at once. Yeah, they by all, semblance of logic, they should have been done. They should have been out. Yet, once again, the fighting spirit lives on, proving that it's not the size of the dog in the fight that matters, but the size of the fight in the dog. And well, Wolves, they are pretty big creatures, so they've got a lot of fight in them. EXO, they tried their best to take them out, and they almost succeeded. They almost took them out, but in the end, it was Recknoning Esports who had the last laugh.
Also, let me tell you one thing. They did have the last laugh because, yes, they did come in the second position, which means 12 points to them. And we can do some maths too over here, by the way. They did have 10 finishes for themselves. That means, correct me if I'm wrong, 12 plus 10. Let me just do some calculations.
22.
22. Oh, I was just going to say that.
Yeah.
But, of course, they are going to be racking up quite a few finish points for themselves. So, not a bad outing for themselves. But, again, this move coming in by UDog Dave was pivotal. It was the move of this game over here because of him, they cut everybody off. Nobody could come in closer. And, well, UDog India making sure they survived as a pack right till the end and, well, got the job done and got that delicious chicken dinner.
I mean, I'm going to use a word to describe that situation that I think, one might not think of instinctively, but maturity. I think that is what UDog had over here. Because all other teams in that spot would be very, very happy having the cover of the walls, right? They'd be like, oh, we've got ourselves this wall, it's perfect cover for us. Not that experience, they don't know that, if they don't go out in the open and cut them off from the zone, the other team's going to bombard them with nades. That sort of foresight in those situations can be lacking. But UDog, they kept their head in the game.
They did keep their head in the game, and of course you want to cut everyone off. Now we know who the winners are. Let's see what the point standing for this game is going to look like, because at the tippity top, I beg your pardon.
Tippity dog as well.
Woof, woof. It is going to be UDog India with 26 points to their names, 11 of which, as we did say, came by finishes. And it looks like my math is right, Recknoning in second with 22.
Oh yeah, I mean, and you've also got EXO in third place, 5 points behind at 17, and the Supari gang in number 4 as well with 16 points. points. Supari Gang once again, flying under the radar, but constantly getting themselves that top 6 spots. You've also got Skylightz Gaming with 10, and it does seem you want to point something out.
On the other hand, the consistency by Team EXO, it is just ridiculous. And now, of course, we've had a look at how everyone's done. Let's see which wolf is going to be on top. Is it going to be a wolf, or is it going to be someone else? Because the iQOO MVP is going to be on our screens. And drum roll, please. Who's your daddy? Well, there you have it. It's Supari Gang's daddy himself.
Oh yes, 6 finishes to his name, almost 1100 points of damage done. Daddy did a lot of heavy lifting. He was the one to eat the brunt of the nades, the first person to be knocked down, and then he heals himself back up and becomes the hero for his team in their hour of need. Let's see who the other 4 players are following in his wake. No big surprises there. Maxi OP with the highest finishes in the game at 6.
I kind of thought that, maybe the wolf would be howling over here, but of course, Daddy's tremendous amount of damage over there makes sure he etches past his opposition. And of course, in 3rd position, we have the Mystic himself from UDog with 5 to his name. Sensei coming in the 4th position with 4 finishes, and Fearless in 5th with 3, I beg your pardon.
Oh yeah, I mean, I have to say, Sensei at the end of the day, despite having all of these horrible starts, has somehow managed to redeem himself. His team always manages to, not buckle under the pressure, and it seems that EXO are just a very well-rounded team. Speaking of other stats, 7 grenade finishes found, a lot more than we've been seeing throughout the day, a much higher average, and in fact, a 305-meter distance finish on Erangel. That is a long number.
That is a long distance, and forget it. 500 is nothing that you can be beaten, but again, that
500, that too on Sanhok.
Those are special circumstances.
Yeah.
I mean, let's just all agree to that. But all in all, 73 knocks coming in. We did see a lot of knocks. We didn't see as many finishes, of course, and only 1 airdrop was looted. And I do believe it was the beautiful AUG that we did see moments ago. Now, again, I love the fact. Again, UDog India, let me just say one thing. We were talking about that point. Now, the fact, like you said, most people would be content in sitting in their fortifications, letting, the enemy come towards them. They knew that, A, they had that little airdrop, dropped smack dead in no man's land, and it was at the northern edge of the circle, and they cut everyone else off and got the chicken dinner. Now, let's do one thing. We've seen the best of the best. Let's pit 2 of them up against one another because, well, the player face-off is on our screens now.
Absolutely. We've got EXO Sensei going up against Maxi OP from the side of Recknoning. 4 finishes to Sensei's name, 6 to Maxi's. And it seems that in the damage department too, Maxi is edging him out. And Sensei, sure, he's not beating Maxi OP by any stretch of the imagination. But the fact that he's had so many rough games and then comes out over here in the player face-off is a feat in and of itself.
Now, moments ago, were talking about evolution. We do know that the dogs, they did descend from the wolves. But let's see what happens if we actually pit them up against one another, because the squad face-off is coming up. And on one side, we have the UDog India, woof woof. On the other, we have the wolves, ow, from Recknoning Esports.
Well, that is a pitiful attempt at a howl, not gonna lie. But
it's all good, buddy. I'm excited.
It's all right. Both those wolves and dogs howling in the end over here, but UDog were the ones who got that chicken dinner. And Recknoning Esports, I believe they've got to thank, their inferior species over here. As I did say, the wolves might be bigger. Yeah, just purely speaking in terms of size. I am saying that wolves are a little bit bigger, but dogs are a lot more friendly, and that is what the wolves have to thank the dogs for, because if it weren't for them taking out EXO, Recknoning Esports would be sitting 2 points shy, which could come into play on the final day.
Again, another PSA coming in your way, because if you do see a wolf in the wild over there, do not go close to it, because it isn't a dog. Yes, it might look like one, but it will rip you to shreds. As UDog India almost had that happen to them, but of course the dogs this time, they had the pack mentality. They made sure that they isolated the wolves one by one, and finally put them in the ground and send them to the depths of hell itself. I had to be a bit graphic over there at the end.
Oh yeah. They've been chopped up into a million pieces and sent into Tartarus. They will never recuperate. But the good thing is, once again, it is consistency that is the bigger factor over here. Not how many chicken dinners you get, not how many first place finishes you find, but how often you can crack that top 6 spot. That is a much better measure of how good a team is compared to simply getting a lot of chicken dinners. Now, chicken dinners can be pretty straightforward to get. You can develop a single strat that allows you to do that very often. GodLike is one of those teams that is very aggressive, and I feel like that's why we see them on the top so often. But consistency will edge them out. Sorry.
Go ahead, go ahead. Speaking of the top, let's have a look and see who is at the tippity top, because the overall standings are now going to be popping up on our screens, and well, some things are going to be still the same, because Team XO still with the number 1 position over there with 139 points to themselves, and just have a look at them running away with those position points.
My God, 81 position points to work with. TSM has got 77. Chicken dinners are in favor of TSM, and it seems the Hyderabad Hydras also have got 2. But in the end, you've got UDog India breaking into the top 8 spot with 95 points. OR and Hydras maintain their position. GodLike drop 1.
Now, of course, we did ask this question yesterday. GodLike yesterday, boy oh boy, did they run away with the show. But looks like things kind of fizzled out a bit today. Now, the big question is, I think we all know the answer, because I still feel that they are playing with all their prey. Can they make a comeback on day 3? That is something that is going to be thrown out to all you viewers out there. Let me know in the chat below, because, we do go over it after the games are done. Can GodLike make a massive comeback? Can they retake their throne? Can they topple Team XO?
Well, you're gonna have to wait and tune in tomorrow to find out on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. No, it's BGIS 2021, but it's just as fun and entertaining as Dragon Ball Z, and it doesn't take 5 episodes to find a pick. And you can see that Recknoning Esports have shot up in the 3rd place too. Thank you for pointing that out. I did miss it out early on, but let's move on to the other side and see, well, the bad, as the ugly did get taken out in the semis.
Looks like finally Enigma Gaming aren't going to be gatekeeping anyone over here. In fact, they are unfortunately going to be just slipping down a little bit with 72 points at the 10th position. Revanant, again, a 20-point lead between 9 to 10, which means, we are seeing a little bit of a gap open up between this page and the previous one. Old Hood in 11th. Team Xbox, thanks to that 1 chicken dinner and that aggression coming in, they are going to be in the 12th position, but again, this is just the end of day 2. This is just the halfway mark. They can still do a lot of damage. In fact, speaking of teams, making an impact today, 7C haven't been, the most consistent yet. They haven't had any chicken dinners, but again, they are facing the demigods themselves, and in fact, they are coming out on top, which means they definitely have the cojones to do so. And again, tomorrow is going to be a new day. It's going to be a new dawn. Anything can happen.
Absolutely. It's going to be a new life as well. But
we're going to get so many copyright strikes over here that the production team is going to be a bit mad with us.
Yeah, absolutely. But, there is one thing that does surprise me. It's the fact that Recknoning Esports stay so true to themselves. They don't try and go out and do something fancy. They always play their zone. They're very, very humble about it. They respect the RNG that comes around them. They're not the kind who will be like, you know what, I will swim against the wave. I will be that koi fish who, if they go upstream, they turn into a dragon. Japanese folklore there, by the way, completely different. But I like how you just given up. You're like, my God, this guy is such a big nerd.
Boy, he is the biggest nerd that I've seen, and I love it because we have a lot in common. But, again, it's that pack mentality. They made sure that they stick together. Again, we can just keep going on and on about a reference game over here. But, again, it is about the pack mentality. This is a team game after all. And, yes, you do have individual prowesses. You do have all those things. And talking about individual prowess and individual performances, let's do one thing. Let us put the best of the best against one another, because now we're going to have something special. The player face-off. But who is it going to be? Well, it is going to be the top 2 players, and on one side you have Maxi OP from Recknoning Esports, and on the other side from GodLike Esports, it's Neo.
Oh yeah, Neo. No Matrix this time around, but he still did play out of his mind. 23 finishes to his name, 3,192 damage done, 25 finishes for Maxi, and a lot more damage done as well. So somewhere or the other, it seems that not only are GodLike the ones with strong fraggers, but Recknoning also does seem to have a couple of good fraggers on their team.
Now, we've talked about frags. I like that you did actually bring that up. Let's actually do one thing. Let's have a look and see which squads have mustered the most amount of frags. There you have it. Team XO are going to be at the tippity top with 58 finishes for themselves. TSM coming in close with 50 to their names.
Yeah, but a lot more damage done for TSM. And once again, if you don't read these stats, you might just, if you just look at them like numbers, of course, they're not going to tell a story. But what it tells you from TSM with the low number of finishes but the high damage done is that they usually early in the zone, they knock a lot of players down. Unfortunately, they're not the ones to get those finishes. XO, on the other hand, because they're always fighting, they end up doing a lot of fair amount of damage and converting it into finishes. And that is why, they've consistently come out on top.
Also, it is a bit opposite side of the spectrum for them, because they try and avoid any sorts of fights at the beginning unless they absolutely have to, and they let loose all that death and destruction at the end. So again, different kind of play styles, similar story.
Absolutely. Both results, both playstyles result in a similar consequence. And at the end of the day, if TSM are able to get away with that first place finish, it's going to taste so sweet, because we all know the storylines. We all know what's been happening. And TSM, this victory is not just going to be about the money for them. It's also going to be about a lot more. I mean, they have something to prove here.
I mean, we are, of course, fighting for all that money, and it isn't a laughing sum. I mean, the first place does walk away with 50 lakhs. That is a lot of money, life-changing, as he likes calling it. But again, it's all about that pride. It's all about the glory, because if you do lift that little trophy, well, not so little, it is nice and heavy, you are going to be taking the country forth into the next adventure, which, of course, all of you know exactly what I'm talking about. But again, like you said, it's more than just about the money. It's about the pride and, well, having that little nation, patched on your jersey when you move forth facing greater endeavors.
I mean, not only that, but so many people must have been raising questions and raising eyebrows at them, when TSM, they had that bit of a roster kerfuffle, and, you saw those 4 players moving out, GodLike picking that roster up. So a lot of people are looking at TSM and being like, you sure these guys are good enough? So TSM, I think just for that reason alone, are going to feel like they have something to prove, and they're going to be very, very hungry.
Well, talking about something to prove, we do keep crowning someone the iQOO MVP after each and every game. And over time, the thing is that, they do tend to stack up. Also, we do give away money for the MVP. Let's have a look and see who is leading the charge midway through the grand finals. It is not set in stone. It could still change. But for now, at the tippity top, we do have, well, Maxi OP with 25 finishes for himself.
Oh yeah, Maxi OP has picked up that first spot in MVP, but you can see how many players are just in close contest. Every single player from different teams are making their way up here. Neo's got 23, Italy's got 22, Fierce and Top Dog with 20 each, Fearless with 19, and, well, you've got a bunch of other players in the mix too, but this could switch at any time.
And, of course, since we are talking about special rewards, let's see how many in the chat section they actually kept a note when we had the prize pool coming up, because coming up next, well, we do have the Lone Ranger leaderboard coming up, and at the tippity top, I wonder who it's going to be. I have an idea already, but let's see if I'm wrong. Looks like it is going to be Maxi once again, just edging past Immortal from EXO by 0.2 as far as survival time is concerned.
Oh yeah, but this does tell you a very, very vivid story. With 3 members in the top 8 for survival time, it shows where EXO's priorities are. It shows just how well EXO are able to blend in finishes with surviving long enough.
Now let's talk about damage, let's talk about death, let's talk about destruction, because someone or the other normally tends to go on a bit of a rampage, and this time it is going to be Jonathan. No surprises here, racking up almost 5,000 points of damage for himself.
That is a lot of damage done. I'm quite sure with the days to come, if this is truly GodLike holding their power back, just powering up in the background, observing their competition and getting ready, then I'm sure Jonathan's going to come out on top and create an even bigger rift between him and the number 2 spot.
Now the thing is, when you accumulate so much damage, chances are that someone or the other starts getting knocked, and then soon those knocks are converting to finishes. Let's have a look at the most finishes by a squad, which is going to be up on our screens, and let's see if you're right. I already know who it is. It is, of course, GodLike Esports with 65 to their names. Wow.
Man, GodLike, they have got so many finishes over here, but EXO not that far behind with 58. Of course, if GodLike are unable to get back in form tomorrow, then EXO might just overtake them. And guess what? Reckoning and O are also quite close with 54 and 52 to their name. Everyone else not really that much of a threat to GodLike.
Now, we have seen that in the past few games, we have seen, sometimes the day of reckoning does come knocking on your door, and sometimes you want to just redeem yourself from all the anguish in the past. Let's have a look and see who's going to be walking away with the Redeemer over here, and of course it's going to be Z-God for making sure he picks up his fellow demigods. Turns out, gods do bleed.
Oh yeah, gods do bleed, and well, it comes down to Z-God to patch them back up. The holy god, the medic of them all, with 12 revives to his name. Kid from Tactical in 2nd place with 11, so quite close. And Tactical Clutch in 3rd place with 7 to his name. This is one of those more awkward stats, right? Because the more revives you have, it does show the more often you get knocked down. So, yeah, I mean, it could be indicative that some teams are not very eager to fight, like Tactical, while other ones love fighting all the time, like GodLike.
Oh, they love fighting all the time. In fact, they, we keep saying this, they thrive under pressure, they thrive in chaos, and that is something that we are going to be witnessing. Now, I do believe maybe they are trying new things out. Maybe not, because day 1 was phenomenal as far as GodLike Esports is concerned. Day 2, not so much. But then, now we do have day 3, and the massive question is...
Can GodLike come back? That's the question mark I'm
making.
You
got the question mark over there.
Oh, yeah.
Well, there you have it.
Can they?
Can they? I think they can.
I think they can too.
I think it's a ruse.
Oh,
I think it's the facade that they are creating in front of us, because they're like, you know what, this is a bit too easy. Again, that is just me as a little bit of a dreamer.
It is. It is like the FBI agents undercover as homeless people. You're just looking around, making sure that everyone thinks they're at the bottom rung of society when they're the ones on top, and they've got a fair amount of control over how things go.
Speaking of homeless, I guess it's time for us to go back to our homes. But of course, over here from Floki and I and everyone at iQOO BGIS, we're going to bid you good night. See you all tomorrow at the same time.